watch. Very dry. After yesterday's weather, good to have the dry roads. As you come down off of that hill, again, manage the turn accordingly. It's been a couple years down here where we've seen people not. So, again, got to be very careful there. A friend of mine named Paul Isley was decleated. He was just in his flip-flops. And a racer came into the VIP tent. Luckily, nobody was badly hurt, but the flip-flops went akimbo, and the racer landed on top of him. So, again, got to be careful if you're racing to make sure you're managing that turn coming down off of Galveston. So, opening 1 minute or so as we're just underway. The Masters B, men's Masters B with 74 racers on the start list. So, we're just getting started as we are here on day number 3. Just like that, day number 3, you're like, oh my goodness, it's already over. It's not already over. We got a full day of racing. Starting here at 8 o'clock. We'll run you all the way to the women's and men's pro, taking you into the 6 o'clock hour for the finish of the Omnium chase for the men's and women's, also the Omnium and the 1, 2, and the 3, and the Masters A. Bunch of exciting races, but right now, it's the Masters B here at the McElroy Manufacturing River Parks Criterium. Don Thornton Automotive, our great pace car sponsor. They'll roll out the Lexus here on the opening race. Here comes the lead moto, and already starting to break apart our field of 74, and already we have a solo attack. Todd Swain, Cura Race for the Cure. Todd already testing, let's just say, the attention span here of the peloton and launching out early here as we are 1 lap in on to lap number 2 of the Masters B race. Just joining us here, you're going, I heard you talking at the start. What's a pream? Why are you going to be ringing bells, right? Isn't it 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, the only bell time? No. We will be doing pream laps as well. So that's a race within the race where we'll decide, you know what? Basically it's a money prize, merchandise for the Cat 5s. We're going to have a lap where the first person coming around on that lap will win it. Now, here's the thing. I say first person. Either we pream the front of the field, a breakaway, or we pream the chase. And again, some of that is if the racers are still kind of hanging out together, you're trying to kind of shake things up. With a race like this, with this course, with all the elevation change, probably won't need to shake too many things up, but you may want to put that carrot out there. You may want to throw that pream for the chase group saying, hey, you guys are 15, 20 seconds back. Here's $100. Not only can you win $100, maybe you close that gap and bring the race, stitch it back together. So again, you're wondering why we're going to fire out some of these bells in the middle of the race. That is the pream concept here in Criterium Racing. So this is the first weekend of the American Criterium Cup. None of the races today, though, will be part of that series. The men and women Friday night races and the junior race yesterday and the 15 to 16 and 17 to 18, those were all American Criterium Cup races. So that is out of the way. They'll head to Salt Lake City in a couple weeks as, once again, the ACC series just underway here, starting in Tulsa for the 2025 6-race series. It will end August 31st at the Gateway Cup in St. Louis. So once again, go to AmericanCriteriumCup.com. Go check it out. Keep an eye on those standings as the series progresses through the summer. All righty, 2 laps done and dusted, averaging about 2:08, 2:07. We got a cyborg sighting. Steve Isaac, Centier, he's at the front. One of the local homies, the local heroes from Oklahoma. Isaacs with Centier on the front. Todd Swain with Cura sitting right there with him. And on this straightaway, again, as you start to lose contact on the backside in the climbs, and maybe if you're not as confident in your descending, you may open up some gaps. You have to try to chase it back down. So this straightaway along Riverside is definitely a very fast-paced area. And if you are trying to cross at any of the areas here, make sure you're only crossing at the designated course marshal crossing spot. Look for the Day Glow Yellow Tulsa Tough Volunteers. They got the theme of this year, the Fly Over This theme on the front of those volunteer Day Glow Yellow shirts. The course marshals are here to protect the racers first and foremost. All righty, a lot of administrative work out of the way as we are 5 minutes in here, our Masters race. So this is a 30-minute race. Again, we'll be going for the overall podium for the Masters, recognizing the podiums right after the race. But one thing we need to pay attention to on that is we will be honoring some of the other categories, 40 plus, 50 plus, 60 plus. Payouts are 7 deep in the 40, 3 deep in the 50, and 3 deep in the 60. So here comes the counter. Here comes an attack. Counterattack coming out of that group at the front. That's going to be bib 557. That'll be James, 557. Get that right there. Adrian Castro. We called his name yesterday. Adrian Castro, Adrictus, one race team out of Texas. Gaps forming there. That group now start off around 74 or so in the Masters B. Let's just say a couple little mini chase groups of little mini gruppettos, 5 to 7 each, coming off that group at the front. As we are now almost 7 minutes in. As that is lap 3 now finished up in our Masters B race. We have 2 different preams that will be thrown out there. So again, with only 30 minutes of racing, listen for the bell. We'll have some of those preams coming up shortly. All right, here comes the Don Thornton Automotive Group pace car. It's the Lexus. They'll roll through. We're going to ring the bell. It's going to be a pream lap. The first pream lap of the day here on day number 3. It'll be a $100 cash pream courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa as they come through a long, thin line. So ring the bell. It's going to be a pream lap, pream lap. This is a pream lap. Starting the lap, this is a $100 pream lap, $100 pream lap, pream, $100 pream lap. Pream, $100 courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa. So moving to the front, first time we've seen Reunion Racing's not Brian De Palma. How about Michael De Palma? Not Brian De Palma. Michael De Palma, Reunion Racing out of Texas. Moving to the front right there, kind of fortuitous time, but all he's going to do is got a cyborg on his tail. Terminator T2. Steve Isaacs with Cintier sitting there at the front of that. Also in that group around 5 or 6. Again, it's a long, thin line, but you can kind of tell right now the front of that group, there's some horsepower driving this. Alrighty, so this is a pream lap. We're waiting to bring them on down here. As we look out of the shadows coming off of Galveston. Racer off the front, looking to try to win the pream. Maybe 576. We'll wait to see as they come rolling through. Free and clear here. Looking to win the pream. That will be 573. That is. All right, we'll try to get that figured out there. It was, try to see the number, a little crumpled on the back. Identify who won that pream, but first pream of the day. Do not know if that was the burgundy of Speakeasy or the dark purple of Heretic Racing. believe that was 573. Carlos Lozoya, Rafa Bike, Pantry Dos out of New Mexico. So, different purple jersey. Alrighty, so we are 11 minutes in. We're going to get a total of about 13 laps in. So clean up the backside as we will be seeing the race continue to make their way down the hill. So we got the Jumbotrons up, the live feed broadcasting on the World Wide Web, TulsaTough.com, courtesy of Quick Trip. Again, with a hill that we have there, the double bump, it's 100 feet of climbs, right? So every lap you're going to be accumulating that 100 feet of elevation change. And so every time you come through, a little bit more climbing, a little bit more climbing. There are going to be accelerations there. So watching that, just kind of shattering that peloton, that field back behind, so cleaning up the backside of the course. So here comes Alexis, Don Thornton Automotive Group. Again, I believe that was Carlos Lozoya, 573, that had won the pream lap. Now a little bit of gamesmanship, long, thin line, kind of going from one side of the course to the other, but moving back to the front is Todd Swain with Cura Race for the Cure. Also, we got a unicorn sighting. First time there is at 736, Paul Hesselgrave out of Colorado. First time we've called his name today. He was very active yesterday in the race, moving his way to the front. So, 7 to go, 7 to go, 7 to go. We have another pream. Probably about time to fire that off here when we hit 6 to go. So 30 minutes of racing, about halfway through. So as we give them the 7 to go lap counter. Next time through we see 6, we will have it a final pream lap. It'll be a Smith Farm and Garden pream, courtesy one of our great sponsors that have been here for a long time with us. Looking back over yesterday's results in that Masters beat, completely different race course, right? You had that L-shaped, super fast course. Fastest, as Brad Huff likes to say, fastest of the 3 days. But yesterday, it was Wesley Morgan in the Masters B. Methods the winning that race. Joe McCracken was in second. Jonathan Gardner, Salty Dog, cycling out of Oklahoma City in third. David Platten, one of the pream winners, in fourth. And Aaron Wright with Heretic Racing in fifth. The aforementioned Paul Hesselgrave, he was in sixth yesterday. Now he's up towards the front. So this will be a pream lap. We're going to ring the bell, ring the bell, ring the bell, ring the bell. $100 in cash, Smith Farm and Garden. Second and last pream of this Masters B race. So it's the opening race of day number 3. Sun's out, heating up here. River's full behind us. Nice and humid here today. But luckily, great weather. Dry course. So pream lap. This is a pream lap, pream lap, pream lap. Second pream, second pream, second pream. This is a pream lap, pream lap, pream lap, pream lap. A pream lap, pream lap, pream lap. It's $100 in cash for a much-reduced peloton. Probably only about 20 racers up there left in that group. We'll look back down to the south on Riverside Drive. A filtering of remainder of racers that have been spit out of the front here. We've already had to basically kind of have the field that we're about to get lapped. So smaller group here up towards the front. About 20 or so racers on this pream lap, pream lap, pream lap. So group of 20, we send them up the hill. They're probably already on the first climb, on maybe even past the second. So again, if you're trying to figure out how the course works, you got that 100 feet of elevation every single lap. You come down Riverside, you're hurtling south to north, full head of steam. There's a right-hand turn, takes you up the first climb. There's the second climb. Then you get to the top and a little dip, and then there's it's the double bump. There's a second little mini climb. You can kind of maintain that momentum before you come back down Galveston. But again, it is Crybaby Hill, the first double of the double bump. Baby Billy Baba Bonkus. Say that 5 times fast. Again, it's Righteous Gemstones. That's going to be the theme up there at Crybaby Hill. It's a whole other event. It's their party. We got the race down here. So, second and final pream lap, as we are going to be showing them 5 to go next time the race leaders roll through. All right, here comes the pace car. Here comes the lead moto. Here comes the second attack for another $100 pream. Hard charge to the line. It's going to be close, but I believe that will be the previous winner. 573, which is Carlos Lozoya, holding off the hard charging unicorn in Paul Hesselgrave. Hesselgrave coming out of that chase group, as it had been Lozoya that opened up the gap as he made his way down off of Galveston, off the downhill, but he wins it again. So $200 preams for Carlos Lozoya. So now down to 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go in our Masters B race. We keep sending them up 5 more times to the hill. Today's course sponsored by McElroy Manufacturing. So McElroy Manufacturing, the lead sponsor here on Sunday, the McElroy Manufacturing Riverparks Criterium. And again, thank you to FC Tulsa on Saturday and McNally's Group on Friday, our lead sponsors. So 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go. Back half of this Masters. We're going to give him one more lap, one more lap, one more lap. To the back, Shane McElgravy. Bib number 130, but I believe that may be Team Topeka's Shane McElravy, biscuits and gravy, rolling on through there. Yep, that was Shane, bib number 730. Cyborg Cintier, he'll roll on through. Seen Chris Clark with Cintier all over social media, him and his wife getting a lot of photos out here, a lot of great event. It's promoting the event, right? And again, they've been great when it comes to racing and promoting crit racing. That Bixby West Intermediate course was a great local one down there at New School with a great, really cool kind of concept. Some of the chicanes on the backside of the school. So now we're going to show 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go. It is 4 laps to go here. 4 to go for our Masters B. Again, our pream hunter, Carlos Lozoya, $200 richer. Trying to make his way back to the podium, though, here, as he was not on it yesterday. So, we'll roll it through. Reunion back to the front. That'll be Michael DePalma, Reunion Racing out of Texas, as he navigates to the front again. Called his name a couple laps ago, but now with 4 to go. Again, I said it was down to about 25. It is probably even less than that. It's probably about 15 now. Maybe 15 left in that front group. Tulsa Wheelman. There's John Coursey. He'll roll on through. Sorry, Trey Coursey. His brother John will be racing later on this morning. Raced yesterday down in Tulsa Arts District. But right now, they're under 4 laps to go. So right now, as you check out the Jumbotron, they're getting some of the cameras up and running. We have them down here along Riverside Drive. We have them on that first climb up Crybaby Hill. Eventually, we'll get those cameras up, kind of show you dark side of the moon, all the action going on the backside of the race course here. As the Righteous Gemstones will be that theme that's going on up at the hill, trying to keep it PG for all of our World Wide Web viewing experience. All righty. Apologies to Carlos Lozoya's family. I've been over-promoting Carlos. He did not win those preams. So it's actually Aaron Wright who's wearing his Cat 3 bib number. But I thought that was Heretic Racing's purple jersey out of the Oklahoma City area, and that's exactly who it was. So Aaron Wright, congratulations. You are $200 richer, winning the 2 $100 cash preams. So down to 3 to go. So look for the pace car making their way here. Heretic Racing, pretty active. Saw Troy Cohen racing in the Heretic Racing jersey down at Maverick Crit Norman, taking getting his wheels off the gravel, back onto the terra firma. So 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go. So here comes the lead moto. As here they come together. So your pream winner, as we mentioned, Aaron Wright. $200 richer for the Heretic Racing Team. Aaron Wright. Now he's on the wheel of Kenny Stringfellow Jr. Stringfellow at the front of the much reduced, about 15-man peloton there. Stringfellow also racing with Centier Race Team, teammate of the cyborg Steve Isaacs. We may need Steve Isaacs to take his day job today. He's a Tulsa firefighter. Make sure that we are hydrating and taken care of. We need some emergency personnel up on the hill. Make sure we don't need that. I saw Tulsa PD up there. It's always great to have the first responders up helping out. That's a very packed area. Also down here, make sure if you're not feeling well, if you're not properly hydrating, raise your hand, right? Ask for some help. Make sure you're, get the attention you need when it comes to hydration and your health, because it will be a warm one today, especially after kind of that fool's gold weather we had on Saturday. So we're going to be down to the penultimate lap. When they roll through, we're going to ring the bell, and it will be 2 to go. We will not ring the bell. It will be 2 to go, the penultimate lap for our Masters B. All right, it'll be 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. Again, as you're just joining us, we're just getting started here. We're going to take it all in the 6 o'clock hour. So next time we see him, it will be 2 to go for those race leaders. All right, cameras are starting to come up on the backside of the course, getting everything set up. So here comes the pace car. Again, Don Thornton Automotive. If you come on down the road here to the end of Riverside Drive before they make that turn on the Crybaby Hill, you can see all the different pace cars they'll be using all day. Kind of take a look. Maybe head on down to Don Thornton this week. Have a look at some of the great cars. There it is, queued up on the Jumbotron. Don Thornton Automotive, a great sponsor as always for us. Gentlemen, 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. Centier still at the front. Followed up by Cura, and right behind them in third wheel, that's going to be bib number 754. That's yesterday's pream winner, David Platten, Blitz Racing CC out of Arizona. He had some very happy friends and family when he won that pream. They were like, either is that gas money for the drive home, or are we going to get some extra beers and glasses of wine down at the local establishment? So, under 2 to go, under 2 to go. The penultimate lap here for the Masters B. Opening wave of the day here on day number 3. We'll be sending them up the hill. And making them that first bump of the first climb, that 100 feet of elevation that you have in this course. So, again, you're trying to find places to watch the race. Right now, if you're down here in Riverside, stay close, because we're going to be coming up to the bell lap. Very exciting time. Very select group, around 15 or so racers left from the original registration list, the 74. That being said, as the day goes on, you're trying to find spots to go. You may not want to go into the middle of the party, so to speak, at Crybaby Hill, but you go up to the Vast Bank stage. There's a stage. I got music. There's bands that are going to be playing all day long. A bunch of food trucks up there at that Route 66 pavilion up there. So again, you head up there to the end of Riverside, go check out the cars, climb up the hill, and head over to that parking lot there, the pavilion, because that's a great little spot to watch. You got Jumbotrons, you hear some of the speakers, you got the bands, all sorts of stuff up there. And then you come on down, come back down, if you're lucky enough to get into the VIP tent. We have those down here along Riverside, down near where Galveston comes back down on Riverside Drive. Again, lots of great spots to go here as we fill in the time here, waiting on that pace car to come on down the hill, and that's exactly what it is. Here it comes. So it will roll on down. Pace car comes through, and then we're going to ring the bell. It'll be 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. When we see them, we're going to ring the bell. It'll be final bell lap when the race leaders come through. There's the lead moto. Lead moto will come down, and looks like it may still be Kenny Stringfellow with Centier. So it will be 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Stringfellow at the front. Todd Swain still at the front as well. That group of about maybe a dozen, 15. It's 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, gentlemen. Final lap, final lap, final lap. One more trip around the course. Swain dropping back into third wheel. Platten moving up into second. Stringfellow hanging out there at first, still driving the train there. A little bit of a move here on the outside. That could be a unicorn sighting, and it is Paul Hesselgrave. As Paul Hesselgrave out of Colorado, he will make an attack to try to hit the hill first. Final time, Sound Pony Hill, we're sending them your way. Sorry, Crybaby Hill, we're sending them your way. Sound Pony was yesterday. So the referees up there with Team Sound Pony. The Sound Pony referees keeping everyone safe up on the hill. But right now, it was a unicorn sighting. Paul Hesselgrave out of Colorado making the attack, taking that lead on that right-hand turn as they hit the hill. Now, larger rider, maybe more of a sprinter, Hesselgrave, trying to get ahead of Todd Swain, who has a little bit more of the mountain goat legs in him. And we'll have to wait for a little bit because that second camera is not set up right there on the hill yet. Dark side of the moon, we like to call it, down at the Rock to Mohawk cyclocross race put on by Team Topeka up at Mohawk Park. So right now the anticipation builds. Has Hesselgrave been able to maintain that pace or have some of the more spry little mountain goats attacked out of that much reduced peloton? Start off with 74 racers here in the Masters B. The guinea pigs, the opening wave of the day here on day number 3. Down to a select group around 12 to 15. We'll call them a dirty dozen with a couple extra eggs thrown in the batch there for them. They'll go on the backside. They're going to go up that double bump. Wait to see when they hit Galveston, Climax Corner. Keep it clean, folks. Not that type of Climax Corner. They'll hit Climax Corner, make the right-hand turn, head on down Galveston. We'll wait to see when they make that turn, the white knuckle descent on a Riverside Drive, who will be in the lead. When you make that turn on the off-camber, it's 190 degrees. 190 meters to the line. And here they are. Here comes the gallop. We'll look down. Coming out of that group, that looks like it may be one of the local Oklahoma homies out of the Oklahoma City area, trying to battle his way to the line, opening up the gap, and it will be Heretic Racing's Aaron Wright who takes the win. Bib number 761 on registration, 131 in the Cat 3, but number 1 in our heart as he takes the Masters B race. Rolling through with Heretic, Aaron Wright out of the Oklahoma City area. Congratulations, the double pream winner, taking the top step. Unofficial, of course. We'll wait for the official results to get posted. But again, congratulations to our Masters B. Kenny Stringfellow, he'll roll through. He was driving that train, trying to pull some of the other Okies through. The opening race of the day, exciting times there. Again, it was a select group. That's the thing. The hill has no mercy. The hill has absolutely no mercy for everyone. They'll just start spitting you out the back, and that's exactly what happened there. 74 original racers down to 15, and ending up with that win for Aaron Wright. Again, if you're thinking you're in the podium, if you're on the podium, hang out close because we like to recognize our podium right down here across from our start-finish line, right in front of the Drunkard and the Oleo Theater. May I get a chance to head on down here and get recognized for your podium. Coming up next will be the men's Cat 5 over 35 race. Coming up next. All right, exciting finish there to our Masters B as we bring out our second wave. Gentlemen, welcome to the hill. Men's Cat 5, 35 and over. Going to hand this off to Jeff Mertz, USA Cycling. Give some final pre-flight instructions for you gentlemen as we get ready to send you up. McElroy Manufacturing, Riverparks Criterium, a 30-minute race for the glory here at Riverparks and the Crybaby Hill. The hill's up there. The race is all through here. Enjoy 100 feet of elevation every single lap. Already, we'll let Jeff get the final instructions, but welcome to Crit Racing, Jacob Thompson, Big Talkers Bike Club, part of the We are underway. Second wave of the day. Masters B was the first. Now we're getting Masters in a way. The men's Cat 5, 35 and above. Jeff, I want you to know that was a bomb squad guy you were talking to at the front. TPD. Steve. Yeah, we talked about it. The gentleman, Jacob Thompson, bib number 919, Big Talker Spike Club, part of Tulsa PD, part of the bomb squad. We talked about first responders. We had Steve Isaacs, the cyborg with Centir. He's Tulsa firefighter. In our first race, I did a little walk of the course early this morning. TPD, obviously already set up there, top of the hill. Making sure everyone's being taken care of. Make sure you're staying hydrated, as it will be a warm one today. So opening lap, we mentioned 30 minutes. Now, we've given out cash preams before in the Masters B. Cat 5, you're doing it for the glory. No cash preams, but there's merchandise. We'll have two different St. Francis Tulsa Tough merchandise preams coming up. And we'll have two of those preams. We'll ring those bells. 30-minute race, so again, probably only getting around 12 or so laps, maybe. We'll find out, because we're counting the clock up before we count the laps down. So looking at yesterday's podium in the men's Cat 5 over 35, it was Jonas Harmon, Yosvani Valdez, and Alberto Acosta Olivas, 1, 2, and 3. Again, totally different course here on day number 3. As we look at our men's Cat 5 making their way back down onto Riverside. A little bit of a flyer going on here. Racer off the front. And that will be Acosta Olivas. So Jonas Harmon, our winner yesterday, also up in that group, racing with Primo Audi Denver. So right now, Acosta Olivas off the front, a couple bike lanes. But some of his compatriots from that podium, like we said, Yosvani Valdez, sitting around second wheel or so, and then the aforementioned Jonas Harmon sitting there in about third. So we'll keep an eye out, watching those racers make their roll on through. I believe also up there is one of the DCC racers. That could be 927, maybe Lavelle Wimberly in that DCC kit, racing out of the New York area. Again, you look here for men's Cat 5 over 35, Okies, Texans, folks from Tennessee, Colorado, Kansas, Indiana, Missouri, and New York, South Carolina as well in there. So again, a well-represented field. Only 26 or so, 26 racers. But again, lots of diversity is when it comes to locations in the United States. Tulsa Tough, bringing racers from all over the nation and all over the globe. We saw last night Dario Raps in the pro race. Again, back-to-back, Friday night and Saturday night, winning the men's pro race, racing with DC, the German national champion. As I said, give him the city key already. Alrighty, so we're going to ring a bell. It's going to be the first of our 2 merchandise pream laps, courtesy of St. Francis Tulsa Tough. So we'll roll through the Don Thornton Automotive pace car. Have a look, and it is the Audi today on race number 2. Again, you head on down to the end of Riverside Drive. You'll see all the different pace cars that Don Thornton will be using. So it's a pream lap. This is a start of a pream lap. We're starting a pream, starting a pream, starting a pream. Pream lap, pream lap, pream lap. Pream, 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 pream lap, pream lap, pream lap. Pream, 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 pream. Again, merchandise courtesy of St. Francis Tulsa Tough. First of our 2 pream laps here. Watching Craig Thompson from Indiana. He rolls on through again, trying to get latched back on. There's Ryan Berry, also a big Berry on that Big Talkers Bike Club, teammate of Jacob Thompson. There's the Bomb Squad rolling on right now. Again, finishing up another lap. It's a pream lap. Pream lap, pream lap. Grind City Racing's Craig Pearson out of Tennessee, bib number 915. He just rolls on through. Lots of racers from Tennessee. Been very active so far on Saturday, and obviously Mr. Pearson here early on Sunday. Great to see racers making their way. Nashville, Memphis, that area, Music City. So, again, this is a pream lap. So, you're wondering, what is a pream? What are we doing? What's this going on? Again, I already talked. If you're just joining us, where have you been? You missed an exciting opening race of the Masters B. And right now we're talking about the pream. So in the race, we'll do a race within a race. And with only being a 30-minute race and the hill being very unmerciful, just spitting people out the back, again, we got to make sure we get those preams in early before you completely implode this 26-man men's Cat 5 over 35 field. So that's why we rang the bell for the pream lap. They're still grouped together up the front. First person in that front group that crosses the line next time through, they will win the pream. In this case, because it's Cat 5 and you're doing it for the glory and the bragging rights, it will be merchandise courtesy of St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Speaking of St. Francis, the St. Francis Health System, the lead sponsor since 2006, 19 years. We have done this for 19 years here in the city of Tulsa. 3 different races, watching the city grow up right in front of us between the different areas of the Blue Dome, the Arts District, and down here on Riverside at the Riverparks Criterium. Next year's the 20th. I'm sure the planning has already started for the 20th. So, here we are, pream lap. It's going to be a sprint for the merchandise. Who's going to take this merchandise? Who will take the merchandise? That pream is going to be taken by 925. That is Ken Jackson taking the pream. First of 2 as we're 7 minutes in this 30-minute race. Again, starting to spit out. Very reduced. I mean, it was a small start already at 26, but just spitting them out there. So the first of the 2 pream laps done. We'll wait to fire off that second one coming up. Again, much reduced peloton as we've spread out this 26-man field. Well, I shouldn't say that. The hill has just started eating souls and spitting them out. So another lap done and dusted here as we watch those race leaders go on the backside of the course. Alrighty, we'll be recognizing our Masters B podium coming up momentarily. Masters B podium coming up in just a second. So, another lap done and dusted here. Again, just shattered this field. Matt, they're Masters. Not quite 40 yet. It's 35 plus, men's Cat 5. And basically, it's your podium from yesterday plus one. So, Kenneth Jackson, who won the first pream, with the other three members of yesterday's podium, with a couple chasers here. Trying to latch back on, believe that. It's going to be bib number 917, John Steiner, Breakfast Club out of Texas, and I believe that should be Lavelle Wimberly with DCC. So, without further ado, we'd like to recognize our men's Masters B podium here on day number 3, the McElroy Manufacturing Riverparks Criterium. Making his way to the podium in back-to-back days in third place, it's Wesley Morgan. Making this trip to the podium here on Sunday in the second place position, it's Bernard Bell. And your pream hunter taking that top step after winning both preams, it's Heretic Racing's Aaron Wright. Your Masters B podium here on day number 3 of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. It's Aaron Wright, Bernard Bell, and Wesley Morgan. Congratulations, gentlemen. 1, 2, and 3. Aaron has a chance to put on the Moo Moo apparel race leaders jersey. Taking that top step here on day number 3. Also, he'll get a chance to get the Kuro Athletics sunglasses. And all of our podium finishers will get a Tulsa Tough pendant from Diamond Cellar, the official jewelry sponsor of Tulsa Tough. So again, recognizing our podium. Congratulations, gentlemen. Your work's done and dusted. You got some time now. You can go take a shower, call mom, say, I want, and then maybe kind of show up on the hill. We shall see. So, 9 laps to go. Actually, 8 to go now. 8 to go, 8 to go, 8 to go. So we are spread out over the course. We've been pulling them. So we have only got 12 of the original 26. We've gone 50%. We've cut it in half. So we're going to do our second and final premier for the merchandise just because they're so spread out and we have cut this field in half. So this will be a preem lap, our second preem lap coming up. Preem lap, preem lap, preem lap, gentlemen. Preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. It's our podium from yesterday. So nice for doing it twice. Those 3 racers there, Yosvani Valdez, Alberto Acosta Olivas, and Jonas Harmon. That was your podium yesterday, and they are back together again. Preem lap, gentlemen. Preem lap, preem lap. Do not see Kenneth Jackson, who had been part of that 3-man group, kicked out the back of that one. Again, the racers filtering on through. They are still surviving here as, again, the hill's been claiming the souls as we've cut this field in half, 26 down to 13 or so. That's why we had to get this second preem in, making sure they're still kind of together to maybe set the action there. But, of course, when we did that, we realized, man, it's just going to be the same podium as yesterday. Once again, these are Cat 5s, 35 and above. Some of these guys are just going to be the weekend warriors and all that. Some of these are just now getting into cycling, and maybe we'll see them in the Masters B next year trying to compete at the podium. But right now, the 3 racers at the front, it's the familiar names from yesterday. Jonas Harmon, yesterday's winner, Alberto Acosta Olivas, and Yosvani Valdez. Those are the 3 mini breakaway there as we're going to wait to see them come through. And the first one to cross the line will be winning the second merchandise preem, courtesy of St. Francis Tulsa Tough. So, under 8 to go, under 8 to go. It'll be 7 laps to go next time we see them roll through. So that is Kenneth Jackson back in, had possibly some type of mechanical. 7 to go, 7 to go, 7 to go. So, race leaders got 7 to go, 7 to go. 7 laps to go here. Men's Cat 5 over 35. I may need Tulsa Fire up here at the start-finish line. Sideboard exciting. We need water. Stat. So again, much reduced peloton from the original 26. May have some lapping going on, but again, wide open here. Again, we're going to be looking at the front 3, right? This is Men's Cat 5. The winners from yesterday also here on competing for those same podium spots on day number 2. Again, all the podiums, they get a Tulsa Stuff pendant courtesy of Diamond Stellar, our official jewelry sponsor. Also, Curo Athletics will also be giving out free sunglasses for the winner. The winner gets the Curo Athletic sunglasses, engineered and manufactured in Japan. One of the great sponsors providing some of the podium swag here at the 2025 edition of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Jeff Mertz, I tell you what, our lead race official, he just let bib number 908, Bobby Hebert Jr., Apogee Race Team, said, hey, Bobby, you get another lap. You get 7 more laps. And as we all kind of looked at each other, I don't know if he wanted 7 more laps. James Barron. Actually, sorry, that's Ryan Berry. Big Talkers Bike Club. He rolls through. 7 to go, 7 to go, 7 to go. So, backside of the course, we're going to keep them in there for the final 7 laps. Race leaders, when they roll through, we will show 6 to go. So here comes the Audi. So here comes the Audi. Don Thornton Automotive, pace car, will roll on through. Look for that lead moto. So Kenneth Jackson, he'd been part of the 3-man group early, heading mechanical, did not ask for the free lap though. Had gone back to the pits. He came out of the state wheel pit. But now here we are. It's once again with 6 to go. It is your race leaders, the same as yesterday. Harmon, Acosta Olivas, and Valdez. As we will show them 6 to go, 6 to go, 6 to go. Reminder, we are recognizing our podiums in the follow-on race after your race. So again, if you were in the podium or pretty close, just hang out close. Don't take off. We're going to recognize those podiums right across from the start-finish line down here at the St. Francis Health System podium, right in front of the Drunkard and the Oleo Theater. Coming up next will be our Men's Cat 5 under 35. We had racers from the ages of 14 all the way up to 34 in that Men's Cat 5 under 35 group. So Jonas Harmon, I mentioned, who was our winner yesterday. Looking back last year, he did participate in our Men's Cat 5 over 35 race. On Saturday, finishing 5th. On Sunday, this race course finished 11th. So definitely looking to make a dramatic improvement from the 2024 edition to 2025. Going from outside the top 10, and right now looking like a guaranteed podium finish. Again, will he finish at the top step like he did yesterday? The Primal Audi Denver racer, Jonas Harmon. So we will be 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go. Looks like that should be the back moto. That's exactly what it is. So we'll be the back moto rolling through. So we'll be looking for our race leaders. Again, it's the 3 from yesterday. Yesterday's winner, Jonas Harmon, Alberto Acosta Olivas, and Yosvani Valdez. So, we continue to filter the back of our Men's Cat 5 over 35. We're going to roll them on through there. Now, here's the race leaders. All right, so they'll come down together. So the race front here. All righty, gentlemen. Are we 4 to go? Five to go. 5 laps to go. 5. Here we are. 5 laps to go, gentlemen. So, a little bit of a reduced pace here for Harmon, Alberto Acosta-Olivas, and Yosvani Valdez. Maybe this time around, like, listen, we got to lead. We know each other. We raced yesterday. Totally different race course, of course. But we're staying together on the climbs. Again, totally different deal. The climbing you don't have on Friday and Saturday in the crit races you have here, right? It is Crybaby Hill. It's coming off of Riverside Drive, the double bump, right-hand turn off of Riverside, which gives you about 100 feet of elevation climb every lap. So every lap you get about 100 feet. So you look, 30-minute race, and they're going to do 10 play. I mean, you're going to be well over 1,000 feet of elevation climb, right? Which just kind of tells you when you get later in the day and you're doing a 70-minute race and they got sub-2-minute laps. Again, tells you how much elevation you can get into the legs and accumulation of fatigue as well over the weekend. So that being said, the 3 racers at the front, they kind of took it a little easy this last lap. They kind of come through. They were still at pace. They still have a huge lead over the remaining very small field of about 12 or 13 that's left out of the original 26 starters. So again, what are they doing? They're trying to maintain a little bit of pace here, but also maybe a little bit of a recovery here because a totally different course. That L-shaped drag race they raced yesterday is not what you're going to see here with the climb. And right now, I tell you what, the sprinter who won yesterday, Jonas Harmon, has shown not to be too worse for wear on the climb. Same thing for Alberto Acosta-Olivas. Larger racers compared to Yosvani Valdez, who may be more of a mountain climber, the mountain goat, smaller stature, but they're staying together. So again, we shall see. We're under 5 laps to go. Here are our men's Cat 5 over 35 category. Again, it's day number 3 of the 2025 St. Francis Tulsa Tough. McElroy Manufacturing, Riverparks Criterium, our lead sponsor here today. Also, thank you to Quick Trip, who's providing the live stream. Quick Trip, it's great. Go out to tulsatough.com. They're helping promote that and be able to present that as our live stream sponsor. Had a chance last night watching the men's pro race from the house. Not able to be here all day, all weekend. So again, if you have to run around, kind of like what I did yesterday, you had to leave the course, turn on the live stream, right? Go to tulsatough.com, check out the live stream. Go to the YouTube channel. We've got all the live streams. And once again, 4 to go. The aforementioned leaders all still together, all still looking pretty spry. No wagging of the tongues, no shaking of the shoulders. Looks like they are still all together there in pretty good spirits as they have 4 more trips up the hill. But again, you have a chance to go to the YouTube channel. Got the live stream for the rest of the day. Also, they will be posting the races, right? So over the weekend, you'll see the Friday, and they have not posted the Saturday races yet. But again, have a look in the next couple days. If you want to watch your race, go back to the live stream at tulsatough.com. Go to the YouTube channel, again, to check out older races and some of the historical stuff on there for prior years. So, again, down to 4 laps to go. Thank you to Quick Trip. Also, thank you to the Williams Corporation, Aon, the William K. Warren Foundation, again, Don Thornton, our automotive group pace car sponsor, Tulsa Bone and Joint, Tito's Handmade Vodka, official vodka sponsor of our VIP tents, also Dick's House of Sport, Rox Tech, again, some of the great sponsors for the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. So we've given the 2 preams already here for our men's Cat 5 over 35. Merchandise preams, courtesy of St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Now down to the business end. We're under 4 to go. When they come through, we will be 3 laps to go. And again, it's the same 3 as yesterday. The same podium is going to be competing here and battling it out in these final 3.5 laps here at our men's Cat 5 race. Second race of the day here on the final day of the 2025 edition of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Alrighty, so we'll be showing 3 to go. Again, we're making everyone continue to roll on through. Bobby Hebert Jr., Apogee ATP race team out of Kansas. You got 4 more trips up the mountain. 4 more trips up the hill. Here comes our race leaders. 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go. Gentlemen, here we are back together again. Our same podium from Saturday, looking to battle it out on Sunday. Measuring their pace. Question shall be, when do they want to make an attack? When do they want to do this? Down to 3 to go. When do they want to figure out when the action shall be? Again, different race course. Yesterday they kind of attacked each other at times, but it was a flatter race course, more of a drag strip and all that. Here with the climb, totally different. So we shall see. Again, they're staying together. 2 to the 3. I mean, we've said it already, and once you just joined us, we got a much reduced peloton, so we're trying to fill some air here because right now it's a 3-man race, kind of like yesterday, but it's a little bit more spread out in this reduced peloton. But again, the body styles and kind of the race styles of the 3 racers at the front. Alberto Acosta-Olivas and yesterday's winner, Jonas Harmon, a little bit more maybe burlier, maybe like more sprinter-style bodies. Yosvani Valdez, more of a climber, but they're all staying together. And to be honest, Acosta-Olivas and Harmon, they're looking really, really good, really spry. So we shall see as they hit the hill for the 3rd to last time. Next time they roll through, we'll have 2 laps to go for the race leaders, and it will be the penultimate lap, and we'll be sending them up this to Crybaby Hill 2 more times here in our men's Cat 5 over 35. Again, the next race coming up will be the men's Cat 5 under 35 around 9:10, and that will be another 30-minute race, and we'll have a couple more merch preams available for the men's Cat 5 under 35. Again, racing age yesterday, we had racers as young as 14 years of age that were racing yesterday in that men's Cat 5 under 35 category. So here comes the Audi, Don Thornton Automotive Group. They'll roll on through. And now it's the penultimate lap. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. If you're down here, get to the barriers. Let them know how much you appreciate how hard they're working, because they're working harder than you are. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. Valdez, Acosta-Olivas, and Harmon have 2 more trips up Crybaby Hill. We're sending them your way as they hurtle down from the south to the north along Riverside Drive to make that right-hand turn up towards the Vast Bank stage and the first of the double bump of Crybaby Hill. So they'll make the trip to the end of Riverside. They'll go right in front of the staging area of the Don Thornton Automotive Group pace cars, and they'll make that right-hand turn up the hill. Crybaby Hill, we're sending them your way 2 more times. It's early. The revelers are not out in force yet. They're not at full roar. They're not at full throat. It is going to be a baby bitty baba bonkas type of party up at the top. The theme this year, the Righteous Gemstones up at Crybaby Hill, as we'll be watching some interesting costumes as the day goes on. Be walking past us down here at the start-finish line, making their way up the hill. But right now, it's the racers making their way up the hill, as next time they roll through, our race leaders of Acosta-Olivas, Harmon, and Valdez will be having a bell, and it'll be 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go when those race leaders roll on through. So again, they're on the backside, probably nearing that second double bump before they make their way down Galveston. We'll look off to the south. We'll look off to the south here and wait for the Don Thornton Automotive Group pace car. When it makes that turn on the off-camber off of Galveston, it'll be about 190 meters or so-ish, about that length is the distance from there to here. And when they come past the St. Francis Tulsa finish line truss, we'll be ringing that bell. It's going to be 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Another celebrity bell ringer just pulled out of the crowd. Of course, this is one, I mean, again, she's got the referee shirt on. Who are we? Sound Pony. I did call Crybaby Hill Sound Pony Hill accidentally earlier this morning. It's kind of a Sound Pony themed Crybaby Hill because of the rules and regulation implemented over the last couple of years. You got to have order, you have to have structure, and Emily and the crew up there are doing a great job keeping order and structure. It's that meme where you have to rock you and and Apollo Creed with the TPD, Fire Department, and Sound Pony working together. So it will be the bell lap. It's going to be the bell lap. We're going to ring it. We're going to say 1, 2, go. And our men's Cat 5 for the 3 gladiators off the front. The podium finishers yesterday, they're back together again. So nice. We're doing it twice. As we're going to ring the bell, it's going to be 1 to go, 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 1 to go. Ring the bell, ring the bell. Ring the bell, ring the bell, ring the bell. 1 to go, gentlemen. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Now some conversations being had amongst them. They've kind of had a cessation of hostilities. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. The cessation of hostilities had taken place the last 4 or 5 laps. Thank you to Emily, our celebrity bell ringer, journeying down the hill to support us on the bell ring with 1 to go. So, again, 1 to go, 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 1 to go. Alrighty, So, again, they've been kind of taking it easy, kind of looking to work together, our 3 racers off the front. But that last time through, Valdez looked over his shoulder, having a conversation with Acosta Olivas, kind of discussing it. 1 to go, 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 1 to go. And possibly deciding, hey, you know what? Is somebody going to move? Am I just going to pull? 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. One final trip. You can't quit yet. You got to make one more trip up the hill. 3 more of our men's Cat 5 over 35. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. That's going to be Brian McKinney out of Oklahoma. Rolling on through. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Gentlemen, one more trip up the hill. James Barron, Paragon Racing. Lavelle Wimberlin, DCC out of New York City. They'll roll on through for one final trip up the hill. So right now, like we said, Acosta Olivas and Valdez kind of looking at having a little conversation. Maybe saying, okay, we kind of been just kind of working together, taking it easy, but like, why are you putting me at the front? Maybe Valdez unhappy that he got stuck here to try to drag him along Riverside Drive before they hit the hill for a final time. So again, sitting there kind of in the back of all that is yesterday's winner, Jonas Harmon. So we'll have to keep an eye out. We'll look off to the south as they navigate the white knuckle descent off of Galveston onto Riverside Drive. Again, it's about 190 meters or so from the VIP tent at the turn here, and they're all together, a little bit of a gap, but here comes the sprint. It's a long sprint. Coming to the front, that will be our Colorado winner from yesterday, Primal Audi Denver's Jonas Harmon, and he will extend the lead and take the win as he was able to escape from the chaser in that 3-man group. Believe on that last time, finally there was a snapping of the elastic as Alberto Acosta Olivas, he'll roll through in third. So that 3-man group of Acosta Olivas, Valdez, and Harmon, 1, 2, and 3, they had finally distanced Acosta Olivas. Alberto got dropped on the hill on the backside. He does finish in third, so another podium for Alberto, but he will not be right there in the mix for that sprint, which was won by Jonas Harmon with Primal Audi Denver, your winner on Saturday and your winner on Sunday in the men's Cat 5 over 35 category. Once again, congratulations to all of our finishers here as our men's Cat 5 over 35. They continue to roll on through. Big Talkers Bike Club, Ryan Berry, guess what he did? He came and raced Crybaby Hill. Big Talk, backed it up with action coming out here to race. DCC in the house again. Lavelle Wimberly racing out of New York. Paragon, James Barron, congratulations. You are Tulsa tough and survived Crybaby Hill. So the Don Thornton Automotive Group down at the end of Riverside. Again, one of our great sponsors, been here providing the pace cars. Head on down to the end of the road. Have a look. Say, hey, you know what? Maybe I'll come visit Don Thornton later in the week. Check out the Audi. Check out the Defender. Check out the Volkswagen. Speaking of the Germans, since Dario Raps winning the pro race on Friday and Saturday, I think we may be rolling the Volkswagen out here for this race. Again, multiple options. The Cadillac, the Lexus, we've seen them all this weekend. And again, thank you to Don Thornton Automotive Group, our official pace car sponsor of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. So right now, finishing up, last couple racers of the men's Cat 5 over 35. Now we're getting ready for the men's Cat 5 under 35. Coming up next race of the day. Moments away from getting started, the men's Cat 5 under 35. We are underway. Men's Cat 5 under 35. Opening lap. Another 30-minute race, and we'll be doing the same amount of preams. It's the 2 merchandise preams that we did for the men's Cat 5 over 35. Again, Cat 5, the novices. You're just getting started. You're trying to figure out what's cat. We got cats. Not just no dogs. No dogs, no cats. What is it? It's a category, right? So in road cycling, cyclocross, all this stuff, you have different categories, and it's based on skill level, and you get upgrade points. You start off as a Cat 5. You win a race, you get upgrade points. At a certain point, you move up to a 4. Then you move up to a 3. Then you move up to a 2. Move up to the 1. You join a pro team, and then you go race in Europe, right? No, okay, maybe not everybody. But for the local heroes here, they're going to go Cat 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And so right now, this is the Cat 5, the novices, and right now this is the under 35. So the previous race, maybe that's more of the beer drinking buddies are like, you know what, a little bit of bragging rights here. I'm going to beat you in the sprint next week. I'm going to try to join the Masters race next year. Some of our Cat 5s here, they could be Cat 4s next year. They could be Cat 3s next year. There are some of the Cat 5s in 4, 5, 6 years ago that have come to this race that are not going to be racing in the 1-2 race later on in the day. So again, categories, you accumulate points, you get upgraded. Trust me, if you're dominating the Cat 5, they're going to beg for you. They want you to move up. They want you to become a Cat 4. So again, the category racing that we have, that's what we mean when we say Cat. So right now, it's Cat 5, and it's the under 35 age group. Alrighty, one lap done and dusted. About 2:14, lap time 2:14. And again, it had started off with about 21, and you're starting to spit them out the back. So 8:26 rolling through. We talked about, I do not have his race age, but Kai, 8:26. This is a serious number, and this is a serious name. It's Kai Cutie. Kai Cutie, one of the juniors there on the back, bib number 826. No hand-ups up the hill. Tell Crybaby. We need to send Emily back up there and make sure they're not handing out beer to Kai Cutie. But again, some of the juniors that are up there in this field making their way up the hill for the second time. Alrighty, so got a little bit more information here for Kai Cutie. Racing with Rockets Racing Team. Kai Cutie racing with Rockets Racing Team. Racing age, just hear this one here. Racing age 12. We got a 12-year-old. We had the 14 and 16-year-olds yesterday. Abel Black, the 16-year-old racing with Move Up Cycling Club, finished on the podium on Saturday. But here today, Kai Cutie. I just love saying it. Little mountain goat that he is. Bib number 826, racing age of 12, racing with Rockets Racing here in our men's Cat 5 under 35 field. Alrighty, so start with 21. We'll kind of get an idea here with second lap about to be done here. About the same, about 2:15. This time, though, at the front is going to be bib number 821, Michael Wright out of Tennessee. Trying to keep an eye out for our 12-year-old, Kai Cutie, Rockets Racing. So looking towards the front, some of the active racers from yesterday, Team Topeka's Logan Lugas being one of those up towards the front. We'll get yesterday's podium recognized momentarily. So we can do a recap. They're rolling through, another lap done and dusted. Kai Cutie, bib number 826, racing age 12 years old. As he goes to attack Crybaby Hill for the third time here early on in this race. Again, we have two preams, two merchandise preams will be handed out. So we'll have those, we'll get those ringing those bells just a little bit. Alrighty, we're going to recognize our men's Cat 5 over 35 podium. It's a familiar group of three gentlemen. They've had the pleasure to race together 2 days in a row and spend a lot of time together in a three-man break. They're discussing, hey, what's your favorite hobbies, favorite colors? How many kids you got? What's going on here? Where are you going on vacation? Anybody ever gone to Mont Ventoux? We're going to pream our men's Cat 5. This is a pream lap. Gentlemen, a pream lap. First of our pream laps. Merchandise. Pream. Pream lap, pream lap. This is a start of a pream lap. Pream lap, pream lap, pream lap. This is a pream lap, pream lap, pream lap. A pream for our men's Cat 5 under 35. First of two. Merchandise preams. Pream lap, pream lap, pream lap. All righty. Without further ado, a repeat so nice we're doing it twice. The podium from yesterday repeating here on day number 3, that is. Day number 2 for them at the McElroy Manufacturing Riverparks Criterium, a.k.a. Crybaby Hill. Looking at our podium, making his way to the third place step with independent cycling team, it's Alberto Acosta Olives. Racing also from Texas, in second place, Big Yovi, it's Josvani Valdez. And your repeat winner for the Mile High of Colorado, it's Primal Audi Denver's Jonas Harmon. Your podium here on day number 3 in the men's Cat 5 over 35, Harmon, Valdez, Acosta, Olives, 1, 2, and 3. Congratulations, gentlemen. Again, our winner, Harmon, will win a pair of the Kuro Athletics sunglasses. Kuro Athletics, engineered and manufactured in Japan. Try to find out where their tin is here today. It was down near the start line on Saturday, but have a look. Come down, see all the sponsors, a lot of the vendors that are set up along Riverside Drive, and go see the Kuro Athletics orange tint. Also, for all of our participants in the podium, 1, 2, and 3, they all get a Tulsa Tough pendant from Diamond Cellar, the official jewelry sponsor of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. So again, congratulations to our men's Cat 5 over 35 podium, Harmon, Valdez, and Acosta Olives. So this is a pream lap for our men's Cat 5 under 35. So next time they roll on through, they are going to have a sprint for the pream. So who is going to try to win this merchandising pream? Maybe Team Topeka towards the front, maybe Paragon. That could be Paragon race team. As they're going to come to the line, who's going to try to take the pream at the line? I believe that may be 814 Roy Sanchez, possibly out of Texas. We'll wait to see if it officially was 814 looking to take that pream, the first of 2 preams here in our men's Cat 5 under 35. Jack Carlo trying to get back on the back of the front group here. Jack Carlo, bib number 804, race age 19. Who Are We? Sound Pony. William Hughes, United Cycling out of Michigan, making his way on through. Trying to also latch back on with Jack Carlo. William Hughes finishing in the top 2 of the junior race yesterday. So that pream was won by 814 Roy Sanchez. So again, our men's Cat 5 under 35 continue to roll on through. That's now bib number 820. That's Gordon Cooper. One-day race. Welcome. Again, if you're looking at some of these racers, they made the decision to sign up and do a one-day race. Congratulations again to our winner, Jonas Harmon. So up on Crybaby Hill, we'll see Jack Carlo up there, also William Hughes. Some of the teenagers rolling their way through there. Still finish up the back here of our peloton. So 10 minutes in. So we're about a third of the way in. 1/3 of the way into our 30-minute race. So we're counting the clock up before we count the laps down. We'll keep an eye out for Kai Cutie. Rocket Racing, 12-year-old. Here he comes. That's bib number 826. It is bib number 826. Kai, we're sitting up the hill again and again and again. Welcome to Tulsa, the McElroy Manufacturing River Parks Criterium. Kai Cutie. Grandma Cutie at home saying, keep saying my boy's name. Kai. Racing age of 12. Alrighty, all back together. After that preem win by Roy Sanchez, bib 814, moving his way to the back. Smart move there. Veteran move for Roy Sanchez. Moving back, get a little breather here. I'm still looking for bib number 818 with Paragon. That would be Gerardo. Hey! Rico. Suave. Gerardo Wade, very active early on yesterday. Yeah. Gerardo Wade, we'll keep an eye if he's out there. I know Paragon Racing had a couple teammates in the field yesterday on the start list. So again, believe that he may be the Paragon Racing teammate up there, bib number 818. So at the front. Right now, though, our reduced peloton. Again, we only started with 21. Smaller field against introduction into crit racing here at Crybaby Hill. sending up the hill again and again. 12 minutes in, we'll be counting laps down momentarily. But again, if you're the pream winner, Roy Sanchez, veteran move here for the Cat 5 racer, racing age of 30, dropping back to the back of that group of about 15, saving some watts, saving himself for the next pream, as we are going to have a second one coming up. But we'll wait. We got 7 to go. Well, actually, it's going to come up pretty fast. Again, these early races, only 30-minute races, so we'll be moving them through fast and furious. Alrighty, so we'll look to the Jumbotrons. They make their way up the hill. Abel Black, Move Up Cycling Club out of Kansas. Again, Abel on the podium yesterday, making that move right now to the front as they hit the hill. The first of the double bump. They'll crest the hill and make the little down and climb back up towards Climax Corner on Galveston. On cue. Thank you to the TV production crew going to that camera back on that corner. Alrighty, so we are going to ring the bell. It's going to be a pream lap for the field that should be coming up. All right, gentlemen. Abel Black leading the way. This is a pream lap for you guys. Pream lap, pream lap, pream lap. Merchandise, merchandise, merchandise. Merchandise, 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 courtesy of St. Francis Tulsa Tough, our second and final pream lap in our men's Cat 5 under 35. Again, much reduced group, all coming together as the souls are taken as they make their way up the hill over and over. Again, 100 feet of elevation gain. You know, that's not very much. Now do it for 30 minutes, every single lap. 100 feet, 100 feet, 100 feet. Acceleration, acceleration, acceleration. And also make sure you're staying at pace, pushing it down along the drag race straightaway of Riverside Drive from the south to the north, from Galveston to the front of the hill. Again, the way this course is set up, different than Friday, Saturday, of course. You got the figure 8 on Friday. On Saturday, it's the L-shaped NASCAR course here. The loop, the straightaway, the power and speed, and then the mountain goat legs having to come on up when you go up the hill for the double bump there of Crybaby Hill. So again, this is a pream lap, the second pream lap, second and final pream lap for our men's Cat 5 over 35. So yesterday, Michael Wright in first place, Abel Black in second, and Gerardo Wade in third. That was your podium on day number 1 for these guys. Day number 2 at Tulsa Tough. But the first race for men's Cat 5 under 35. So here it is going to be the sprint for that pream, sprint for the pream. Hey, Gerardo, wait, no, it's 8:19. It is not. It's Joshua Fritz. I went early with the Rico Suave, and it is 8:19. Joshua Fritz taking the pream. We're also racing with Paragon. He is a Paragon race team teammate of Gerardo Wade for Team Paragon. But again, Joshua Fritz, congratulations, winning the second and final pream. Alrighty, so we are done with the 2 preams, down to under 6 to go. 5 to go is what the race leaders should see whenever they roll on through. Again, our Don Thornton Automotive pace car will be swinging through momentarily as the tents continue to get set up here along Riverside Drive. A lot of the team tents, a lot of the sponsors, a lot of the vendors. Got some food trucks I've seen set up all through here. Again, important to make sure you're staying hydrated as well. Make sure you find the water. Stay hydrated. It is going to be a hot one here today. So, get down to 5 to go, 5 to go. Last time through, it was Joshua Fritz who had won the pream. Should be folded back in unless, yeah, he is. All right, so they're all back together. Again, I say they're all back together. This is an even more reduced group here at the front. They've been around 12 or so, 12 to 15. Man, you may only have around 7 racers or so. Looks like that's exactly what it is. 7 to go with 5 to go. 7 left here in this group with 5 to go. Roy Sanchez, your previous pream #1 winner, moving to the front as they are a long, thin line, having lost a couple of the travelers in that group that was about 10 or so, now down to only 7 with 5 laps to go. Looking back, a couple of those racers is going to be 8:03 and 8:15. So that will be Kevin Bustamante with Reunion Racing and I believe Brian Sandoval, Mad Duck Racing Team. They were no longer in that group of 10. So again, spitting out some more lost souls in the back of that much reduced peloton. So 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go. Again, coming up next will be our first women's race of the day. It's the women's Cat 4, Cat 5, women's Cat 4, Cat 5 at 9:45. We'll be rolling out and racing for 30 minutes. First women's race coming up next. But right now, 5 laps to go. 5 laps to go in our men's Cat 5 under 35. Jack Carlo will roll on through again. Who are we? Sound Pony. As we'll send Carlo up the hill. Kai Cutie. 5 more times. You got it? 5 more trips up the hill. Rockets Racing. Carlos and Bautista Enrique. Also, I believe that is David Gutierrez. Bautista Enrique, bib number 801. Gutierrez, 808. System 1 Cycling. Out of Mexico. Again, an international flair. That will be Anthony Singh. He'll roll on through. There goes the Don Thornton Automotive pace car. Here comes the moto. We'll look back. Again, our group, much reduced. There it is on the screen. The Lexus, Audi, Cadillac, Jaguar, Land Rover, and Volkswagen. All the different options you'll see at Don Thornton Automotive. Joshua Orozco, he rolls on through. Front, so we think Orozco off the front there, we look. Joshua Orozco, 823. So we hadn't called Orozco's name here. He was very active last weekend at the Maverick Criterium down in Norman, the new race on the Oklahoma USA road schedule. 2 days of crit racing down in Norman, Oklahoma. Norman Sports Commission and Aaron Dyer, race director, putting that on. Trenton Brown with Norman Sports. The inaugural edition. Lots of big names in that P12 race. The Parks Law Firm, a very dominating performance last week at the Maverick Criterium. Day number 1 being in the iconic, historic Campus Corner area of the University of Oklahoma. Day 2, the Thunderbird Crit down on downtown at the confluence of Blue Restaurant and the old Tony Marbell's Cantina. The old Vista building, got the great mural set up there again. Joshua Orozco being very active last weekend, and now a flyer that he's taken. He was in that group of around 7. We hadn't called his name, but Orozco, racing age of 35, making that attack. So right now he is off the front, let's say about 4 seconds or so, 3 to 4 seconds, as we're on the backside of the course. We'll go to the backside. Go to the backside as we watch him make that climb and make that right-hand turn at Climax Corner onto Galveston. Orozco, bib number 823. Gotcha, Orozco making that attack. So it was a group of around 7. There's the chasers. They are down to 6. In there will be Joshua Fritz with Paragon. Also Gerardo Wade with Paragon. Also local hero Team Topeka's Logan Lewis, bib number 811, right in front of the Team Topeka tent down there on Galveston as they crest the hill. Team Topeka cheering him on. Logan Lewis in that group of 6 trying to bridge back up as we're now going to be down to 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go. Joshua Orozco making the attack and extending this lead. 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go for Orozco. Brick Squad out of Oklahoma City. As he's got quite the lead here, maybe 10 seconds or so. We shall see. Gentlemen, Orozco's up the road. He's up the road. He's up the road. Panic bells going off. Roy Sanchez, 814, moving to the front. Trying to drive that chase group of 6 along thin line to try to bring Orozco back with under 3 laps to go now. 3 more times. They'll send him up the hill. Cry, baby hill, we're heading your way. 3 more times. Orozco off the front. Chase group of 6 trying to bring him back in the final 3 laps of our men's Cat 5 under 35 race. Again, keeping an eye out there for Kai Cutie. Racing age of 12, Rockets Racing. So we'll send him up the hill 3 more times as well. Getting towards the end here. That will be Reunion Racing's Kevin Bustamante. Getting ready to make his final 3 trips up Crybaby Hill. We mentioned Joshua Orozco last week in the Maverick Crip, men's Cat 4, Cat 5. He was 5th on day 1, 2nd on day number 2, trying to make it to the top step of Tulsa Tough here on the McElroy Manufacturing Riverparks Criterium, day 3 of the 2025 edition here. Orozco taking a couple years off. Not sure if he's actually ever raced Tulsa Tough before. Looking back through his results, and I don't think he has. In 2022, he was in the top 5 of the Cat 5 at the Centier Oklahoma State Criterium Championship weekend. But again, a very successful weekend for Joshua Orozco last weekend at the Maverick. 5th on day 1, 2nd on day 2, and right now off the front as we're going to hit the penultimate lap. Final 2 laps coming up in our men's Cat 5 under 35. Joshua Orozco, Brick Squad, putting his head down. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go for Orozco. Joshua Orozco with 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. We'll look back. Here comes that chase group of 6. Just now making the way off of Galveston onto Riverside Drive. Last time through it was Roy Sanchez having to drive it. He's going to need some help. 25 seconds, gentlemen. It's a 25-second gap. Flicking to the elbow there. Trying to drive to the front. Sanchez is going to put Michael Wright to the front. It's 25 seconds. The gap's 25 seconds with 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. 25-second gap from your leader right now. Joshua Orozco back to the reduced 6-man chase group being led by Michael Wright. Michael Wright, yesterday's winner, now in a chase position as they go 2 to go here at Crybaby Hill, the McElroy Manufacturing Riverparks Criterium, day 3 of the 2025 edition of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Two to go, 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. Again, yesterday's podium, Michael Wright, Abel Black. Try not to miss out here as it's been this attack with about 5 to go or so by Joshua Orozco, Brick Squad. He had pushed the lead from 10 up to 25 seconds over the last 2 laps. 8:06, that's going to be Matthew DeAnda on the chase. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. So again, yesterday, Michael Wright was your winner. As here's going to be Orozco. Next time we see him, it's going to be the Bell Lap. We've got the pace car. We've got the red jersey of Orozco, Brick Squad, and it's going to be the final lap. Emily, our sound pony, guest bell ringer. We're going to go, one to go, one to go, one to go, one to go. Let's ring that bell, ring that bell, ring that bell. One to go, 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 one to go. Orozco, 25-second lead last time through. Has he grown the lead even more here as we are on the final lap? That will be 8:19. Joshua Fritz having to make an attack out of that group, knowing that with one to go, 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 Orozco was going up and trying to run away. But I tell you what, Joshua Fritz, Paragon, starting to cut into that lead here on the final lap. Is there enough terra firma left, though, in this final lap for him to make that move and catch Joshua Orozco from Brick Squad, making his way up Crybaby Hill one final time? So Orozco, he hits the hill. He's on that second part of the initial front bump of the double bump. We'll wait for maybe if we get a little bit of that camera to back out. We shall see Joshua Fritz. Oh, here's the hunt. Fritz on the way. One to go, one to go, one to go. Fritz on the way of bridging on up. Now, Team Topeka, that will be Logan Lewis trying to bridge up the rest of those guys. It's a small group. Michael Wright, yesterday's winner, not in there. It's going to be Roy Sanchez and yesterday's second-place finisher, Abel Black. They are there. Looks like there's a chance we may have a brand-new podium here on day number 3 in our men's Cat 5 under 35. So yesterday, it was Michael Wright in first, Abel Black in second, and Gerardo Wade in third. Now, Joshua Orozco, he's about to make that crest on the Galveston, but in his slipstream only a couple seconds back. You're going to see Joshua Fritz with Paragon Racing out of Texas. They'll make the crest. Will Orozco be able to maintain that and carry the momentum as he makes the downhill turn onto off of Galveston onto Riverside Drive? Orozco looks over his shoulder. Not a good look there because Fritz is almost on his wheel. We'll look off to the south. We'll wait for him to make that turn. There's Orozco. There is Fritz. Joshua Fritz with Paragon looking to make the late catch here on the final lap of Orozco with Brick Squad. 150 meters or so is what we got. They're going to come to the line. Orozco looking to hold him off, and he will. Brick Squad, Joshua Orozco will take the win over Joshua Fritz with Paragon Racing. Now, who's going to round out our final position on our podium? A sprint to the line. Abel Black trying to maintain a podium position, and he will. He'll have the third place unofficial finish, of course, with Move Up Cycling Club. Abel Black second on Saturday, looking to be third on Sunday. As our men's Cat 5, Joshua Orozco, Brick Squad, able to hold off that hard-charging Paragon racer, Joshua Fritz. Congratulations as our men's Cat 5 continue to filter on through. You are Tulsa tough. Still looking for Kai Cutie. Racing age of 12, Rocket Racing. He's become a favorite in this race. He navigated the course, 12 years old, not afraid of Crybaby Hill and the McElroy Manufacturing Riverparks Criterium. Rest of our men's Cat 5 under 35 continue to roll on through. We see Kevin Bustamante, Reunion Racing. He'll crest that top of the hill there on Galveston. So we should be seeing him momentarily coming down onto Riverside. But again, congratulations. Our men's Cat 5 unofficial podium. Orozco, Fritz, and Black, 1, 2, and 3. As we go to the instant replay here, Rockefeller in the house. Orozco, again, Joshua Fritz with Paragon making that late charge, had cut that lead from 25 seconds down. Make sure you guys roll to the line, roll through the line, all the way through the line. But Joshua Orozco able to win by a couple bike lengths there over the hard charging Joshua Fritz. Brian Sandoval, you are Tulsa tough, finishing up here in the men's Cat 5 under 35. First place finisher here in men's Cat 5 under 35. He'll win a pair of Kuro athletic sunglasses, courtesy of Kuro. A sunglass manufacturer designed and manufactured in Japan. Also, all podium participants, all your 1, 2s, and 3s, top 3 steps, will win a Tulsa Tough pendant, courtesy of the Diamond Seller. Alrighty, final pre-flight instructions here. It's our women's 4-5 Tulsa Tough Divas. They've done it again, as we're going to have 3 preams, $100 cash pream, and 2 $400 cash preams, courtesy of the Diva Dash for Cash. Jersey Lee will come up and chat with us in a little bit, talking about that. Under a half minute from the start of our women's 4-5, next wave of the day. First women's race, 30-minute race. We are underway. Women's 4-5. We told them we got some big money prizes for them out here in the women's 4-5 race. The Diva Dash for Cash, Jersey Lee and the St. Francis Tulsa Tough Divas doing it again. They gave out $800 on Saturday, and they'll be giving out $800 here today. We'll have 3 preams, 1 $100 cash pream courtesy of Bicycle Tulsa, and 2 $400 cash preams courtesy of the Diva Dash for Cash and the St. Francis Divas. Live and in living color, speaking of the Divas, Jersey Lee.
Yes, sir.
It's now back-to-back years. You joined us here on Sunday. First time you came up on Saturday. Yesterday, had a chance to talk about it again. We had to yesterday because we need to promote it more and more and more. We had Brad Huff up talking about mental health and kind of Project Dude Man. He's got you in his sights, you know, right?
Does he really?
He says, hey, it's got about 50 people that have signed up for Project Dude Man.
Yes.
Again, helping with kind of promoting fitness, mental well-being, all that. Confidence building, right?
Yes.
Getting riders, maybe to the point where they become racers. So I told him, hey, you got Jersey Lee's ready. He's like, I know. She's got like 350 million. I didn't say that. They've got 300 plus. So I think he said 250 to 300,
we have
right?
254 as of yesterday.
He said, all right, that's his goal. So again, he's like, I'm behind the curve. Jersey and the crew's had a couple, 10 years or so of Divas.
Yeah, we've had a decade on him.
He's like, I got 3 months. He's like, I got it at 50, but he's got you at his target, which is a good thing, right? Very healthy competition. So, again, we only have 10 racers here. Again, it's a reduced field. Here's the thing. People sign up. There's a lot of confidence we talk about building, but there's also toeing the line, knowing you're coming up and climbing the 100 feet of elevation every single lap at Crybaby Hill, and coming off that off-camber turn onto Galveston, that white knuckler. So again, here's the thing. It's going to be early on. We're going to set the washing machine on agitate. We want to get this thing moving. We're going to have one of your Diva Dash for cash that you can explain in just a second coming up on the opening lap of the race.
Absolutely. Let's go.
Here comes the Cadillac, our Don Thornton Automotive pace car. So here's the thing. They've kind of tested the legs. They've seen the hill. And they're going to go bell already. And that's exactly what we're going to do. This is going to be a pream lap. $400 pream. $400 pream. We are opening up the bank account on lap number 1. A $400 pream. $400 pream. Jennifer Searcy, Tulsa Wheelman. She's like, I'm ready. She's a pream hunter. She knows it's a pream lap, pream lap, pream lap. Right off the bat, we're going to throw it on out there as they continue to roll on through. That's Angela Spangler, Mujeres Racing out of Texas. And again, it'd be nice to have Mujeres Racing. Maybe win a Diva Dash for cash. But again, Jersey Lee's here. Opening lap, we're going to throw it out right away. A little over 2 minutes on the laps here for women's 4-5. Again, if you're just joining us, you missed a whole lot of information from yesterday. Guess what? We're going to talk about it again.
Yes, sir.
Jersey, the Divas.
Yes.
It's an institution.
It's the best institution. It's second to none. We are the best thing out here, aside of the event, of course. But we are a great institution. We've been around for 10 years. This is our 11th season, actually, our 11th full season. And we raise this money every single year just for this race, for the Cat 4-5 women, because typically they don't get a lot of preams at all. And since our big mission is to get every single woman on a bike, we want to reward these women that are out here trying. Sometimes it's their first race ever, the first race category, and we raised $1,600 for them this year.
Unbelievable. Like you said, $800 yesterday, $800 today for that $1,600. You talked about having to go hit the bank, pull out that cash, and get here. I mean, it's, again, great. And here's the thing. It's not like this is unprecedented when it comes to community support for preams. The big giant baby bottles in years past where they would hand it out through the crowd, and it was for the women's races as well.
Right.
And I can't remember. It was some ungodly thousands of dollars that they got that one year. Yeah, $2,500 or something like that. Big, huge amount. Again, community, just like the Divas. It's a community. It's confidence building. So, again, great to see that. So this is a pream lap. So it's the opening lap. You're going, man, you guys rang the bell early. Yes, we did. $400 in cash. We talked about the pream hunter. Well, that is $400 in cash. It's looking like it's going to be a sprint here for Jennifer Searcy. But yesterday's winner, Evie Alvarado, Evie, that is, looking to try to take this sprint. It's a $400 cash pream, $400 cash pream. And it will be Evie Alvarado. She's got the stars and stripes. You wonder what the stars and stripes are in her jersey sleeve. She's a national track champion. So you want to talk about track power in that fixed gear, just firing off extreme acceleration. That's exactly what Evie Alvarado has, and that's what she did to win that pream of $400. I think she won one yesterday as well. And then she was at the top step on our women's 4-5 race on Saturday, looking to be very competitive here today. And so little two-woman breakaway. So we threw that pream out early. And it's now in a little rolling break here with Searcy and Alvarado. We'll see. Again, it's really early on in this race. It's 30 minutes. We're only 5 minutes in. We've already thrown out a little bit of jet fuel for that opening $400 one. By the way, hint, it's a little, not really a secret. We have $500 more. We'll be throwing it out there. Again, trying to maybe see if the field comes back together. A much reduced peloton, only 10 racers on the start here today. But again, 10 racers that will be battling for $900 of pre money. So, we talked about yesterday. We'll get you on a Fondo some year, right? Jersey.
Next year. We're gonna try.
And then eventually on the Ace, and then you'll have the jersey and all that. What does Sunday look like for the Divas when it comes to kind of all the activities? Some are going to be racing out here. Some are going to be involved. I think Katie Rich.
Yeah, Katie Rich. She's one of our divas. She's out there right now. Another diva, Lori. She is going to be racing later this afternoon. She's Cat 3. We've got several girls out here racing. We had a whole group of them leaving this morning for the Fondo for various lanes, so they're out there riding right now. We've got divas. We have our medical czar, Janelle Witt, throwing her shout out. She is in charge of the entire medical team. She is a head diva. She's out there right now. So we've got women all over the place volunteering and riding. It's a big day for us.
So we talked about yesterday's podium in the women's 4x5. Evie Alvarado, we mentioned national track champion, racing age of 14. So she's a junior national champion, racing with Midwest Devo out of Indiana. She was in first place yesterday. Tulsa Wheelman's Jennifer Searcy in second, and Kelly Rogan with Team Flicker out of Georgia in third on our podium on day number 1. So another lap about to be done and dusted. There's going to be the lead moto. We've already thrown out the first pream. We'll see if we're going to have kind of figure out what we're going to do with the rest. So right now, only 10 racers out there. So try to kind of spread it out and kind of figure out the when and the where when we'll have the other two preams out here. So watching the racers roll on through. Evie had taken that opening pream. Now she's kind of back at around 4th or 5th wheel here as we near the 7.5 minute mark. Again, we count the clock up before we count the laps down. So right now, about just on to lap number 4, finishing up 3 laps. We will be recognizing our men's Cat 5 under 35 podium coming up momentarily. Again, if you are on any podiums all weekend long, make sure that you are staying close because we want to recognize all those podiums in the following race after the one you just finished. All righty, without further ado, we'd like to recognize our men's Cat 5 under 35 podium. Making their way over to the St. Francis Health System podium right here across from the start-finish line at the McElroy Manufacturing Riverparks Criterium, right in front of the theater, the Drunkard and the Olio. Gentlemen, get up on the podium, then head on over and take a show in. Get a little entertainment here on a Sunday afternoon. Looking at our podium, though, here for today, a repeat from yesterday, making his way back to the podium in 3rd place out of Kansas, racing with Move Up Cycling Club. It's Abel Black. Making his way to the podium for the first time this weekend with Paragon Racing in 2nd place, it's Joshua Fritz. And after being on the podium last week at the Maverick down in Norman, Oklahoma, now making his way to the top step of Sunday at the McElroy Manufacturing St. Francis Tulsa Tough, it's Brick Squad's Joshua Orozco. 1, 2, and 3 are Orozco, Fritz, and Black. Your podium in the men's Cat 5 under 35. We'll put the race leader jersey on. That's the Moo Moo Apparel. Moo Moo Apparel, official sponsor of Tulsa Tough. And that race leader's jersey, we'll put that on there. Also, the top of our podium, we'll get a pair of Kuro Athletic sunglasses. Once again, congratulations to Mr. Orozco. He'll get one of the Kuro Athletic sunglasses manufactured and engineered in Japan. And then also, all of our podium will get a Tulsa Tough pendant, courtesy of Diamond Silver. So, we're about to do, next time they roll through, we're going to ring the bell. Alrighty, congratulations once again for our men's Cat 5 under 35 podium. Gentlemen, hang out. Go see the Drunkard of the Olio. Head to the hill. Enjoy. You did the hard work early in the morning, which means now you get a chance to enjoy a little rest and relaxation. Head up to the hill. Make sure you stay hydrated, though. Again, for everybody, stay hydrated here. So, next time they roll through, we're going to ring the bell for the $100 cash pream for Bicycle to Tulsa. Probably for the front of the race. We'll keep an eye out for that. All righty, here comes the Cadillac. Don Thornton Automotive Group, our pace car. So Jersey, we're about to hit on our second pream. It's a $100 cash premium bicycle to Tulsa. And we'll wait the third pream. We got a little bonus info on that one. We'll save that one. We'll keep it in the back pocket for a couple laps from now. But right now, we're going to be ringing the bell. It's a pream lap. We're going to ring the bell, ring the bell, ring the bell. It's a pream lap, pream lap, pream lap. This is a $100 cash pream. This is a pream lap, pream lap, pream lap. That's Lauren Lucas as she rolls on through. Pream lap, pream lap, pream lap. She makes her way down Riverside Drive, looking back behind her. The pream hunter, Jennifer Searcy, got her in her sights here. This is another pream lap. This is a pream lap, pream lap, pream lap. $100 in cash, $100 in cash. Pream lap, pream lap, pream lap. So a Bicycles of Tulsa pream lap. So we talked about this a little bit yesterday. Yeah, Tulsa Tough. There's some activities here. And for those who didn't join us during that interview, we'll talk here, Jersey. What are we going to do? Well, pream lap, pream lap, pream lap. This $100 pream, $100 pream, $100 pream. What does the rest of the summer look like for the Divas?
For the Divas, we continue our rides every single Wednesday night. We increase some extra activities. So I was mentioning yesterday, we've got some really good sponsors this year. They're hosting some fun events for us. We've got New Story Brewery out here. They are hosting several Diva events at their location with a free beer for all the women. They're a brand new brewery downtown 4th and Frankfort. They're excellent. We have another great new sponsor, the Brute Hotel in Soma, and they are having a big pool party for us coming up. We do a couple of pool events, so we've got activities going all summer long. We actually have activities going all 12 months of the year, even though we only ride technically every Wednesday from March until August.
So obviously a lot of the summer months, a lot of road cycling. Divas looking to maybe get into some mountain biking and stuff like that?
We do. We actually have a couple of Divas that started their own mountain biking group called We Rock, and there's a bunch of us that have mountain bikes, gravel bikes. So even though the Tulsa Tough Divas is strictly a road cycling organization, our members, however, are allowed to have the privilege of being on the website and posting anything that they want, like their own rides. So we do gravel rides, mountain bike rides, all kinds of events, and you're welcome. Any Diva's welcome to join any of them.
I mean, the hotness right now is the gravel. So
That is
also,
true.
I mean, it's
But mountain biking is
well, there you go. That's your jam, right?
I love it. It's fun.
So when it comes to the mountain biking, Turkey Mountain gotcha. There's this series. You can go out to Claremore, Oklahoma City, head out and done a lot and all those different Medicine Park. We'll talk about this in just a second. So this is the pream lap, and right now Lauren Lucas off the front. She's got a $100 pream in her sights, courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa. So she'll roll through, and we're going to show her 5 laps to go. 5 laps to go. As she's going to take this $100 cash pream, $100 cash pream. Lauren Lucas, $100 cash pream. So like we talked about some of the mountain bikes. Do you do any of the single track stuff? I know Tanner Colbreth over at Bales Park, they started doing the Tuesday nights kind of single track. Maybe not all mountain bikes. You can have. I'm always the idiot that takes a cyclocross bike out to like a mountain bike type course, but involved with any of that.
You can use it. It's not ideal, but yes, you can use it. We used to have. I haven't been to his, but we used to have out here. They still do sometimes some cyclocross training rides, and yeah, some of the women we go out there and do some of that. That's always a lot of fun. So, like I said, with the Divas, even though our organization is primarily road, the members themselves, we do all of it. You've got a ride for everybody, every ability, every style.
So down to 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go. Right now, race leader Lauren Lucas winning that second pream. She's heading up the hill. Behind her will be Jennifer Searcy. Trying to see, I believe, I missed the third bit, but I believe she is in third. And then here comes Katie Rich in fourth. So right now, definitely the 10 racers spread out over this course and get under 5 to go, under 5 to go, under 5 to go. Lauren Lucas, she's already made her way up Crybaby Hill. She'll head over to the top. Jennifer Searcy just now making her way up out of the saddle. Now she'll get settled in, try to find the cadence there, find that gearing for the Tulsa Wheelman. If you look up on the Jumbotron, Quick Trip, more than a gas station. You head to TulsaTough.com, the live stream available there, courtesy of Quick Trip, the official sponsor of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough live stream. Also, if you go to YouTube, you'll find the Tulsa Tough live stream there as well. If you're looking to say, hey man, I want to find my win from a couple years ago, go check it out. You go to the YouTube channel for Tulsa Tough. They have some of the older races there, and you'll be able to go check and see those over the last couple years on the 3 different days of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough weekend, also known as Christmas. 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go. 4 to go, sorry. 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go. 4 laps to go. All righty, so get down to the final 3 laps. A lot of stuff kind of going on here. Just due to the smaller field and the heat and everything else and being spread out, we're doing something a little different. So we are actually we're going to be splitting up that final Diva Dash, which is actually a bonus Diva Dash, 425. So Lauren, by the way, Lauren, you just won 125 bucks. This is a pream lap for you, 125, 124. We're splitting that up. It's going to be 125, 100, and 100 for the 3 racers at the front. And then we're going to have a actual field pream sprint by the group that's got Evie Alvarado in it. They'll be sprinting for $100. So again, a little confusing, a lot of stuff going on. But again, the Divas, they did all this work, getting the cash, and extra bonus cash. That $400 is now $425. The $425 Diva Dash for cash here. So $125 there to Lauren Lucas. Jennifer Searcy, she's going to run through. Hey, Jennifer, you've won $100. What we've done is we've split up this front because we're kind of spread out. You've won $100 here. It's a pream lap for you. You've won $100. Jennifer Searcy gets $100 here. And then when we roll through, we're looking for bib number 211. Don't have her name here, but bib number 211, she'll also have $100. And then we're going to have a sprint coming up at the back with that Evie Alvarado group for the final $100 of it. So 211 right now, ma'am. You've won $100. You've won $100. You've won. You actually have already won it. $100 there. Again, thank you to St. Francis Tulsa Divas. The Diva Dash for cash, splitting up this final bonus, $425. Now, we've already done that. Now we're going to have a pream that's going to be actually make them race for it in the final lap. We'll be coming out of that group. That was about 4. So we'll wait to make sure it was Alvarado. I'm not sure who else was in that group, so I'll be kind of looking for some help here as we identify it. Is it? So under 3 to go, under 3 to go, under 3 to go. So we'll be looking as making our way down off the hill. I believe that is the junior track national champion, Evie Alvarado, out of Indiana. She'll make that turn. So not sure who else is with her, looking for the rest of those chasers. But that group, it will be a pream. And right now, that person is a little bit further off the back. But between them, whoever finishes next lap, it's going to be a $100 pream. So we're going to ring the bell, ring the bell, ring the bell, or ring the bell. This is a pream lap for Evie, the person behind you. You guys are spreading out. You and the person behind you spreading it for $100 here. It's a $100 pream. This is a pream for the field here. Field pream, field pream, field pream. It's a field pream. You are in the hunt for $100 on this lap. You are in the hunt here. That is 208. That is Alex Jennings. You're in the pream hunt here. That's also 206. That's going to be Angela Spangler. This is the pream lap, pream lap. You field pream. It's $100 pream here. So, that being said, we're going to find the front of the race. Here comes Lauren Lucas. She's going to see 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. Penultimate lap here. Final 2 laps in our women's 4-5. Ever had any interest, Jersey, in doing some crit racing?
Crit racing? Absolutely not. I have interest in watching it. I love watching it. These people are the bravest people I've ever met in my life. I'm telling you, it's exciting, it's exhilarating. You have to be such an athlete doing this, but no, that is a hard pass for me, sir.
So 2010, I bought my first bike, and I was like, triathlons. And my wife, who's actually a Masters national champion rower, she's got multiple gold medals over here at the Tulsa Rowing Club back behind us across the Arkansas River. She's like, oh, you got a bike? You're never going to race crits. I'm like, why? She's like, because you're going to be a dad pretty soon, and I don't need you walking around with arms in slings, all right? Jennifer Searcy, 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. 2 to go here. So, Lauren Lucas off the front. Jennifer Searcy, Tulsa Wheelman in second. And again, bib number 211. Don't have the name on that, but bib number 211 setting in third here. All spread out as there's going to be 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. Alrighty, so the final pream is going to be a $100 field pream coming on up, and we'll be looking off to the south, waiting for the racers to come up. It was going to be Evie Alvarado, I believe Alex Jennings as well as in that group, Angela Spangler. They were kind of spread out, but that group back there was the final pream, a $100 field pream, courtesy of the Diva Dash for Cash. So we'll look off to the south, as it will be the track star, Evie Alvarado, yesterday's winner. Oh, actually, no, sorry, that's Katie Rich. Katie Rich, you got 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go.
Katie Rich, let's go, sis.
Who Are We? Sound Pony. The Dayglow Yellow rolls through. We'll look for the yellow Midwest Devo. We'll look for the other yellow jersey from Indiana. Evie Alvarado with Midwest Devo, as she's going to roll through the line here with 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. The track star. She's a track star. She's a runner.
Good
She's
job.
a track star.
Good job,
$100 preem win there for Evie Alvarado. We are going to be the bell lap coming up. It's 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Lauren Lucas, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Smile on her face. Crybaby Hill, we're sending them your way one more time here in the women's 4-5. 1 to go, 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 1 to go. Alex Jennings will roll through. There's Jennifer Searcy, 1 to go. So, in third, I mean, Jessica Helmcup. That is our third place racer right now out here with 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. So, right now, it's Lauren Lucas in first with a little bit of a gap back to Jennifer Searcy, Tulsa Wheelman in second. And then in third, it'll be Jessica Helmcup, bib number 210. Jessica setting in that third place spot, trying to round out the podium. Yesterday, we had the podium was Alvarado, Searcy, and Rogan. So we're going to have two new members up on the women's 4-5 podium here. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Jennifer Searcy setting in second. She was second yesterday. One final trip up Crybaby Hill. So here comes Jessica Helmcup. 1 to go, 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 1 to go. Final lap, final lap, final lap. Ring the bells. Team Staple Gun out of Oklahoma City. Changing up the jersey with the purple kid. We had some Staple Gun racers yesterday. Joshua Stewie racing very active in the afternoon races, morning and afternoon on Saturday at the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. But here on day number 3, we're nearing the 10 o'clock hour. So coming up next will be our second women's race of the day. It'll be the women's 2-3 and women's masters. Women's 2-3 and masters coming up around 10:20-ish. So coming up pretty soon. Again, if you're on the podium all weekend long, make sure you don't go anywhere. We want to recognize you in the race following your race over here at the finish line. Katie Rich, you got 1 to go, 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 1 to go. Who Are We? Sound Pony. There goes the Cadillac. Here comes your race leader, though, waiting for her to come down off the hill. We're looking for Lauren Lucas. And here she comes. That is Lauren Lucas looking to take it to the line. Your winner on day number 3
Good job,
in the
Lauren.
women's 4-5. With the stars and stripes there on her wing kit as she racing with Conquer Fitness Club, finishing first here in our women's 4-5. Now we'll be looking for Tulsa Wheelman. We'll be looking for Jennifer Searcy. We'll be looking for third place out on the road, which was Jessica Helmka. Taking it to the line. There'll be a little one to go, one to go, one to go. This is again backside of the course. One to go, one to go. Actually, we'll pull them right now. They'll be completing it up here. We'll be looking for Jennifer Searcy, though. Jennifer, second yesterday, looking to take second here today. Waiting to see her come down off of Galveston. Leslie Swain, Bicycles of Tulsa. She finishes on up. Here comes your second place finisher, Jennifer Searcy.
Good job, Jennifer.
Tulsa Wheelman. Back-to-back podiums for Jennifer Searcy with the Tulsa Wheelman. Or the Wheel Women. I mean, I get it. It's women racer on the Tulsa Wheelmen, but
It's
congratulations
true. I never thought about that.
congratulations to Jennifer Searcy. And your third place finisher, Jessica Helmka, Team Staple Gun.
Good job, Jessica.
As Jessica rolls on through. Again, we're finishing up our women's 4-5 on the final lap. Coming up next will be the women's 2-3 and the women's masters, as they will be a little after 10:20. As we're coming up on the start of the next race, it is a 35-minute race. We're paying 12 deep in the women's 2-3 and 7 deep in the women's masters. Coming up next, women's 2-3, women's masters here on day number 3 of the 2025 edition, the St. Francis Tulsa Tough, the McElroy Manufacturing River Parks Criterium. Fly over this, our theme here for the 2025 edition of Tulsa Tough. And I always say it's Crybaby Hill's unofficially part of Tulsa Tough, right? It's its own thing out in the race course, the party. The theme this year, it's its own entity. It's its own orbit in space.
That's right.
The theme this year is the Righteous Gemstones, Baby Billy Baba Bunkus. So it'll be interesting if you are a fan of the HBO Max show, Righteous Gemstones. We'll try to keep it less sacrilegious than maybe the show, but the Righteous Gemstones is the theme. We shall see what type of Danny Eastman production we shall see up there on the hill, vice principals and all that. It will be interesting because we always watch the costumes filter the costumes parade will filter past the start finish line, heading up towards the hill. So, without further ado, we'll bring up our field in the women's 2-3 and women's masters. The next race today on day number 3 of the 2025 edition of St. Francis Tulsa Tough, the McElroy Manufacturing River Parks Criterium, Cry Baby Hill. And we are underway. Women's 2-3, Women's Masters. The gauntlet making the way up to Crybaby Hill, the McElroy Manufacturing Riverparks Criterium. Thank you to Jersey Lee with the St. Francis Tulsa Tough Divas up here joining me. Second year in a row talking during the women's 4-5 race, highlighting all the great mission of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough Divas, highlighting all the money raised. $1,625 this year raised for the women's 4-5 and women's 2-3 and women's masters races. Great effort. The community support and spirit of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough Divas, providing a place for confidence, building a skill set on the bike. Again, Jersey Lee, Heidi Blackman, the whole crew over there with the St. Francis Tulsa Tough Divas. The community support on those preams. Yeah, just real quick, so that's $1,625. I want to make sure I clear that up. That was for the women's 4-5 all weekend. So we gave away $800 yesterday, and then it was $825 from the Divas is what was given for the women's 4-5. So for the women's 2-3, it's $400 of cash, 4 individual $100 preams, courtesy of multiple groups: Bicycles of Tulsa, Smith Farm and Garden, St. Francis Health System, and Chris King Counseling. All righty, we're about to do lap number 1 done here. Just over 2 minutes. No cross under the McElroy Manufacturing start line at 2:15. So opening lap of 2:15 here for our women's 2-3 and women's masters. Again, we'll have 4 different preams that we'll be throwing out here today. Racing for 35 minutes, so we'll be firing off those preams early. It won't be lap 1. We did lap 1 last time. We'll definitely be early for the first one, as we have 4 $100 cash preams that we're going to be offering here in the women's 2-3. This 35-minute race, women's 2-3, master 40 plus, as they make their way up Crybaby Hill for the second time here. Trying to get some of those bib numbers there. They're all wrinkly. Cannot see. There's a green team that I don't know if I called their name often yesterday. I probably did. Just trying to see those bib numbers shining, very shiny in the sun. That is banking the top of the hill there at Crybaby Hill. But again, we'll get some of those names and numbers for you. Get the recognize who's at the front of this race driving this right now, early on lap number 2 of the women's 2-3 women's masters. So yesterday, the big breakaway and attack by Claire Abry, Apex Cycling Team. She's raced previously with the Marks Bensdorf team at Tulsa Tough. But this year with Apex Cycling out of Tennessee. She's had some success this year. Last couple years racing in Nashville to Music City crit scenes. But yesterday, she was our winner on day number 1, Claire Abry. Rounding up the rest of that podium, Asia Baker with White Space Bikes out of Indiana. And then Priscilla Garcia, she was in 3rd place yesterday on day number 2 here in the women's 2-3 race, racing with the zebra-clad jerseys of the Los Angeles Bicycle Academy. First pream. It's a $100 pream, $100 pream, $100 pream. Opening lap. Or sorry, second lap pream here as we send them out onto lap number 3, but our first pream of the day, courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa. $100 cash pream lap. Low McCarty, she's a diva, racing with Centaur Race Team. As we go on to lap number 3, and we did get a chance to see the jerseys at the front, as that is the Fount Cycling Guild Race Team. Brooklyn Radin as well as Bristol Albright, racing out of North Carolina in the green and white jerseys of Fountain Cycling Guild. Now, though, a little bit of shuffling up at the front. Looks like maybe United Cycling moving there. We don't see Los Angeles Bicycle Academy just yet up at the front. They've been very active. We talked about Camila Arenas. She's a former podium, been on the podium here previous years, racing with Los Angeles Bicycle Academy. Alexa Alarcon was driving some of the brakes, trying to bring back some of the chases yesterday. And then their teammate, Priscilla Garcia, with the Los Angeles Bicycle Academy, rounding out our podium with that third place finish on day number 2 of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. So, opening pream, the first of our 4 $100 cash preams. This one courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa. Rounding out that top 5 yesterday, Emily Brooks in 4th and Emma Frost in 5th. Just outside that top 5 was Amanda Alston in 6th with United Cycling, trying to make her way into the top 5. So this is the opening pream lap. We'll wait to see who's going to come galloping for that first $100 cash pream, courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa. Rolling to the line, it will be 562. So Fountain Cycling Guild out of South Carolina. That's Brooklyn Radden, as she will take the opening pream, as we have 4 of them. Will be coming through here fast and furious, as we're only 7 minutes in, but it's a 35-minute race, so we're going to try to take care of it and get the other 3 $100 preams handled here in our Women's 2-3 Masters race. Also, momentarily, we'll be recognizing our Women's 4-5 podium as well coming up. Women's 4-5 podium. Alrighty, as our women's 2-3 field continues to roll on through. Centier, Los Angeles Bicycle Academy, also Ride or Die Racing out of Colorado, Jordan Johnson, as they roll on through. Another lap done and dusted here. We're 9 minutes in to our Women's 2-3 and Masters. Again, we have 3 more preams. We'll be ringing those bells coming up. Alrighty. Without further ado, let's recognize our women's 4-5 podium here at day number 3 of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough, the McElroy Manufacturing Riverparks Criterium, a.k.a. Cry Baby Hill. Racing with Team Staple Gun, making her way to the 3rd place step, it's Jessica Helmka. In 2nd, back-to-back days on the podium, racing with the Tulsa Wheelman, it's Jennifer Searcy. And making her way from 4th on Saturday to 1st on Sunday with Conquer Fitness Club, it's Lauren Lucas. Your women's 4-5 podium, Lucas, Searcy, and Helmko, 1, 2, and 3. Congratulations to our women's 4-5 podium. Alrighty, so next time through for the women's 2-3, let's ring a bell. Let's do our second of our 4 cash preams. It'll be a $100 cash pream courtesy of Smith Farm and Garden as we look at those race leaders all back together. The pream winner having been received back into the peloton as they make their way in front of the Team Topeka tent, and they'll crest Galveston. Next time you see them on the race course down here at Riverside Drive will be 190 meters from the finish line, where we'll start the pream lap, our second of the 4 pream laps. And again, looking at that top 5 from yesterday, Claire Avery, Apex Cycling Team, Asia Baker in second. Yesterday, Priscilla Garcia, Los Angeles Bike Academy in third. Hot Wheels Racing in 4th with Emily Brooks, and Emma Frost in 5th. We also mentioned Amanda Olson in 6th. So it's a pream lap, pream lap. This is a $100 pream. We are starting the pream, starting the pream, starting the pream. Pream lap, pream lap, pream lap. Moving to the front, bib number 302. I believe maybe one of our Masters racers that is wearing their 1-2 jersey, possibly bib 302. Not on the start sheet, but up there in towards the front. Also starting to see the Zebras of Los Angeles Bicycle Academy moving away to the front, left side and right side of the peloton. And then those green jerseys of Fount Cycling Guild, Bristol Albright, along with Brooklyn Radden. So this is our second of our 4 pream laps. This one courtesy of Smith Farm and Garden, as we are nearing the 12-minute mark of our 35-minute race. Again, only 35 minutes, so we'll be definitely firing off these next couple preams quickly as we get down towards the business end of this one. So again, I'd like to thank everyone. Our race leaders jersey that we put on up at the top step for the podium, that's courtesy of Moo Moo Apparel. Moo Moo Apparel, the official sponsor of Tulsa Tough and the American Criterium Cup. Amy and Scott keeping everyone honest and on time over at the podium. And at that podium, outside the junior race, the rest of the races, the first place finisher gets a Kuro Athletic sunglasses, engineered and manufactured in Japan. Kuro Athletic sunglasses, go find their orange tent somewhere along the vendor area here on the trail behind us on Riverside Drive. Also, all podium finishers will get the Tulsa Tough pendant from the Diamond Seller, our Tulsa Tough official jeweler of the 2025 edition of the St. Francis Health System Tulsa Tough. So, unofficial flyover here. The birds are out from the Oklahoma Air National Guard, the wing out of Tulsa International Airport. The F-16s give us a little flyby here, showing some horsepower as our women's 2-3. So this will be the, speaking of horsepower, it's the sprint for the pream. This is the second $100 pream. And it shall be taken by Fount Cycling Guild. That is going to be Brooklyn Radden. Brooklyn Radden, 562, Fount Cycling Guild. She actually is out of Ohio. Her teammate's out of North Carolina. But Fount Cycling Guild, Brooklyn Radden taking that second pream. They're the F-16s on the Jumbotron. The Oklahoma Air National Guard out of Tulsa International. Little Sunday flying here for the Fighting Falcons of the Oklahoma Air National Guard. All right, 302 is part of the Masters. That's Leah Thorvalson, 3T Q&M Cycling out of Arkansas. All righty, so that's the second pream of our 4. Now with 9 to go. So we'll wait maybe a little bit. Let the elevated heart rate bring it on down. Maybe give them 1 or 2 laps of breathing before we do the third and fourth. We're going to have those final 2 preams coming up fast. And we finally have one of the crybaby sightings up on the hill. The creepy mask, a little mini sombrero, got a little sound pony scarf around it. a haunting visage up there on Crybaby Hill. So, race leaders here in the women's 2-3. Again, we talked about those racers that have been in that top 6. Again, we'll start to clean up the backside of the course here as we'll look at that group. Started off with 38 in the 2-3 and 6 in the Masters, so 44 total racers on the original registration list. I'm starting to see some souls being taken, getting spit out the back. Looks like that is going to be Rose Chase, Move Up Cycling Club out of Missouri, losing contact there on the crest of Galveston. As the front of our race will make the way down onto Riverside Drive. Here comes the Don Thornton Automotive Group. Alrighty, 8 to go, 8 to go, 8 to go. Again, it was 44 total. We talked about 145. That's Rose Chase. She's on the chase. Move Up Cycling Club trying to make her way onto the back wheels here of the front group of our women's 2-3 Masters field. I think that 302 towards the front may still be that Leah Thorvaldsen. She's got a power possum attached to the top of her helmet. Power possum, it's a thing. And right now, that power possum is making its way up Crybaby Hill. So yes, that was Leah Thorvaldsen, 3T Q&M Cycling out of Arkansas with the power possum. Sitting at the front. So next time through, we'll have to see, is it time for another pream? We do have 4 of them. We've already gone through 50% of them. Now on to the third one. Coming up, the final 2 will be $100 cash premium courtesy of St. Francis and $100 courtesy of Chris King Counseling. $166, that's Rebecca Bro with Ride or Die Racing Team. Guess what you get to do? You get to keep riding. I'm going to keep running it through. Another lap, another lap, another lap here. Backside of the course where they get 1 to go, 1 to go for them. But the front, there'll be 7 to go next time we see them. So right now, the pream hunter out of this group has been Fount Cycling Team. Bib number 562, Brooklyn Radden out of Ohio. And here's the thing, we're going to ring that bell. They're on the backside heading down the hill off Galveston. It'll be a pream lap. We're going to ring that bell, a third pream coming on up. $100 cash courtesy of St. Francis Health Systems. As we finish up the backside of our peloton, that will be Milla Dufresne, not related to Andy Dufresne. And with North Star Development racing out of Minnesota. But now it's going to be our third pream. It's a $100 pream, cash pream lap, pream lap, pream lap, a pream lap, $100 pream lap, $100 pream lap. The pream hunter, Brooklyn Radden, she's in there, but sitting towards maybe middle of the pack. She'll start moving towards the front. That is going to be Ride or Die Racing, Jenna Mayer, 561, who's towards the front, up there with the power possum of Leah Thorvaldsen, as it is 7 to go, 7 to go, 7 to go. And more importantly, the third of our 4 pream laps here. Third pream coming up. A $100 cash pream courtesy of St. Francis Health Systems as they head up the hill. Crybaby Hill, we're heading your way. A pream lap. Heading your way, Crybaby. Pream lap, pream lap, pream lap. As we're under 7 to go in our women's 2-3. Again, a reminder, as we get into the afternoon hours, of course, we're still not quite to high noon just yet, but when we get into the afternoon hours, we'll be getting into the Omniums. There's 4 different Omniums, which is the 3-day competition, the culmination of points from where you finished in the standings on all 3 days. Masters A, P1-2, Pro Men, or sorry, the 1-2, then the Pro Men and the Pro Women. Masters A, the category 1-2, and then the Pro Women and Pro Men. The 4 different Omniums happening here today. So it is a pream lap, pream lap, pream lap, pream lap. We'll see if there is someone that's come off the front or if that is a lap rider. I don't think so. That is going to be a little mini attack there, possibly 151. Trying to see if that is 151. That's Sylvia Espinoza, Pro Terra Racing out of Colorado. First time we've called her name. So we'll wait for that peloton to make their way off of Galveston down the hill to make that right-hand turn onto Riverside Drive for the 190-meter sprint for the third $100 cash pream coming on up, courtesy of St. Francis Health System. So, I believe that is Espinosa. She'll make that right-hand turn. We'll look off to the south. Here comes the chasers. Kind of a scattered chase, but it'll be, I believe, 151. That would be Sylvia Espinosa if it's bib number 151. And that is exactly who it is, as Sylvia Espinosa, Pro Terra Racing out of Colorado, takes our third $100 cash pream. Now we're seeing the zebra jerseys of Los Angeles Bicycle Academy starting to move their way to the front. Looks like there are two of their racers towards the front. One of those could be Priscilla Garcia, who finished third in this race yesterday down at the Arts District, the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium on day 2 of the Tulsa Tough Weekend. Again, the zebras moving towards the front. Early on, it was the green jerseys of Fount Cycling Guild that been toward the front, and that was Brooklyn Radden winning the first two $100 preams. That we do have a racer that did go down. If you come across and you turn on that right-hand turn onto Crybaby Hill and you're 5 to 6 wide, if you get too near the edges, you will find the curb. And it looks like one of the racers did go down on that first uphill section when you come off of Riverside Drive onto Crybaby Hill. Looks like our pream winner is done. She's off the back now. Took her $100. Did not see the racer. Maybe Move Up Cycling. Not sure if that was Rose Chase or not, but one of the racers from the back of the peloton did have to pick themselves up off the deck. There it is, 147. She's back into the action there, into the chase. So, Emily Brooks. That's a big name, though. If that is 147, Emily Brooks, Hot Wheels Racing. She was in 4th yesterday, and now with 6 to go, she's on the chase. Alrighty, 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go. One final preem, not yet though. We have not rung the bell. We have not rung the bell yet. When will the final preem come up? It is not yet, not yet, not yet. But right now, moving to the front, I believe that is United. Yes, it is. Megan Whitford, 564 United Cycling, moving to the front. First time we've called Megan's name here today with 5 to go. So the last couple laps, we'd seen Los Angeles Bicycle Academy towards the front. Still have one racer up there. That may be Priscilla Garcia. Try to check that number out as they roll on through, as they hit the hill. Like I said, last time through, it was Emily Brooks, who was 4th yesterday, who had some trouble, caught the curb on that first climb, and had to pick herself up off the deck, and now in chase mode. One of our preem winners, Sylvia Espinosa. She'll roll on through. She's $100 richer. The gas money to head on home. A reminder, make sure you are staying hydrated. As much as Crybaby Hill wants to be dehydrated, we do not need the medical and Tulsa police personnel on top of the hill spending their time carrying you off because you did not hydrate properly. So no matter where you are in the race course, whether you're down here facing the sun on Riverside Drive as it starts to come up above us as we near the 11 o'clock hour, or if you're up on the hill, make sure you are staying hydrated. Also, if you're hungry, make sure you're eating. Head on down here, down to Riverside Drive. A lot of the vendors are set up, a lot of food trucks. Also, up at the Route 66 Pavilion, as you make your way up Crybaby Hill, there's the vast bank stage. There's bands playing there, going to be playing all day long. You're also going to have a Jumbotron up there for some of the video. You won't be able to hear any of the audio, but you don't need to because you'll be jamming out to all the music up there. And again, also have some food trucks up there at the Route 66 Pavilion up there, that parking lot, midway up Crybaby Hill. So, next time through, it is going to be the fourth and final preem, courtesy of Chris King Counseling. We're going to be firing that final preem coming up as they make their way down the hill. Possum Power Leah Thorvalson, 3T Q&M Cycling, about to make her way down and lead our reduced peloton of around 25 or so. And it'll be the final pream. We're going to ring the bell here. It's a pream lap, pream lap, pream lap. With 4 laps to go, it's going to be a pream lap, pream lap, pream lap. $100 in cash, $100 in cash. Final pream, final pream, final pream. Courtesy of Chris King Counseling, the final pream lap, final pream lap, final pream lap. Kathleen Anderson, bib number 168, West Coast Cycling, doing a little tail gunning there. Bib number 165, out of Florida, West Coast Cycling, setting at the back of that group here as it's a pream lap, $100 cash, courtesy of Chris King Counseling, about to make her way up Crybaby Hill 4 more times around the course. 4 laps to go. So some of those zebra jerseys of Los Angeles Bicycle Academy have been separated from that front group as this pream lap, again, up towards the front. That will be United Cycling's Megan Whitford, along with Leah Thorvalson, Possum Power, moving to the front. Again, they're going to make their way over the top of Crybaby Hill, now make their way towards that double bump. Again, try to figure out where to watch the race. Come on down. This is the business end. Hang out down here in Riverside, but go to Crybaby Hill. Go over to Climax Corner over there on Galveston. Go along Galveston. Go down at the end of Galveston where it meets Riverside Drive, watching that over 180 degree off-camber turn back to the right that brings the racers from Galveston back onto Riverside Drive. Wherever it is, they're great spots. Head on down to the end of Riverside Drive. Go check out all of the Don Thornton Automotive pace cars, one of our great sponsors. Maybe take a visit over to Don Thornton Automotive later in the week. See the Lexus, see the Land Rover, see the Jaguar, see the Cadillac. Check it out, the Don Thornton Automotive Group, our official pace car of St. Francis Tulsa Tough. So, making that turn, that should be, I believe, our race leader from yesterday. Is that Claire Avery? I think it is. She's wearing the Tulsa Tough Series Leader jersey, courtesy of Moo Apparel. And I believe that is 551. It is bib number 9, which I believe is 551, which is Claire Avery. Yeah, so that's Claire Avery, your winner yesterday, and she wins the 4th and final $100 cash pream here. Also rolling it into an attack. She went long yesterday at the L-shaped drag race course down at the Arts District Criterium, FC Tulsa. Now here today on the lumpy climb, 100 feet of elevation gain every lap. That means she's got 300 feet of climbing ahead of her over the final 3 laps. So, Claire Avery, yesterday's winner, bib 9, but again, I think she's 551 here on the start list. She is up at the front. She's got that race leader's jersey, the Moo Apparel official sponsor jersey of our race leader here in the women's 2-3. As Claire Avery, a little bit of a gap. It had started to shrink, though. She had opened it up when she came down off of Galveston, showing that descending skill, and also she made her way on there to win that $100 cash pream. But from there, her lead has shrunk, making her way to the hill. Again, Chris King Counseling, providing relational mental health counseling to Tulsa and surrounding areas for 11 years. They were the 4th and final pream sponsor. That $100 cash, courtesy of Chris King Counseling, providing relational mental health counseling to Tulsa and surrounding areas for 11 years. We are done with the preams and now to the final 3 laps here. Actually, it'll be the final 2 laps. It'll be the penultimate lap when those race leaders roll on through. And here's the thing, a little 3-woman breakaway. Avery being joined, I believe, by United Cycling as well as Los Angeles Bicycle Academy. We'll get those numbers for you. It's 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. Final 2 laps, the penultimate lap coming on up here as the chase trying to bring them on back. Again, that's Claire Avery, yesterday's winner, wearing the Moo Apparel leader's jersey. That is going to be 5:53 and 5:56. So that will be a previous winner, Camila Arenas, Los Angeles Bicycle Academy. And I believe that was Tatum Brown, possibly 5.56 with United Cycling in the blue jersey. So that's some new names we've moved to the front in the form of Tatum Brown. And again, Camila Arenas, former winner, now sitting that little three-woman breakaway. But here comes the chase, starting to draw them back as they hit the first bump. Crybaby Hill, we're sending them your way. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. Alrighty, 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. Next time we see the race leaders roll here, it will be the bell lap. We'll be pulling celebrity bell ringers out of the crowd to ring 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Final lap in this 35-minute race. The women's 2-3, women's masters. Been very active on the women's masters side. The possum power of Leah Thorvalson. But now as we look, coming back together. I tell you what, the little three-woman breakaway has been drawn back together. LA Bicycle Academy also up there towards the front. A couple more zebra jersey, two. Actually, not as many, only two. So you're going to have some United Cycling. You got some Los Angeles Bicycle Academy. We're going to be looking at Apex Cycling Team. Yesterday's champ, Claire Avery. She's up at the front as well. So they're going to go up past the team tents on Galveston. They're getting ready to go crest that hill. Next time we see them, they're going to be hurtling down the white knuckle off camber turn from Galveston onto Riverside Drive. 190 meters before we're going to ring that bell. It's going to be 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Coming up, final lap coming up in our women's 2-3 race. Here they come, about to hit the final trip towards Crybaby Hill. It's the final lap. We're ringing that bell. 1 to go, 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 1 to go. Final lap, final lap, final lap, final lap, final lap. 1 to go, 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 1 to go. Final lap for our women's 2-3 here at the McElroy Manufacturing River Parks Criterium. Day number 3 of the 2025 edition of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Yesterday's winner was in a little mini breakaway when she won the 4th and final pream of the day. Now back to the front and opening up a gap as they hit the first bump of the double bump of Crybaby Hill. Final lap, final lap, final lap. Avery up out of the saddle. But here comes Fount Cycling Guild. Bristol Albright, I think that's who it is, 145. No, it's going to be the Pream Hunter. That is Brooklyn Radden, 562, as she's going to overtake your leader, Claire Avery. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Final lap, final lap, final lap. So looking up on the Jumbotron, we'll see the backside of the race course as they will crest Crybaby Hill for the final time here in our women's 2-3 and women's masters. This was a 35-minute race coming down to the final, let's say, final minute. They're going to keep ringing. 1 to go, 1 to go, ring it, ring it, ring it. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. As we'll send Asia Baker, White Space Bikes, on to the Crybaby Hill climb one final time. So, 1 to go, 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 1 to go. We're keeping that bell ringing here for the backside of our women's 2-3. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. We can ring that bell here. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. That is Emily Brooks. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. All right, so this is the final sprint. So moving to the front will be Brooklyn Radden. Bib 562. Gonna turn that bike to the right and to come to the line, and they're going to be the sprint. Again, they're 190, now 150. Here comes United Cycling, I believe. Try to see the names and numbers. Fount Cycling. Here comes Los Angeles Bicycle Academy. No, as they're going to come to the line as the sprint will be taken. 567, Priscilla Garcia. Los Angeles Bicycle Academy takes the sprint to move from 3rd place on Saturday to 1st place on Sunday in the women's 2-3 field. Congratulations as our women's 2-3 and Masters field continue to roll on in. You are Tulsa Tough, you've survived Cry Baby Hill. Again, congratulations as our finishers continue to roll on through women's 2-3, women's masters here on day number 3 of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Coming up next, our men's Cat 4. Men's Cat 4 race coming up, a 40-minute race. Coming up around a little after 11 o'clock. So you should already be staging for our men's Cat 4. We'll have 2 different preams out there, 2 $100 cash creams, courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa and Smith Farm and Garden. Again, get on your feet, cheer on these racers, congratulate them as they finish up Cry Baby Hill and the Riverparks Criterium, courtesy and brought to you by McElroy Manufacturing. Again, a reminder, make sure you are hanging out close. If you're on the podium, think you're on the podium. We like to recognize and honor our podiums of the previous race on the following race early on in it. So again, if you're on that podium, make sure you stay close. Come down over here at the start-finish line. We have a little tent set up for that podium. Amy and Scott always over there herding cats. $83 degrees here at the McElroy Manufacturing Riverparks Criterium. Feels like 93. Nice little 10-mile-per-hour wind. It's going to get up to 93. Heat index will probably hit triple digits. But it's a dry heat. No, it's not. It's not a dry heat at all. All right, Jeff Mertz, USA Cycling Race Official. We'll give final pre-flight instructions to our men's Cat 4 field. The next racers to journey up the gauntlet, which is Cry Baby Hill.
I'm glad I'm not you. You're all probably glad you're not me. 30 seconds to start. Hey, if you're on the podium, Report over here, and you will get escorted across. So immediately after the race, pit winners over here. 15 seconds. Go with the whistle. Stay. Work hard. You don't have too much fun.
Here we go.
And we are off. Men's Cat 4, sending them out here for 40 minutes onto the race course. Alrighty, opening lap about to be done and dusted. It should be maybe around 2:15, 2:20. Expect a little faster laps maybe later on. Right now, trying to feel out the course, right? Larger group, 54 racers here. But the opening lap here about to be done and dusted around 2:06 or so. That'll be 6:17. Christopher Fell. He'll be the first one to roll through the line. 6:33. That is Kevin Kopak, Fat Tire Bike Team, or Bike Shop here in Tulsa. Kevin Kopak set up towards the front. So we'll keep an eye out. Some previous winners. People have been in top 5s, top 10s. Shelby Koch, he won that race down in Norman last weekend out of the Maverick Criterium in the men's 4-5 race. Again, keeping an eye out, recognizing all of these faces. Got Kenneth Smith, one of our bell ringers up here, wearing the Dayglow yellow of Who Are We? Sound Pony. We got Possum Power. Possum Power, you're like, what is that? Well, it drives you. It's an institution. It's a lifestyle, Possum Power. It leads to beach ball, volleyball games over on the lawn of the Drunkard and the Oleo. Leah Thorvalson with 3T QM Cycling Race Team. Possum Power. So we're on lap number 2 here. We'll have 2 preams here on Men's Cat 4. $100 cash, courtesy of Bicycle Tulsa. $100 cash, courtesy of Smith Farm and Garden. Looking at yesterday's results, Hudson Hamilton ran away and hid. He lapped the field. He was an amazing racer yesterday. That was the race. Yeah, Hudson Hamilton definitely won it. McElroy in second. Yeah, I think, he had actually, Hudson had lapped the field. Anyway, that was yesterday. This is today. Another lap done and dusted here, 4 minutes in. So, again, this is a 40-minute race. Added a couple extra minutes compared to some of the earlier categories. Men's Cat 4. And then finish on third place on the podium yesterday. Carlos Barrios. Carlos Barrios racing with Nick Lopez Tailoring Cycling Team. So, all righty, heading to the front. Looks like that may be Phoenix Racing's Brandon Adams, bib number 601 in that all red, moving his way to the front. And here comes the attack. It is your winner from yesterday, Hudson Hamilton. Took 2 laps for him to do it, but now he's making the move. He went long yesterday. Like I said, ended up lapping the field as he has gone up and over, trying to drag some of the other men's Cat 4 with them. Different race course, though. Yesterday on day 2 on the L-shaped course, you can do some time trial. You got the Sound Pony Hill heading up towards King's Ballroom, but really not a giant elevation kind of jump up. That being said, the... Hey, Scott, I don't have all the results yet, so... But I can look them up. Alrighty, so, again, men's Cat 4, we had talked about Hudson Hamilton and made that long-range attack. He went time trial mode and was able to continue to get lead. He went 25, 40, 40, 145. He ended up lapping the field, but then when they got to the final lap, he said, you know what, I'm going to let these guys go sprint it out for the rest of the podium spots. Actually dropped back behind the peloton. But as we're going to finish up lap number 3, starting to see fractures in this group up towards the front. So there they go, trying to work together. That's going to be 647. That's Saul Reyes, Reunion Racing. Mackenzie Matthews with Natural State Development, bib number 638. Alrighty, so keep an eye out on the front of the race course. Those racers in the front. Yesterday's winner, Hudson Hamilton. Also up there, we had mentioned it's going to be 647. Yeah, 647 Saul Reyes as well. Keeping an eye on those racers as they're setting towards the front. But again, there's about a 4 or 5 man chase group there. Again, they're chase groups now because we're starting to fracture the front of this race. Again, 100 feet every lap. In fact, I tell you what, that group of 3 on back to the next 7. Alrighty, next time through, I think we'll fire off that first lap. So the chase now, kind of getting those group of 7 or 8 back to the front of the main chase group. Sorry, the breakaway back to the main chase group. That gap has opened up. So we may have to activate our first pream, and that's what we're going to do. All righty, this is going to be our first pream. A $100 pream. Ring the bell, ring the bell, ring the bell, ring the bell. It's a $100 cash pream. We are starting a pream lap, starting a pream lap, starting a pream lap. $100 in cash, cash pream, cash pream. It's a pream lap, pream lap, pream lap. A pream lap coming up. So the first of 2 pream laps, $100 in cash. Pream lap, pream lap, pream lap. Ring the bell, ring the bell, ring the bell, ring the bell. Pream, pream, pream. Ringing the bell. As that's going to be Nicholas Carter racing with Jesuit Dallas Prep Squad out of Texas in that second group. Pream lap, pream lap, pream lap, pream lap. Alrighty, first of our 2 preams. But right now that gap, trying to bring that gap on down because the front 4 is going to be Mackenzie Matthews. Yesterday's winner, Hudson Hamilton. We got Saul Reyes, and then his Paragon teammate, we'll try to see who that is, maybe Seth Williams there, sitting on the back. Actually, 622, that's going to be Paragon's Tyler Ford, also there. Alrighty, so this is a pream lap. Tulsa wheelman will roll on through. So, again, all right, this is our first of our 2 pream laps. It's coming out of this 4-man group. Who's going to sprint it out? Who wants to take it? Who wants to take this pream up out of the saddle? It looks like it will be yesterday's winner. It is. It is Hudson Hamilton, as he will take that pream win. Looking back, I tell you what, the gap has grown. We tried to activate the chase with the pream, and all it did was extend the lead for our race leaders. Now a little mini 5-man breakaway trying to bring it on back. Being led by 648. That is Chris Rice. Chris Rice leading the little mini break. And then here's the rest of our now much reduced peloton that continues to get whittled down as the lap goes on and the days and days and day goes on here. The hill, Crybaby Hill, continues to absorb some souls from the back of this peloton. So, yesterday's winner, Hudson Hamilton, sprints it out, able to win that $100 cash pream, courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa, first of our 2 preams. Second one, we'll save it in the back pocket for a while. It is a 40-minute race. We may need it to try to incentivize a chase, because right now we are seeing those racers go off the front. And tell you what, we may need to incentivize 2nd through 4th, because Hudson Hamilton, we'll get it right eventually, our champion from yesterday. Hudson Hamilton not only had sprinted to take that pream, now he's opening up the gap back to that first group of 4. And as you look on the Jumbotron, making the way around Climax Corner up over Galveston, that has definitely opened up the gap back to Mackenzie Matthews and then the Paragon teammate Tyler Ford. So, Paragon with 2 of the racers up in the front. But right now, opening up that lead again is Hudson Hamilton. Upgrade points for the 20-year-old. I bet some of his cohorts in this race were thinking, man, why can't he race Cat 3 Sunday? Get him out of the Cat 4 field. So, Hamilton with Paragon will come down towards the line. And another 2:15, 2:08 lap. Done and dusted here. And he's going to go time trial. Again, you get on this straightaway and you can just try to go run away and hide with it. So, looks like Paragon, Tyler Ford, and Mackenzie Matthews come together. Here's the thing. Cat 4, still kind of, they're not novices anymore. They moved up from 5 to 4. But if you're Tyler Ford, you got to be careful. If you go to the front, don't start pulling Mackenzie Matthews to go up to your teammate. And right now, you just sit at the front, you take that second wheel, and you set the pace. You just take it easy, you set the pace, and you let Hunter continue. Or sorry, Hudson. I don't know who Hunter Hamilton is, but I'm going to keep somebody's getting free pub. So Hudson, you let Hudson continue to grow the gap more and more and more as they keep rolling up there. Again, right now, yesterday's winner, Hudson Hamilton, off the front. The hill's starting to provide some hydration to folks up on the hill. That'll be Bib Everett Wilson, Major Motion Racing LLC out of California. Hudson Hamilton with Paragon in that first place. But again, there is our racer from Arkansas, Mackenzie Matthews, setting in that second wheel. Looks like maybe he has dropped Tyler Ford back on Crybaby Hill, on the hill. And he has. So, again, it's a good move there by Mackenzie Matthews, making sure he does not sit there on the wheel of Tyler Ford, the teammate of Hamilton, up the road here for Paragon. As, again, that much-reduced peloton trying to chase back. Alrighty, so the Sound Pony referees up on Crybaby Hill, making sure everyone stays, well, stays in line, stays in check, so to speak. So we had to put the barriers up there because, again, it is more important for the racers than you. So their safety is paramount. So, again, the Crybaby head with the wig and the little mini sombrero, the creepiness factor, it's there. It's on the Jumbotron. Also, you can find out on the live stream. If you're listening and you have to go head home for the day, sorry, you're going to miss a bunch of exciting racing. But if you go to TulsaTough.com, do the live feed, courtesy of Quick Trip, the official sponsor of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough live stream. Also, go to YouTube and the Tulsa Tough station. As you go to the YouTube channel, you will see the live streams there and also some of the older races that are saved there and some of the races from Friday night. Don't think any of the Saturday races are there yet. So 40 minutes of racing. We've done pream number 1. We still have another pream there. Thing is, where do we pream it? Probably not in any of those individual chasers. It may be kind of this, we'll have to kind of see. When they come back through again, we'll kind of figure out where that peloton is as far as the much reduced chase group. So your race leader, though, we know where he is, as that is Hudson Hamilton making his way down the hill. As he'll roll through, finish another lap here on the men's Cat 4 race here at the McElroy Manufacturing Riverparks Criterium. Probably need to start a chase clock here, figure out what that lead is for Hudson Hamilton. So he rolls through 16:52 on our official clock that's down here at the start-finish line. We're going to be looking for Mackenzie Matthews with Natural State Development Race Team. So it's at 16:52, so let's go about 23 seconds, 22 seconds. That is the gap. Now looking back, he has definitely opened up that lead, and he has distanced himself from Hamilton's teammate, Tyler Ford, bib number 622. In fact, looking back, Ford may be, yep, he's back in with the much reduced peloton. So again, 1, 2, 3, let's say about 15 to 20. Alrighty, we're going to recognize our women's Masters podium and our women's 2-3 podium coming up next. We're going to get them across the street safely over to the St. Francis Health System Tulsa Tough podium there on the lawn of the Drunkard and Olio Theater. Alrighty, 18 minutes into our 40-minute race. We're going to hustle everyone. Hustle, hustle, hustle. Get them across the line here. Alrighty. Amy, Scott, which one are we doing first? Alrighty, without further ado, on this warm day. Alright, without further ado, we're going to do our women's Cat 2, Cat 3. Recognize our podium here on day number 3 of the 2025 edition of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. In third place, a repeat winner and someone who's familiar with being on a podium here at Tulsa Tough, racing with Los Angeles Bicycle Academy. It's Camila Arenas. In second place, the Pream Hunter out of Ohio, racing with Fount Cycling Guild. It's Brooklyn Radden. And your winner, also coming from the West Coast, racing with Los Angeles Bicycle Academy, with third place yesterday, now first place today, Priscilla Garcia. So right now that chase clock, 30 seconds from first to second and 45 back to the field. Again, congratulations to our women's 2-3 podium, Garcia, Radden, and Arenas, 1, 2, and 3. Chance for us to recognize the Moo Moo Apparel official race leaders jersey. As Priscilla Garcia able to put on the Moo Moo Apparel jersey, the official race leaders jersey of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. All righty. Congratulations once again to our women's 2-3 podium. Now we're going to recognize our women's Masters podium. Women's Masters podium here on day number 3. In third place, racing with BMC Walmart Cycling Team, it's Chassie Kirby. In second, using the Possum Power with 3T Q&M Cycling, it's Leah Thorvaldsen. And your repeat winner with the Lance Project, day 2 and day 3, it's Lynn Wilson in your Women's Masters. So congratulations to our podium, Wilson, Thorvaldsen, and Kirby. All righty, next time through. So the lead was 30 seconds from Hamilton back to Mackenzie Matthews. And then from Matthews, it was 45 seconds back to the field. Here with 8 to go. 8 laps to go here in our men's Cat 4. So we are going to pream the field. We're going to pream the field. All righty, we're going to pream the field. Gentlemen, it's a $100 pream. Field pream, field pream, field pream. $100 in cash, courtesy of Smith Farm and Garden. Field pream, field pream, field pream. As that'll be Miguel Garay, yesterday's second place finisher, making his way to the front of that chase group. Keep ringing it. Pream, pream, pream. Ring the bell, ring the bell, ring the bell. A field pream, field pream, field pream. That is what we have, the field pream. Alrighty, a reminder, we talked about the Drunkard and Olio. Come on by, stop by the Spotlight Theater right across from us here where the Drunkard and Olio is performed. Stop by for cold beverages and clean bathrooms. Hang out in the air-conditioned auditorium and celebrate the architecture of Bruce Goff. Races are streaming live in the Spotlight Theater with segments of Brittany Harris's documentary about Bruce Goff showing between the races. The Tulsa Spotlight Theater, home of the Drunkard, a Tulsa tradition, every Saturday night since 1953. Stop by the theater for more information. Alrighty, so this is a field preem lap. So right now, race leader Hudson Hamilton continue to stay in that first place. Very dominating performance there. He was 30 seconds last time through as we're looking for second place is Mackenzie Matthews. So again, 30 seconds it was last time. Waiting for Matthews. I'm not seeing Matthews yet. There he is. Now he's on to Riverside Drive. And here comes that chase group. Looks like that may be Paragon Racing, the teammate of Hudson Hamilton, Tyler Ford, moving to the front. So, 49 seconds. 49 seconds. Looking back, that gap has dropped from Mackenzie Matthews back to the field. Let's just say 10, 15. So maybe about 8 to 10 seconds. Alrighty, so 45 seconds from Hamilton in first back to Matthews in second. But the gap is gone and dropped to only about 9 to 10 seconds between Mackenzie Matthews in second and the much reduced peloton up towards the front. So again, Tyler Ford, bib number 622 with Paragon, moving to the front, and now he's going to leave that peloton to try to bridge on up to Mackenzie Matthews again. They've both been in that second and third position a lot so far here today. Already 6 to go, 6 to go, 6 to go. Long range attack again in 2 days. by Hudson Hamilton with Paragon. Yesterday's winner on Saturday, day 2 of 2025 edition of Tulsa Tough. Trying to get back to the top step to wear that Moo Moo Apparel official race leaders jersey here in the men's Cat 4. So, extending that lead, we'll look back. Has Mackenzie Matthews been joined by Tyler Ford, or have both of those racers maybe been folded back into the peloton? So, under 6 laps to go. Heating up. Make sure you are staying hydrated as we see water being poured on the back by himself. Hudson Hamilton off the front, squirting that water down the back as he crests Crybaby Hill. Now we're looking back. Mackenzie Matthews still off the front. Chase group trying to pull up and make their way to him. 634, new number there we haven't called before. That is Kyle Curfee's Team No Team. That's a great name there. Texas. Team No Team. Kyle Curfee's bib number 634. He's moving to the front. Now he's working that second wheel. It's Tyler Ford, Paragon, moving to the front. They're slowly drawing Mackenzie Matthews back, but they are definitely not making a dent into that lead of Hudson Hamilton. So getting down to the final 5 laps here. Having to do a little bit of a brake check there. Hudson Hamilton making his way down the white knuckle descent off of Galveston on that sweeping off camber. Definitely had to utilize the brakes. A little heavy there. Keeping it rubber side down as we have 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go here for Hudson Hamilton with Paragon. So, we got to be nearing a minute on that lead. We shall see, though. Right now, it is over a minute. Beyond the 60-second mark, Hudson Hamilton will make that right-hand turn off of Riverside, past where we have all of the awaiting pace cars of the Don Thornton Automotive Group to make that right-hand turn up the hill. So we're looking off to the south again. Do not see the peloton making their way down off of the hill just yet. And on cue, here they come. They just now make their way on the Riverside. They're down at least 53 seconds, and they haven't even hit the start-finish line yet. We will see. Again, it's over a minute, but how far has this lead gone back? So Mackenzie Matthews folded back into that main group. Similar situation to yesterday. Hudson Hamilton off on a time trial again on back-to-back days, Saturday and Sunday. So 110. That is the lead. A minute 10 is that gap from Hudson Hamilton back to the main group there, the group, the chase. Did not see the number. Also, we talked about Paragon Racing, Tyler Ford. Tyler Ford moving his way to the front. Now, actually, he's been folded back in a little bit. So, Mackenzie Matthews sitting back in there a little bit. This will be the Jesuit Dallas racer, 609, Nicholas Carter, racing age of 15. As he is up at the front as they navigate Crybaby Hill once again. But on cue, here comes your race leader. We'll show 4 to go for Hudson Hamilton with Paragon as the Lexus Don Thornton Automotive Group pace car rolls on through. So, Hamilton. A minute 10 was his lead last time through. So he'll navigate it. Crybaby Hill, we're sending him your way 4 more times. 4 more times. As Hudson Hamilton will make that right-hand turn off of Riverside once again. So, a minute 10 was the lead back to that peloton. We'll watch them make that turn onto Galveston right in front of some of the team tents back there before he crests the hill, right in front of Team Topeka. They're handing out bomb pops at the Team Topeka tent. Cool treats on a hot Sunday. Again, we were blessed with 20-degree weather, 20-degree cooler weather on Saturday compared to the 2024 edition, but not today. It is going to be up into probably a heat index of 100. Alrighty, here comes our peloton. They're going to have 4 laps to go as well. We got Mackenzie Matthews at the front, also Brandon Adams with Phoenix Racing. Phoenix being raised from the fire. A warm one here today. All right, Mackenzie Matthews back to the front. Jesuit Dallas up there as well, trying to get people to work together. Similar thing to yesterday. Mackenzie Matthews saying, man, come on, guys. We got to make a move here. We got to work together. That lead well over a minute 10 here as it is 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go. You do have yesterday's second-place finisher, Miguel Garay, racing with Extreme Nuevo Leon race team out of Texas, bib number 637. You see him up towards the front. So 2 red jerseys. It's going to be Brandon Adams and Miguel Garay up towards the front. Looks like that is Christopher Fell, 617, trying to hang on to the back of the peloton as they hit Crybaby Hill for the fourth to last time. The referees are out. Mackenzie Matthews making an attack. Alrighty, so under 4 laps to go, under 4 laps to go, under 4 laps to go. But again, we're kind of talking about the peloton under 4 laps to go. It's going to be our race leader. He is 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go. So, Hudson Hamilton. 3 more times. 3 more times up the hill. So, he'll hit the double bump. He'll go past the vast bank stage up there at the Route 66 Pavilion. We mentioned how we're in year 19. Next year will be year 20. Here's something else. Not only will be the 20th anniversary of Tulsa Tough, but it's the 100th anniversary of Route 66. So next year, we'll be doing a little something. I got to imagine. You heard Malcolm McCollum on the broadcast last night with Daniel Holloway talking about looking to do something special for the 2026 edition of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough, hitting that magic year number 20, and also Route 66 hitting year number 100. I tell you what, it'll be interesting, the confluence of those 2 anniversaries next year in the 2026 edition of Christmas. Alrighty, so 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go. Mackenzie Matthews starting to open up the gap, but again, Miguel Garay, Tyler Ford. First time we've called Conrad Chase, 14-year-old racing with Move Up Cycling Club. So one of the juniors racing here in the men's Cat 4 field. And he is up there in that group trying to bridge up to Mackenzie Matthews, and they're going to get there on his wheel. So right as they make that turn onto Crybaby Hill for the 3rd to last time, they will be right there on that wheel of Mackenzie Matthews. All right, so back to the Jumbotron. We're going to be 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. It's the penultimate lap. 2 laps to go, 2 laps to go, 2 laps to go. Hudson Hamilton, Paragon Racing will make that right turn as we clean up the backside of the race course, but it will be 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. Penultimate lap coming on up. Get to the barriers. Cheer on these racers as we have 2 laps to go here in our men's Cat 4 field. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. All right, so we are under 2 to go as we send the penultimate lap. The second to last time up Crybaby Hill. Sending up Hudson Hamilton. We'll look. Still waiting on that peloton. This well over a minute. We're like 120, 125, whatever that lead is. Hamilton making his way up Crybaby Hill. And the much reduced peloton, a little 5-man chase group, just now about to crest Galveston. Well, not even hitting the crest yet of Galveston. So we have not even seen them on to Riverside Drive, but when they do, we'll be not ringing the bell. We'll be telling them it's 2 to go. But when Hudson comes through, it will be 1 to go. The bell lap coming up in the men's Cat 4. Again, Our winner yesterday, Hudson Hamilton, dominating performance again, running away and hiding. The rest of the podium yesterday, though, was Miguel Garay in second and Carlos Barrios in third. You got to think Mackenzie Matthews trying to make sure he stays on the podium. He's been very active at the front. Make sure maybe saves a little bit of matches for the final 2 laps as we're on the penultimate lap, and we're going to be telling the chase 2 to go, 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 2 to go. 2 laps, 2 laps, 2 laps. Matthews will swing off to the side. He'll look back. He'll see Tyler Ford. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go for the chase. And it's about to be 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go momentarily for our race leader, Hudson Hamilton. We'll wait to see. As here comes the pace car, Don Thornton Automotive Group will make its way on to Riverside Drive. Behind him will be Hudson Hamilton. And when he rolls through here, we're going to ring the bell for 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. We'll be ringing the bell on the final lap of our men's Cat 4. Alrighty, so we got maybe 90 seconds or so. We'll wait to see the rest of the chase, and then we'll let them know it's 1 to go. That is how dominating a performance. Again, 2 days in a row, the Paragon racer, Hudson Hamilton, going off the front time trial mode. He lapped the field on Saturday, won't lap the field here on Sunday, but we'll have a runaway victory here on both days in the men's Cat 4 on day 2 and day 3 of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough, our McElroy Manufacturing River Parks Criterium. So we will wait to ring the bell again for the reduced peloton as they get ready to make their way. Waiting to see them emerge off of Galveston, back down onto Riverside Drive, and it will be 1 to go for them. Alrighty, so race leader well over on the backside, probably hitting the double bump, heading back up towards Climax Corner. Again, we're looking for the field. Where is the field? Because they have not received the bell lap yet. They have not heard the bell just yet. As they will navigate their way off of Galveston, I believe. Yes, here they come. Mackenzie Matthews having moved back into that third wheel. Do not recognize that new red jersey, a new racer up towards the front. But again, this will be the final lap for the rest of our much reduced men's Cat 4 field. As it is 1 to go, 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 1 to go. Final lap, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Lucas Fee with Chinook Racing Development out of Washington. He is the red bib 645 that's just now made his way to the front. And on cue, here comes your winner in the men's Cat 4, back-to-back defending champion with Paragon Racing. It is Hudson Hamilton. Burn it, he had extra matches left. Had to burn him there, that final unfettered sprint to the end. So, congratulations, Hudson Hamilton with Paragon. Now we have time, catch our breath, get ready. When will there be an attack? Will they stay all together till they hit the Galveston descent? Or will there be an attack right now? Moving to the front, that'll be Tyler Ford. On his wheel will be Mackenzie Matthews. They will crest Crybaby Hill. We won't see him for a little bit as they'll go over the first bump and hit the double bump. 645, that was Lucas Fee. We called his name for the first time. He has now dropped out the back. Also dropping out of the back of that peloton will be Brandon Adams with Phoenix. The Phoenix will not rise again in this men's Cat 4 field. Moving to the front, though, trying to see who that is. Bib number. That is going to be 633. First time we've called his name today. Kevin Kopak. Oh, no, he was active early on with Fat Tire Bike Shop, but it's been a while, probably 35 minutes since we've called his name. A good move there by Kevin Kopak as they get ready to crest Galveston and make their way down towards Riverside Drive for the 190-meter sprint. So Kopak has opened up a gap here. Looking to keep it rubber side down as he makes that right-hand turn right in front of the VIP tents. He keeps it rubber side down. Here comes the rest of the racers. There's Tyler Ford. There's Mackenzie Matthews. But the gap has been opened there by Bib 633, Kevin Kopak with Fat Tire Bike Shop. But here comes the galloping charge, trying to make and round out our podium, but it will be Kevin Kopak. 6:33, rolling to the line, and that may be Miguel Garay finishing out the podium in third unofficially. We will get you the official 1, 2, 3. Here are men's Cat 4, but we definitely know who the one is. That is Hudson Hamilton with Paragon Racing. The Phoenix rolls to the line. Chinook Racing Development, Lucas Fee out of the Pacific Northwest. As our men's Cat 4 finish up their 40 minutes of racing here on day number 3 of the 2025 edition of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. And we are underway in our juniors. 10 to 14. Our juniors Our winners from yesterday wearing the Moo Moo apparel, official leaders jersey of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. William Croft, bib number 2, and Chandler Beeson wearing the girls' Moo Moo apparel bib. So again, just getting started here. This is the junior 10 to 14. It is a 20-minute race up the hill coming up. Alrighty, we are opening lap here of our juniors. As we talked about our boys and girls juniors, winners from yesterday wearing the Moo Moo apparel leaders jersey. Bib number 2, Willie Croft, OK Flyers, working on that sprint form. And then on the girls junior side, Chandler Beeson with the OK Flyers, bib number 602, wearing the race leaders jersey. Alrighty, first lap done and dusted, about 2:21 on that clock. William & William Incorporated, the law firm that was bossing the front of this one yesterday. William Croft with OK Flyers, William Hughes with United Cycling. There goes Chandler Beeson. Chandler with, do not have bib number 18. Try to get that figured out for you. But again, first lap done and dusted. Also see Reunion Racing's Juan Lopez, also Mason Benson. OK Flyers. I believe that may have been Elizabeth Doak, 604 rolling through. There's Tristan Parker, bib 17. Alrighty, again, age groups from 9 all the way to 14 to try to keep us honest here as we try to pay attention and get everyone recognized. Again, multiple skill levels, right, between 9 and 14. Looking at the Jumbotron, our official live stream sponsor, Quick Trip, more than just a gas station. The Hill, starting to claim some legs early on, claim some lungs. The Hill is no joke. 100 feet of climbing every single lap is what you accumulate. These juniors racing for 20 minutes. Some of them not even as tall as their own bike, trying to navigate the double bump of Crybaby Hill at the McElroy Manufacturing Riverparks Criterium. All righty. We would like to take an opportunity to recognize our men's Cat 4 podium coming up. So about to have lap number 2 completed here. We'll show 6 to go, 6 to go, 6 to go. 6 laps to go, as it will be William & William, Croft and Hughes. Sorry, 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go. Willie Croft and William Hughes as they will finish up lap number 2. All righty, so let's recognize our podium here for our men's Cat 4. Back-to-back days on that podium. Second place yesterday. Third place today, racing with Extreme Nuevo Leon. That is Miguel Garay. In second place, a local Okie racing with Fat Tire Bike Shop. It's Kevin Kopak. And making his way to the top step, another dominating time trial, winning performance, running away and hiding with Paragon. It's Hudson Hamilton. So congratulations to repeat winner Hudson Hamilton with Paragon. And our podium, Hamilton, Kopak, and Garay. 1, 2, and 3 in our men's Cat 4 here on day number 3 of the 2025 edition of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Now a chance for Hudson to put on the Moo Apparel official race leaders jersey, the official sponsor of both Tulsa Tough, our jersey sponsor of Tulsa Tough, and the American Criterium Cup podiums from Friday night and the juniors on Saturday. Again, thank you to Moo Apparel. Also, thank you to Kuro Athletic Sunglasses. Kuro engineered and manufactured in Japan. Kuro with free sunglasses there for, except for the juniors, for our men's Cat 4 winner. And then also, thank you to our official jewelry sponsor, Diamond Seller. The official Tulsa Tough pendant is what each of our 1, 2, and 3 participants all day long will get, an official Tulsa Tough pendant from Diamond Seller. Congratulations once again to our men's Cat 4 podium here on day number 3. They survived Crybaby Hill. They are Tulsa Tough. Alrighty, Deacon Masters, he'll roll on through. Arrow helmet there by Dylan Cifuentes. He's racing with the Brick Squad out of Oklahoma City. There's Willie Croft and William Hughes at the front of our junior race. I believe this is Riker Guile. And it is bib number 3, Riker Guile. I said yesterday, it sounds like a Street Fighter 2 character, Riker Guile. Sonic Boom! Speaking of the Sonic Booms, one of our junior women racers, or no racers coming up, looking for a junior race leader, Chandler Beeson. That was bib number 15, Jasper Lee. It says on his team's Colorado State University. I'm not quite sure if that registration list is accurate. Alrighty, so those are we mentioned wearing the Moo Apparel race leader's jersey was Willie Croft. We're waiting to see Chandler Beeson. She's the junior women race leader, waiting for her to roll through. And on cue, there is Chandler Beeson as she will roll through wearing the Moo Apparel race leader's jersey. Then there's bib number 8. That's Max Mendoza. The content face of bib number 608, Fiona Lee. Very calm and cool as she was on Saturday here on Sunday. Maddie Baker, Team Crispy Print out of the Oklahoma City area, junior team out of the 405. She'll roll through. Got 10 and 7. That's Easton Whitmire, Oz Devo. There's bib number 16. That's Ben Bumgarner out of Nebraska. So, again, originally 24 on the start list. Probably not all 24 as the heat has increased here. We're nearing triple digits. When it comes to the heat index, as we're under 4 laps to go, I believe when the race leaders come through, they'll see 3 to go. So, again, under 4 to go. Race leaders will see 3. And one of those race leaders is Willie Croft with OK Flyers, wearing the race leaders jersey, series jersey. OK Flyers, that will be bib number 19. Do not have the number on that, but another one of the OK Flyers juniors. Here's William and William. Croft and Hughes will roll through here. Again, it's a 20-minute race down to the final 3 laps here at the McElroy Manufacturing Riverparks Criterium. has an attack on the hill in our junior race. That is going to be William Hughes with United Cycling trying to drop the race leader, Willie Croft with the OK Flyers. So if you're looking up there, bib number 4 opening up a gap on bib number 2. Under 3 to go. Next time they roll through, it will be the penultimate lap. It'll be 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. It's Jace Meringue, Team Crispy Print. He'll roll on through. And that has been quite the attack there by Hughes. Up out of the saddle. That second bump and the double bump is heading over to Climax Corner, over towards Galveston. Looking over the shoulder, William Hughes here with 2.5 to go, opening up a lead on Willie Croft. Alrighty, so we're looking for United Cycling. That's William Hughes. Actually, we're also looking at our women's leader, Chandler Beeson, getting cooled down from the crowd over there in front of the Zinthoffer abode. That's also going to be Jasper Lee. He'll roll on through. So here it is. Willie Croft trying to draw back with 2 to go. 2 to go, 2 to go. Penultimate lap here for the race leaders. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. 2 laps to go, 2 laps to go, 2 laps to go. So William Hughes with United Cycling opened up that gap, but getting encouragement from the Rockefeller, Willie Croft with OK Flyers starting to close Hughes down, and he's caught him. So on the last time they went up with 3 laps to go on Crybaby Hill, William Hughes had opened up the gap on Croft, but Croft slowly, surely engaging the diesel engine, slowly clawing him back and bringing him back here as they're back together with Croft actually in the first wheel as they head up Crybaby Hill for the second to last time here on the junior race here at day number 3 of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Up out of the saddle, cool and collected. We'll see. Does Hughes have some more matches to try to make another attack here? No, looks like he'll set in. Croft, once again, racing his own race, knowing that he can draw him back. He'll come up on some of the lap riders there. Rolling up in, looks like they're going to find Juan Lopez with Reunion Racing. Also find Tristan Parker, OK Flyers. As we are under 2 to go here. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. Again, bib number 19 did not have that. That may be one of the Dokes. Possibly Rachel or Elizabeth. We're trying to get that number, bib number for you, bib number 19. Fiona Lee on her own pace. That is a refreshing racing style. Alrighty, climbing Crybaby Hill, Jasper Lee, but now we're going to be looking. We're going to be looking for William and William. So we'll be ringing 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Race leaders come on through. I believe it's still 2 to go here for Chandler. So it'll be 2 to go, penultimate lap. Chandler Beeson leading in the junior women's race. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. 150 meters, 75 meters. So, when we see the race leaders, it's going to be 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go for William and William. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Gentlemen, you have 1 lap to go, 1 lap to go, 1 lap to go. 1 lap, 1 lap, 1 lap. For the race leaders, Croft and Hughes. Hughes at the front. Croft, they're kind of sitting there talking. They're like, hey, man, you going to attack? I'm not going to attack. You want to attack? Okay, I'll attack. So now Willie Croft does make an attack. Up out of the saddle style. Won in the sprint yesterday on Saturday in the junior race. Willie Croft sprinting better than his dad. Racing with the Oklahoma Flyers. They're going to make that right-hand turn. They will hit the first climb here on Crybaby Hill. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. One more trip up the double bump of Crybaby Hill. William Hughes, though, right there on the wheel of Croft. They're about to split the motos. as Fiona Lee making her way up the hill once again. Bib number 608, her own pace, her own race. Fiona Lee making her way to the top and cresting Crybaby Hill as she'll be watching bib number 2 and 4 ahead of her, making their way down towards Galveston. There's Chandler Beeson, your leader in the Moo Apparel race leader's jersey in the junior women age 10 to 14. So we will watch the race leaders about to make their way up towards Climax Corner on the corner of Galveston. That will be in front of the Pickle Juice, the Reunion Racing Team tent. Also Team Topeka, which will be on the right side when they get to Galveston. So up there on the Jumbotron, you'll see Team Topeka on the left side, Topeka Coffee Roasters. Their official sponsor providing you the Crit and Fondo results for Tulsa Tough. Head to the website to see all those results. Here we are. Final lap for the race leaders. They are taking it easy. It will be a sprint. Again, we saw the maybe unorthodox sprint yesterday by Willie Croft. A little out of the saddle. Coach will be talking to him this week, but able to navigate and make his way to the first place to win the sprint yesterday. Here it is, day number 2. Him and Hughes are going to be together as they make their way down off of the hill. So if you look off to the Jumbotron and look off to the south on Riverside Drive, William Hughes with United will take the lead first. He'll come down onto Riverside first. Croft trying to latch into his wheels. They get into the sprint. Coming down 75 meters, 50 meters, coming to the line, looking to sprint it out. Who will take the win here in our junior race? Trying to hold him off, and it will be William Hughes, it looks like, holding off the bike throw. We'll wait to see the instant replay slow-mo. But it appears that United Cycling's William Hughes holds off Willie Croft at the line. We shall see. They were the sprinters yesterday in the junior men and doing it again here today. Chandler Beeson, she'll roll through back-to-back. Winner in the junior 9 to 14. It's 10 to 14, but we know we had some 9-year-olds out there yesterday. So in the 10 to 14 junior category, Chandler Beeson looks to repeat. Now looking towards the back of the sprint, or the start of the sprint, that is. Becoming the final 190 meters here. Tristan Parker, I believe. There you go with OK Flyers. Actually, no, that's going to be Mason Benson with OK Flyers. He'll roll through bib number 11. Then we're going to see Reunion Racing. I believe that's Juan Lopez. He'll roll through. As well as bib number 8. That's Max Mendoza, Turbo Velo Cycling out of Texas. Once again, congratulations to all of our finishers. The juniors roll through. There's Tristan Parker. There's Easton Whitmire. Rolling through, but at the line, William Hughes looks to take the win, and he does. Up on the Jumbotron, the photo finish, about a half bike length ends up being there. Full wheel, so let's just say full wheel there. So William Hughes, United Cycling, winning our junior boys 9 to 14. At 6:01, that'll be Maddie Baker, Team Crispy Print. Finishing on up as Maddie, you are Tulsa Tough. Who else is Tulsa Tough? Fiona Lee, 6:08. I believe that's Riker Guile, Sonic Boom, Street Fighter 2 character. Finishing up, Riker, you are Tulsa Tough. Look out for DeSalm with the fireballs on a hot day. Team Topeka again. Appreciate their help. Dylan Cifuentes, bib number 13. He'll roll on through to finish it on up. As we are done now with our junior 10 to 14 category. Coming up next, final junior race of the weekend. It'll be the juniors 15 to 16, 17 to 18. These are category 3, 4, and 5. Racers, the age groups 15 to 16, 17, 18. 2 different categories there. They will be racing for 30 minutes. Coming up next. right, coming up next will be our juniors, 15 to 16, 17 to 18, categories 3, 4, and 5. Next wave of juniors here at Sunday of Tulsa Tough. Alrighty, we are at the junior race, 15 to 16, 17 to 18. 35 minutes, or 30 minutes, I believe. Yes, 30 minutes. That is our race time. As we've taken you in the afternoon hours, we've hit high noon. Temperature continues to go up, up, up. We'll be reaching probably triple digits on the heat index. Make sure you are staying hydrated and well fed. Come down, check out the vendors, a lot of food trucks. Some folks down here along Riverside Drive on the trail back here behind us, the VIP tents, all that. Also, head on up to the Route 66 Plaza up there, Cyrus Avery Plaza. As you can find the bunch of food trucks, that's where the Vast Bank stage is. They got bands playing all day long. If you head up there, it's kind of up that the first bump, the first climb of Crybaby Hill. As we are about to finish up lap number 1 here, lap number 1 of our junior race. Done and dusted. Just a little over 2 minutes on that lap. Joshi, bib number 983 out of Texas. Aditya Joshi up in first place right now. Again, 1 lap done and dusted. We'll roll those racers on through. Bib number 330. That's Elijah Osters, Grand City Racing out of Tennessee. As opening lap done and dusted as the juniors roll on through. OK Flyers, that's Elizabeth Hernandez. Racing with the OK Flyers here, the junior team in Oklahoma. Looking at some little mini attack going on up there. Looks like OK Flyers trying to be active towards the front. As well as, it's going to be 977, I believe. Park Bishop. I believe that is Park Bishop. So that is bib 977. That's Park Bishop, Oz Development Team, Wheelhouse Race Team out of Arkansas. So right now it still shows 87 and 94. That's the temp and the heat index. So 87 temp, 94 heat index as we get into the afternoon hours. Tell you what, beautiful blue sky, but there is not a cloud in sight to try to cover up the blazing Oklahoma sun here. But it's like that Batman meme where you go, it's so hot in Oklahoma, and Batman smacks Robin, and he goes, it's Oklahoma in June. It's Tulsa tough. It's what you expect, a very warm race, seeing if you are Tulsa tough. Reminder, we keep talking about the podiums. We recognize the podiums across the street here from us at the on the lawn of the Spotlight Theater. That's where the Drunkard and Olio show has been going on since 1953. Stop by the Spotlight Theater for cold beverages and clean bathrooms. Hang out in the air-conditioned auditorium and celebrate the architect, Bruce Goff. Races are streaming live in the theater with segments of Brittany Harris's documentary about Bruce Goff showing between the races. Tulsa Spotlight Theater, home of the Drunkard, a Tulsa tradition every Saturday night since 1953. Stop by the theater for more information. All right, another lap down, and looks like 334. That will be Miguel Davis moving his way to the front. First time we've called his name today. He was very active yesterday in the junior race. Again, Crit and Fondo results for Tulsa Tough provided by Topeka Coffee Roasters. Again, none of this is made possible without all the great sponsors. Today, it's the McElroy Manufacturing Group, our sponsor on day number 3 here, the Riverparks Criterium. It may be known as Crybaby Hill, but that's just the party up top. The actual race, the Riverparks Criterium, and McElroy Manufacturing, our sponsor. Also, some other great sponsors this weekend, FC Tulsa, the USL soccer team. They're our Saturday night sponsor, Saturday sponsor. And then McNally's Group, the Friday Blue Dome sponsor. Also, thank you to Roxtech, Williams, Aon, the William K. Warren Foundation, of course, Tulsa Bone and Joint, Dick's House of Sport, and Quick Trip, our official live stream sponsor. And, of course, you got to say thank you to Don Thornton Automotive Group, our official pace car sponsor. So, 30-minute race, 5:20 into it. No preams. The junior race does not have any preams. Here's the thing. Some of these kids are going to be, I say kids, some of these young adults are going to be racing later on in the men's Cat 3 race. So they may double up the duty today. See how they're feeling. Make sure they're staying hydrated, as should all of you here at Tulsa Tough. So, again, thank you to the St. Francis Health System. Been here since 2006. 19 years. We're going to hit year 20 next year, and it will also be the 100th anniversary of Route 66. So what type of special plans we have in place? You'll just have to come back here 362 days later. See you next year. But anyway, right now, early on in our junior race, as we take it into the afternoon hours, the final half day of racing here at the 2025 edition of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. We are going to recognize our junior podiums coming up in just a little bit, wrangling all the numbers and getting the stats together for that. Alrighty, looking at the front of our race again. That's Oz Development Team Wheelhouse. Park Bishop up at the front, up out of the saddle as they climb Crybaby Hill again. 7 minutes into this 30-minute race. So we're counting the clock up before we count the laps down. Some conversations to be had in there. Connor Prestonbach wearing the all black here today, drawing the heat. But Connor, racing out of Louisiana, some gesticulation of his hand going, let's up the pace, let's go, let's get up the hill. So again, setting third, fourth wheel, looking up at Park Bishop, telling him, let us up the pace here. By all means, Connor, if I'm one of the people in that front group, I'm asking you, head to the front. Why don't you draw us up the double bump that is Crybaby Hill before the crest onto Galveston. So, starting to see more and more folks up on the hill. Again, this is a junior race. No hand-ups, please. No hand-ups, please. They are not of age. Make sure you are staying hydrated, even if they are being dehydrated up on the hill. So, again, make sure to stay well hydrated and fed here, as we are going to be nearing, we're at 94 heat decks right now. I'm sure that 94 will get to 100 by the time we get to the 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock hour. whenever we are taking us to watch the men's and women's pro to finish out the weekend. But right now, we are 8 minutes into our 30-minute race, not a third in. This 30-minute junior race coming up. So we will be recognizing our junior 10 to 14 podiums, boys and girls junior podiums coming up. No sunglasses on the podium. No sunglasses on the podium. Oh, sorry. Put your shades on, put your power possum, do whatever you want there. We will recognize our junior women podium first. All righty, without further ado, we're going to recognize our junior podiums. First in the 10 to 14 junior women podium, making her way to third place, Fiona Lee. In second, racing with Team Crispy Print, it's Maddie Baker. And repeating her win yesterday, wearing the Moo Moo Apparel Leaders jersey, it's OK Flyers, Chandler Beeson. Your junior 10 to 14 girls podium, Beeson, Baker, and Lee. Congratulations to our junior women 10 to 14 juniors. Chandler getting some cheering on from Tate Beeson. She may know Tate. He may be a familiar name. Alrighty, congratulations once again to our junior 10 to 14 women's podium. For the men, our juniors 10 to 14 in third place, racing with Team Crispy Print, it's Jace Meringue. And then making his way to second step, yesterday's winner with the OK Flyers, it's Willie Croft. Still with a better sprint than his dad. And moving from second place yesterday to the top step today in our junior 10 to 14 men's category, racing with United Cycling, it's William Hughes, your junior boys winner here on day number 3 of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Congratulations to our Sunday champions, William Hughes on the men's junior side and Chandler Beeson on the women's junior side here on day number 3 of the 2025 edition of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. So, just into the second third of this race as we put the Moo Moo Apparel St. Francis Tulsa Tough leader's jersey onto the shoulders of William Hughes. Back here on our 15 to 16, 17, 18 junior race as we send them out around the course again. Once again, trying to keep it straight for you here. A lot of different categories here, two different age groups. They're all 3 different categories, 3s, 4s, and 5s out here racing in the junior 15 to 16 and 17 to 18 categories. Rolling through, that's going to be Lenny Shelton, 15 years of age, racing with Crank Revolution out of Illinois. There is 980, that's Benny Croft with the OK Flyers. So, now that we got our podiums recognized on the juniors, looking to try to get it set up and let you know where we are here in the race. Again, bear with us. There are 28 racers out here. That is Chase Rose out of Missouri, bib number 704. She rolls on through. She's in the 15 to 16 junior women category. So, again, start list has 28 racers between the 2 different age groups, 15 and 16 and 17 and 18. We're going to be doing boys and girls, men's and women's, 15, 16, 17, 18. So 4 different podiums, obviously. 4 different races within the race going on. Yesterday, it was part of the ACC American Criterium Cup. Not here today. They're just battling out for glory in the junior race here as they're going to be heading up the mountain once again at Crybaby Hill again and again as we're now down to 8 laps to go, 8 laps to go, 8 laps to go. Alrighty, 7 to go, 7 to go, 7 to go. So your race leaders up at the front. We talked about Miguel Davis. Also, it's going to be Julio Sanchez Alvarado, biker cycling team, bib number 332. Racing from Puerto Rico. Again, the international flair here at the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Julio, 17 years of age. Miguel Davis, also 17 years of age. So competing against each other up at the front. But again, that's a mix. There's a mix up there. There's also up in that group is the leader of the 15 to 16 race right now, which is Park Bishop. Racing age 16 with Oz Development Team, bib number 977. So, a little acceleration out of the saddle. That may be Connor Prestonbach. If that is 985, and I think it is. A couple laps ago, Preston was kind of going, or sorry, Preston Bach was a little waving of the arms like, man, we're not going fast enough up the hill. Well, I guess he's taking matters into his own hand. The Louisiana, the Cajun, Connor Prestonbach moving to the front as he leads that group up and over, cresting that hill. And now leading them onto the second climb. That's the double bump back up on the crest of Galveston. Also up there, that's going to be 977. We're going to talk about Park Bishop. Sorry, he's already up there. Looking for the fourth number. Oh, that is Julio from Puerto Rico. And then 333. All right, so 333, which is Bo Williams. He's the fifth racer trying to latch onto that group that is at the front here. Also, I believe that may have been Chase Rose, 704. Maybe they'd rolled on here. And 702. That is Lenny Shelton. Crank Revolution with the junior women's 15 to 16 category. So we're going to show 6 to go. They are up out of saddle. Prestonbach, Connor Prestonbach, pressing the pace here with 6 to go. A heavy acceleration, stretching out this group. Now they've rotated back to the front. Miguel, he's at the front. Park Bishop looking over the shoulder. So, okay, interesting move there. They've distanced Joshi, bib number 983. So Joshi trying to catch back on, as we also mentioned 333. That would have been Bo Williams trying to catch back on. So group of, let's call it 5, trying to make it 6 and 7. Aditya Joshi, bib number 983, has latched back on, as has Bo Williams. So again, if you're trying to run through here and look at everything, here's kind of the combo. In the 15 to 16, you're going to have 700 and 900 series bib numbers. In the 17 to 18, you're going to have 300 and 800 bib numbers. And here's the thing. They're crossing over, right? There's 2 different age groups, the 15 to 16 and 17 to 18. So, at the front, though, is your 17-18 leader right now, Miguel Davis, up towards the front. Miguel Davis, then you're going to have Park Bishop and Connor Prestonbach sitting in that third wheel. He's actually dropped down to about fourth wheel as Julio Sanchez Alvarado, biker cycling team, and moved up in that third wheel. So 982, that is going to be Tozer Jones, the Tozer. Racing in the 15 to 16 category. He'll roll through again. But we are under 6 to go, Next time our race leaders come through, we will show 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go. Again, a reminder, we appreciate everybody's patience as there are 4 different races going on. As we mentioned, there's boys and girls 15 to 16, boys and girls 17 to 18, all out on the course right now. 877, that is going to be one of our 17 to 18 racers. That is Layla Jones with Stoic. I'm sorry, 330 wants you to get on your feet. Elijah Oster's Grind City Racing. He says, Tennessee, it's Music City. We want to hear some loud noises. Please get on your feet and cheer him on. Yeah, there you go. He's got the eagle wings a flapping there. Elijah Osters. He's got 6 laps to go, 6 more times up. Cry Baby Hill, Elijah. All right, there's the race leaders. Once again, they will pass Elizabeth Hernandez there on the right side. But again, we're looking at the group that just made the pass. Again, Miguel Davis still up towards that front of that. 984 will roll through. That will be Sergio Lugo, play try out of Texas. He's got another lap done and dusted. But right now, looking at the race leaders, They are making their way up Crybaby Hill again. There's Lenny Shelton. That's Alex Prine. And 975. That may be, yeah, did not get that number. So, okay, Flyers, lots of different racers. So that could have been Tate Beeson, possibly, 976 rolling through. So, under 6 laps to go. Race leaders will get 4 next time through. So, they have started their 5th lap, the last lap. Look, we'll be on the backside here of the course, watching those race leaders make their way up the hill. Reunion Racing, got the Pickle Juice, Red Bulls on the backside. Gives you wings. As it looks like we will have 707, I believe. That did not get that. Did not see that number. That could be 704 Rose Chase out of Missouri. And that's exactly what it is. 704 Rose Chase. She's about to crest, racing with Move Up Cycling. Been very active weekend for Move Up Cycling. Abel Black getting on the podium in earlier men's category 5 under 35 race. Rose up towards the front, I believe, here in the junior 15 to 16 women. So here comes Elijah Oster. He'll come down the hill again, but we'll look for the race leaders, and when they roll through, race leaders should see 4 to go. We'll see 4 to go. So Preston Bach, Connor Preston Bach, he'll move to the front, takes it wide all the way to the curb. See, keeps the rubber side down, though. So it will be, we still got 5 to go for these juniors here, but then here comes the race leaders. 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go. Gentlemen, 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go. Preston Bach, Miguel Davis, Bo Williams in there. Believe Julio Sanchez Alvarado still in that group, as well as Park Bishop. That will be Layla Jones. She'll roll through again. Trying to identify, I think Layla may be at the front. Trying to get it figured out. She may be at the front here of our junior 17 to 18 race. Again, trying to keep it all straight. 4 different categories racing here at the same time. 15 to 16 men's and women's and juniors. 17 to 18 men and women juniors as well. So, under 4 laps to go. Preston Bach, he'll look over his shoulder. There's Miguel Davis. There's Julio. There's Park Bishop. Aditya Joshi, bib number 983, sitting there just ahead of Bo Williams. So, they will make the crest. Looks like they maybe did not see who they're possibly about to overtake there on the right side, possibly from the 17-18 category. So, again, it is a group, all been together the last couple laps. They're under 4 to go. Preston Bach looking over to the side. Some conversations between Preston Bach and Park Bishop. Kind of hanging out back. In the back, though, will be Aditya Joshi and Bo Williams. Bo Williams, he had to do a lot of effort, kind of a solo effort. Kind of had some tandem work there with Joshi to get back on. But really kind of just staying on the back here. Bo Williams trying to play it cool here. And he's probably like, shh, don't tell him. That's my strategy. I'm sitting on the back, and I'm going to attack late with my tail gun. With a late attack. We shall see, though. Under 4 to go. So, those race leaders are about to make their way over the top. They will go over the top of the hill and making their way down. There's one of our junior women rolling on through. That is Marinda Thompson. Marinda, she's got 4 more trips, 4 more laps to go. So, here comes the race leaders overall. This is the boys, kind of a combination of 15 to 16 and 17 to 18 categories, as this will be 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go. Gentlemen, 3 laps to go here for our juniors. Same familiar names from yesterday, Miguel Davis, Connor Preston Bach. But we did not call, I'm not sure he raced yesterday, to be honest. I'm trying to pull up that sheet from yesterday. Park Bishop out of Arkansas, the Oz development team. He's been very active towards the front. He's got that kind of pink-purple jersey. But right now, it's Miguel Davis in that 17 to 18 category up at the front. Right behind him, Julio Sanchez Alvarado out of Puerto Rico, setting in second with Park Bishop in third. So, they're going to make their way up the hill 3 more times. Send them your way, Crybaby Hill. 3 more laps here for our juniors as they navigate the first bump in the double bump hump of Crybaby Hill. Looks like Miguel Davis, bib 334, trying to stay cool. Here comes the attack. Julio on the attack on the left side. looks over his shoulder, being countered, trying to be countered at least by Park Bishop, but opening up some space on Miguel Davis and Connor Prestonbach and Bo Williams. Again, Bo Williams setting in on that last fifth or sixth wheel. Problem is, if there's an attack and you're that far down, can you counter? And right now, he has not. So here comes the attack with under 3 to go. They're about to hit climax corner. Julio is making that right-hand turn. The racer out of Puerto Rico. He'll go right in front of the Team Topeka attempt. Climax corner in his rearview mirror. Here comes Park Bishop. And there's the move. Bo Williams, he was tail gunning all right. And now having to make the move, he could not set back there at the back of the 6-man group. The gap had opened between Miguel Davis and Julio Sanchez Alvarado. And Miguel Davis, as we already mentioned. So here it comes. And Park Bishop. So it's now going to be 2 to go. Penultimate lap. Julio making this big attack on the backside with 2.5 to go. He's about 120 meters or so from this line, and it's going to be 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. Julio Sanchez Alvarado, 2 laps to go. Caught the other 5 members of the break unawares on that attack. Going up Crybaby Hill right now, Park Bishop in a little no man's land. Same thing for Bo Williams, trying to bridge on across, but starting to get drawn back. Here comes Connor Prestonbach coming up the right side. Right on his tail, though, will be Aditya Joshi. And right next to him, that is going to be Miguel Davis. So Elijah Oster's kind of back here, a little further back, but 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. This was the moment. The last lap with 3 to go on this climb. When you make that the second right-hand turn when you're still on the ascent on Crybaby Hill, right in front of the freaky, oh so freaky Crybaby head with the wig, the sombrero, and the handkerchief tied around the neck with the Who Are We Sound Pony logo on it. But that's where the attack was made by the Puerto Rican Julio Sanchez Alvarado. Next time they roll through, it'll be the bell lap, and we'll ring it. It'll be 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. As we look on the backside of the course, hitting that little mini downhill before they head up towards Galveston. How far back is Oz Development Team's Park Bishop? He's out of the frame, so they've already flipped the camera over to look at the right-hand turn past climax corner. Now we'll look back over. Where's Park Bishop? He has been caught. He's been drawn back. So Connor Prestonbach had pulled him back, but here's the move, though. Bo Williams, I think he has been dropped out of that. He was in that little third place position. I think he's out of the back of this front group of 6. You can see the fatigue in Park Bishop trying to keep to the front. But I tell you what, Aditya Joshi has moved up into that group as well. Thought he was going to get shelled out the back with Bo Williams, but he is up in it. But right now, we're coming to the final lap as the race leader will make that turn. 150 meters, and he has a lot of daylight between himself and the chasers here with 1 to go. We will be ringing the bell. Here comes your race leader, Julio Sanchez Alvarado. 1 to go, 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 1 to go. Final lap, final lap, final lap. We'll look back. The bridge that we thought was maybe going to be made by Park Bishop with 1 to go. He's now back in that group. And the chase has disintegrated. They're all just kind of together, maybe trying to move to the front. Park Bishop getting pressed to the front. But now here comes the counter. Out of the group, Miguel Davis looking to make the counterattack out of that group. Again, there's a little bit of a battle for 2 different groups. There's 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. There's the 15 to 16, and there's the 17 to 18. But again, right now it is Julio Sanchez Alvarado opening up that gap as he hits Crybaby Hill for the final time, final time, final time. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Julio, he's talking to you, the fans on Crybaby Hill. He's like, get on your feet. Put your hands up. Put your hands up for Julio Sanchez Alvarado. He's got about a half a lap to go. Dave Weaver up there with Who Are We Sound Pony trying to maintain the crowds behind the barriers on the final lap. Here comes the counter. Miguel Davis had been caught, and now a second counterattack on top of that original attack by Park Bishop. Racing in the pink-purple jersey of Oz Development Team. But right now, chain swinging in the wind, it is Julio Sanchez Alvarado from Puerto Rico Bikers Cycling Team making that right-hand turn onto Galveston. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Backside of our junior field. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. So Sanchez Alvarado, he will crest Galveston momentarily, looking to keep it rubber side down, that off camber. right-hand turn off of Galveston onto Riverside Drive as we continue to ring the bell for one to go, one to go, one to go on the backside of our junior field. Lenny Shelton, Crank Revolution out of Illinois. She'll make her way through this finish line. Trust, one more lap for her, but here comes the race leader. Julio Sanchez Alvarado, free and clear, starting to come down, but is the attack being made? It is an attack being made. Park Bishop trying to catch up to him, but too little, too late. As Julio Sanchez Alvarado takes it from the 17 to 18 category, and Park Bishop, second overall, looks to take it from the 15 to 16 age group. Again, two different categories, 17 to 18. Julio Sanchez Alvarado, your unofficial winner, and Park Bishop, your 15 to 16 junior unofficial winner here at our junior race on day number 3 of the 2025 edition of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. It's the McElroy Manufacturing Riverparks Criterium. Bo Williams, he'll roll through. Again, sprinting to the line. These racers finishing on up. As that will be Benny Croft, OK Flyers. Again, close course as the juniors continue to finish on up. We go to the replay. Fly over this, the 2025 theme for Tulsa Tough this year. The replay here on our live stream, courtesy of Quick Trip, not just another gas station, our official live stream sponsor here in 2025. Congratulations again as the juniors continue to finish on up. Rolling through lines, some more OK Flyers, reunion cycling. That'll be Alex Prine, OK Flyers. 877, I believe, Layla Jones. She may be your first place finisher in the junior women 17 to 18. So again, congratulations to the juniors. Continue to finish on up and wrap up as they are survivors of Crybaby Hill here on day number 3, and they are Tulsa Tough. So it looks like 878 Jocelyn Wright. That would be your unofficial winner in the women's junior 17 to 18. Again, 4 different categories. So boys and girls, men's and women there, 15, 16, 17, 18. Trying to keep it straight. But again, want to make sure we recognize everyone as we believe that was Jocelyn Wright, bib number 878, who unofficially will be your winner in the junior women 17 to 18. As we continue to roll the finishers on through. Again, congratulations again. All of our juniors, as they finish up here, they are Tulsa Tough. Team Crispy Print rolling on through. Do you need a microphone, Jeff?
Check. Gentlemen, welcome to Tulsa Tough. Welcome to Crybaby Hill. I think Crybaby Hill's happier that you're here than you are, maybe? I don't know. 45 minutes today, 6 laps. When the lap card shows 6, 3 laps are done. Pit right behind you at the State Street tent. I will be asking riders out of contention to remove themselves from the race. Keep an eye out for me, and I'll keep an eye out for you. Any questions? Thanks, everybody, for a great Tulsa Tough weekend. We'll get going here in about 30 seconds.
We are underway. 90 brave souls about to tackle and take on Crybaby Hill. It's the McElroy Manufacturing Riverparks Criterium Masters A. I wax poetic on some of the battles we've seen over the years. Omnia, some of the Tulsa Tough teams back in the 2010s. Monster Media out of California. There was Brett Crosby coming out of Dallas, racing and winning a couple races. Again, great field, full field. 90 racers on the start list. Had some exciting racing so far this weekend. Friday night it started with the pure power of former champion Rasan Bahati with Texas Roadhouse Cycling winning that sprint. And then Drew Christopher winning the breakaway, getting into that group, and then basically powering through the fastest corner in American crit racing, coming down in front of the Tulsa Theater on the Reconciliation Way for that 220-meter sprint. Drew Christopher taking the win on day number 2. We have the Omnium as well. We'll try to keep that kind of sorted out here on how the Omnium standings work. As Masters A is part of the 4 Omniums, we'll have the culmination of all 3 days of racing. Masters A, the men's 1-2, the pro women and the pro men, the 4 different Omniums that we are going to be wrapping up here today on day number 3, the 2025 edition of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Alrighty, first lap going to be done and dusted. About 2:06 or so. Let's call it 2:06. At the front will be 3:59. That's Heath Dotson, Super Squadra, powered by Applewood. Is out of North Carolina. Super Squadra, 3:59. Heath Dotson. Long, thin line already. Testing our peloton of 90 racers. So we'll watch the peloton make their way down to the end of Riverside Drive, the right-hand turn right in front of the Don Thornton Automotive Group. All of those pace cars we've had all weekend long. Up out of the saddle, moving towards the front. The Stars and Stripes. Randall Coxworth, Titan Racing, wearing the national championship jersey there, the Stars and Stripes. You'll see a lot of the Stars and Stripes and all of these different armbands, former champions. A lot of them in this field. This is the Masters A, so it's going to be your category 1 and 2 40 plus. And so here's the thing with that. This is a group of, I call it the who's who, right? It's a who's who of heavy hitters over the years, ex-champs. All these guys, they're probably racing in the 1-2 races all over, and a lot of the local crit race scenes and some of the national races. And also they're over here in the Omnium level. Speaking of Omnium, Rashan Bahati, that is. Bahati with Texas Roadhouse, he is up there in that group. I see the orange helmet. He's wearing a white jersey today. Bahati winning the sprint in first place on day number 1. I think he was third place. Yeah, third place on day number 2. So he's up there towards the top of the standings. But also at the top of the standings and probably leading it right now will be Drew Christopher. Christopher finishing second on Friday night to Bahati in that sprint, and then winning that break on Saturday night, finishing first and second. So more than likely, kind of figuring out the point standings, it's Drew Christopher and Rashan Bahati, 1-2 in the Omnium. Heading in here to day number 3, the final race in the Omnium series. Jamie Carney with Team Mako up towards the front, racing out of Georgia. We talked about some of the racers that we've seen over the years, Monster Media and others. Some of those Monster Media racers now racing with the Titan Racing Team and Cadence Cyclery. We always mentioned Philip Tensman. Always looks like he's chewing that. It's a piece of gum, but it looks like a railroad tie, right? He's got grit. He's got a piece of metal in his mouth. He's just destroying and crunching it there. Ex-champions, gone a lot of long-range solo assaults over the years here at Tulsa Tough. Some of those teammates that he used to have there with the Monster Media team. One of those, Carl Bordine. Bordine winning here on Crybaby Hill 10 years ago or so. Can't remember the exact year it was. Bordine. It was a kind of iconic. He wins going away, had a big lead, and then unclipped and kind of did the running man like he was just kind of pedaling without actually being clipped in and pedaling. Carl Bordine, his celebration win that year at Crybaby Hill at St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Again, a lot of these names that we're kind of throwing out there that we've seen them over the years. They've been very, very active. We expect them to be active here today. So, not quite time for breakaways just yet, but definitely the long, thin line of racers. And we mentioned that battle for the Omnium, marking each other up towards the front in that top 10 is Drew Christopher and Rashan Bahati. So, again, the Omnium is definitely the battle that, overall battle we're going to take a look at, but we are definitely keeping an eye out for the attacks. The attacks usually come fast and furious out of this Masters A field. 90 racers on the registration list, a large group as they sweep down again. Another lap about to be done and dusted, about to be lap number 3 completed in our Masters A race. 40 plus, categories 1 and 2. There, I'll tell you what, maybe a little cessation in hostilities. Oh, nope, it's going to be a counterattack, possibly, we'll see. Not really. They're testing the waters here. Moving towards the front will be 441. That is Owen Schott. Owen Schott, a former champion. Owen Schott winning, I believe, last year on Saturday, possibly. He was one of our 2024 winners, Owen Schott, racing with Canberra out of Florida. Already the hand-up start, and Kevin Egghardt, Cheney Windows and Doors, teammate of Michael Watkins. Michael Watkins, an ex-Tulsan, used to race as a junior, now in Colorado. He was all over the podium last weekend in the Maverick Criterium down in Norman, Oklahoma. New race has been added to the local race calendar. Alrighty, so we have 3 preams. When do we want to toss about? We shall find out. Alrighty, Dirk on cue, bringing me the Omnium standing. So, coming into day number 3, Drew Christopher, 48 points. Rashan Bahati, 42. Philip Tensman, 36. That's your top 3. A couple of those other racers, though, all within striking distance. We'll look at some of those other Omnium standings momentarily. Alrighty, so we're 4 laps in. A little bit of a move. That'll be 436. So moving to the front there with 436, that is Craig Polston racing with Canberra. So Polston, a teammate of Owen Schott. Like we said, Owen Schott, a former Tulsa Tough Masters A champion. So we're now on to lap number 5 here, 45-minute race. We will have 3 $100 cash preams in this one, courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa, Smith Farm and Garden, and St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Again, some of the long-standing supporters that have been part of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough when it comes to the cash preams. If you're just joining us, where the heck have you been? You missed an exciting day of racing. Got started at 8 a.m. The day is heated up without a doubt. And speaking of heating up, here comes an attack from your leader in the Omnium. It's Drew Christopher, starting to make the move up over the top of the hill, looking over his shoulder to see where Bahati and Funston and the rest, Tinsman, somewhere the rest of some of those racers are in the Omnium. Still early on. We haven't even tossed any of those preams out just yet. But talking about preams, you're going to say, hey, man, I showed up. I don't know what bike racing is. This looks hot. This looks hard. It is. These people are working harder than you are. Let them know how much you appreciate how hard they're working. But that being said, what's a pream? So it's a race within the race. We'll sit there. We'll do a pream lap. There's some cash that's been donated by some of the great sponsors over the years. Sometimes we've done community kind of crowdsourcing. There was like a $2,500 pream for the women 7 or 8 years ago or so, and they went through and just took donations. Anyway, the cash preams is a little mini race within the race. And what we do is basically say we're ringing the bell here with X amount of time left, and whoever's first next time through, they will win the money. Not the overall race. So you got to try to figure out when you want to measure out those preams. So here it is. About to go on to lap number 6. And I tell you what, it's been the long-range bombing attacks all spring and early summer from our man, Drew Christopher. But I tell you what, Danger brings out some of the other racers. And Philip Tinsman is up there in that 3-man group. And you're starting to see a break. There's a big break forming there between about the top 15 or 20 and the rest of our 90, let's call it 70-man field. 90 total, but it's about 20 up towards the front here as that break is starting to form here in our Masters A race. Alrighty, so I think it may be time. We're going to try to recognize our Masters A podium coming up in just a second. But that being said, we also want to try to get a pream. So right now we're going to try to get the Masters pream is what I was trying to say there, but definitely have the junior podium. We can recognize that momentarily. We're getting it all lined up. But next time we see the race leaders come through, we're going to ring our first $100 cash pream. Bicycles of Tulsa coming up. First pream coming up shortly. When those race leaders come through, we're going to ring the bell as it looks like they are maybe all back together. And that is exactly the case. So, good time to ring the bell. A $100 pream. This is a pream lap. We will be ringing the bell as they're about 150 meters. Now make it 120 meters from the line here. This is a pream lap. $100 in cash, $100 in cash. Pream lap. A pream lap as leading the way through Anthony Aker, Canberra, Owen Schott's teammate. Pream lap. Alrighty, so we're going to be doing 2 podiums since we're still trying to wrangle up all of our juniors. We're going to be doing the 15 to 16 boys and the 17 to 18 girls. Those are the 2 podiums we'll be doing for our juniors coming up shortly. This is a pream lap, our first $100 pream lap here in the Masters A race as we're sending $100 out to entice the field. Again, last time through, it was Canberra. They've been very active, and it was Anthony Aker who've been at the front leading them through on that last lap. So again, next time through, the first racer across the line will win $100 for that pream. Alrighty, let's recognize our junior men, 15 to 16, the podium. In third place, racing out of Texas, it's Aditya Joshi. In second place, all righty, coming to the line, I believe we'll have to see who that number was. That pream was taken by bib number 357. Jamie Carney, Team Mako out of Georgia, takes our first pream. Alrighty, we'll get the podiums figured out momentarily for the juniors. Give it a couple more minutes there. We'll get that sorted out. Try to keep everyone from standing in the blazing hot sun for too long as they kind of sort everything out there. But that being said, we are still here in this Masters A race. 15 minutes in. We're about a third of the way in. It's a 45-minute race. A who's who, not just full of prior winners, not full, only previous national champions. You'll see the Stars and Stripes jersey, some of the Masters national champions as well, but also the Omnium. Keeping an eye on it. The Omnium, the battle at the top. Drew Christopher, 48 points. Rasan Bahati, 42. Philip Tinsman, 36. And they're very active at the front of the race. Again, we had the pream. It kind of shook things up. We'll wait to see our race leaders roll on through again. And once they do, we'll kind of get a reset and kind of figure all that stuff out. And then again, try to make sure we recognize our podiums. Hey, Amy, will we sort out the 15 to 16 boys? Do we want to do the 17 to 18 girls? Okay. All right, we're going to recognize our 17 to 18 junior women podium. In second place from Wisconsin, racing with Stoic, it's Layla Jones. And taking the top step here in our junior women 17 to 18 field, racing with Team Crispy Print, it's Jocelyn Wright. Congratulations, our junior women 17 to 18 podium, Wright and Jones, 1 and 2. So looking back at our Masters A race, they all have come back together. That mini group of 20, we had the pream, that group of, it made out of, so out of that final group, we said 90. It probably isn't a full 90. Oh, sorry, there is the breakaway. So thank you. Once again, trying to figure out the breakaway situation. Thought they'd all come back together, but they have not. We'll have to wait to see them come back through. Jeremy Stitt racing with 360 Sports. I mean, Team Topeka. Doing old school on the 360. Again, congratulations, our junior women, 17 to 18 podium. So we'll keep an eye out, as now it does look like there is that little 5-man breakaway. And did Drew Christopher make it? I do not see him in it. He is not in that breakaway. There is a Texas Roadhouse cycling racer, but it's David Richter, so it is not Rasan Bahati. So right now, the top two in the Omnium, not part of that breakaway, but I believe I can tell you who is. Philip Tinsman, who's sitting in third place with 36 points. We'll get a reset here. We'll wait for him to roll on through, as we're now almost 18 minutes in. So, getting an idea here on our breakaway. Trying to get a chase clock on it as well. 422 also up in there. That is Brendan Hausler with Canberra. All righty, we're going to recognize our junior girls, the junior women 15 to 16, junior women 15 to 16. Podium here on day 3 of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. In third place, Elizabeth Hernandez. Making her way to the second place step, it's Miranda Thompson. And making the step to the top step here in the junior women 15 to 16 race on day number 3, the McElroy Manufacturing River Parks Criterium, it's Rose Chase. Move up cycling. Congratulations once again, Chase, Thompson, and Hernandez, 1, 2, and 3 in our junior 15-16. All righty, about to reach the 20-minute mark. Again, Philip Tinsman and others up in the front, 4:14, 4:11. There's also, that's Illendale, Super Squadra, and 4:14, Brian Funston. Again, Funston setting in 4th in the Omnium. So interesting, you have the 3rd and 4th place racers in the Omnium. Tinsman is 16 down on Drew Christopher. Funston is 17 down. So again, we'll go back through, get some of the points, figure out what you get for a win, and does that get that within striking distance again? It should, again, with Drew Christopher at 48 and Rasan Bahati in second at 42. Not part of that breakaway, as that lead is 32 seconds back to the chase, which has our first and second Omnium leaders right now, Drew Christopher and Rasan Bahati, heading into day 3. All right, we're going to recognize our junior men 17 to 18 podium here on day number 3. In third place, racing out of Texas, it's Bo Williams. In second, out of Louisiana, it's Miguel Davis. And taking the win from Puerto Rico Biker Cycling Team, it's Julio Sanchez Alvarado. 1, 2, and 3 in your junior 17 to 18. Men's field, Sanchez, Alvarado, Davis, and Williams, 1, 2, and 3. Again, we're trying to get some of this stuff sorted out as we identify the Omnium, exact points, schedule. Again, very important to kind of get all that figured out. There's the break again. Philip Tinsman, Brian Funston in there, setting 3rd and 4th overall in the Omnium. But right now, last time around, I think it was 32 seconds last time around. We'll see if that lead has grown. If you're in the back there, if you're Texas Roadhouse Cycling for Bahati, if you're Drew Christopher, the overall Omnium leader, you're having to make sure, is there going to be some type of consensus? Is there enough strength in the field to try to get to the front and start drawing them back? We are about midway through, so there still is the second half of the race coming up. But the deal is, right now, that podium, that Omnium is starting to slip away a little bit as we reach the midway point. 38 seconds. Lead is up to 38 seconds. So again, that 6-man break has got your 3rd place Omnium standings there. Philip Tinsman set up 36 points. Brian Funston in 4th at 31. So looking at the Omnium, first place is 26 points. So we talked about it. Funston's 17 down on Drew Christopher in the lead. Tinsman 12 down on Christopher. But the thing is, they are in a 6-man breakaway. We're midway through. There's a lot of racing. But that 6-man breakaway, which is a pretty strong breakaway, stays away. Your top 6 points are 26, 22, 19, 17, 16, 15. That means you'd only be able to get 14 points if you were Drew Christopher at the front of the chase, which would be 12 points back, which means if it's Funston, you hold on to the lead. If it's Philip Tinsman, you're tied, possibly tied at 48. We shall see. We'll have to check that out. Again, lots of math on the fly, joined by Project Dude Man himself, Brad Huff.
I am here. I am ready. We just finished the Piccolo. We just finished hugging and kissing some babies and mamas out there. We've been having a good time. The dudes are here, but we've got a bunch of masters off the front. The local leader, Drew Christopher, is he going to be able to use his local knowledge and bridge this huge gap? I don't think so. But Drew is on some unique form. He actually went out and did some altitude training, seeing family in Denver. Little secret information. So he might be able to do a big move at the end and see if he can get close to hold on to his overall.
Yeah, without a doubt. He's done a lot of B-2 bomber long-range attacks over the last couple of weeks. Again, he has the ability to do it. Different course, maybe not that time trial L-shape as he have on Saturday. But again, down at the Maverick Criterium down in Norman last weekend, he was able to go away and just run away and hide. And then we saw him, even though he got beat in the sprint by Bahati on Friday night, he went into the break, went early out of that break to win on Saturday, and that's why he's sitting in first place with 48 points on the Omnium here in the Masters A.
These guys are gone. These guys are gone. The pack was, if you notice, going into the Crybaby Hill, they were spread across. Oh, we've dropped two. We've dropped two from the break.
So we'll have a chance to see the break come through in just a second. But one final podium from our juniors we want to recognize. Our junior men, 15 to 16, making their way to the podium. In third place, out of Louisiana, it's Connor Prestonbach. In second, the Texan, Aditya Joshi. And your winner in the junior 15 to 16 out of Arkansas, Oz Development Team, Park Bishop. So again, as you said, Brad, 6 down to 4, and they're kind of looking around here.
You've got Ian Dilley on the back there. That is a savvy racer, former U23 road race national champion, long-term racer, hanging out on the back. This might go to him, I'm calling it out.
So the two guys that were dropped, that's Brian Funston, who we talked about was in fourth in the overall Omnium, and with him, that's going to be Chris McDonald, Titan Racing Cadence Cycler. That should be a teammate of Tinsman there. But again, I tell you what, what's interesting, so one of the 4 up front, that is a Texas Roadhouse cycling racer, David Richter. The question with that is he going to work knowing that his teammate, Rassan Bahati, who's second in the Omnium, is back in the peloton?
He's probably going to roll through. He's not going to actually do any big work, but he has to be concise and help the boys do some damage out there. So he's not going to sit on because he's going to mess up the flow. Oh, we've got one rider trying to bridge back up. I don't know who that one is. I missed the number.
That may be the Titan Racing Cadence teammate. That's Chris McDonald, 428, I believe. And so Funston, again, Mark Spensdorf, BBC Cycling out of Tennessee, dropped out of that group and not part of the chase. So 108, that lead is up to 108 as we're 27 minutes into this 45-minute race.
It's do or die time for Drew back in the field. It looks like the leaders aren't totally committed as they once were. You can see them setting up before they drop into that really tough corner down there. Okay, so now we're back up to 5 riders. 5 riders in the break. We got 2 teammates, 1 Texas Roadhouse.
And again, trying to see if Funston, if they slow down enough to let him get back up, because again, it's Tinsman in 3rd, Funston in 4th overall in the Omnium. Okay, like I said, about Funston 17 down on Drew Christopher, 11 down on Bahati. So they'll make that right-hand turn. Coming off of Galveston, the off-camber. 5-man group there as they'll come through the line at the 28-minute mark. We're going to show them 8 laps to go. 8 laps to go.
You can see they're not working well together. They're kind of strung out. The rider that actually was dropped is now just rolling off the front. He did not attack. All he did was roll through, and people are getting fatigued in the heat. He is going to tiptoe away here. So this is this shows you don't ever say quit, don't ever say die. He will gain just a few precious seconds. Maybe he's going to use it to take it easy on the hill to conserve his effort for later in the race. But right now he's riding away from the riders he was dropped from. a half a lap ago.
Yeah, bib number 428, Chris McDonald, Titan Racing, Cadence Cyclery. So right now, up the road, again, it was over a minute, coming back together. That 4 back to, it was 6, then it got dropped to 4. Now they're all back here. The question is, they're going to look over their shoulder as Brian Funston, bib number 14, not into the TV shot just yet, but again, trying to claw his way back up. He kind of was in this little no man's land, but it looks like he may have lost some steam heading up Crybaby Hill. As here comes the fellow. We're going to pream the field. Field pream, field pream, field pream,
Field
$100. $100 field pream.
Jamie Carney, field pream. Jamie Carney, field pream. Let's see what you got. That's Jamie Carney in there. I don't know how many times he's been to the Olympics. I don't know how many national championships he has, but it's more than everyone combined here.
So attack off the front, out of the field. Try to perfectly time it here. Try to catch that number as we're hitting the first bump of the double bump and hump of Crybaby Hill, and then the climax corner of Galveston. 441, possibly. That's Owen Schott, yeah, former winner here at Tulsa Tough in the Masters A. So Canberra, we talked about the Canberra teammates, and they're coming up out of the pream to go chase on this $100 pream lap.
This is stringing the field out. Oh, we've got riders from all the teams covering it. Squadra was on that one. It's a $100 pream for the, not these guys.
So we'll let them roll through as they come back together, but here's going to be an attack out of that break. 422, again, we had called his name earlier. That is going to be Brendan Hausler, Canberra. So teammate of Owen Schott. Brendan Hausler trying to attack out of the break.
Here we go. We have our man that's struggling in no man's land. He's gonna work at it. He's gonna hold this spot. He might be able to hold on for 6 today if he keeps it up. Now we're going to see some action here. Field's going to come through for the pream lap. Did that solo rider hold him off? Hausler still riding away from the field.
Was the Canberra racer? Was that Owen Schott? I don't remember. We were talking about Canberra there. And it will be 441 from Canberra. That is Owen Schott, the aforementioned former national Tulsa Tough champion here in the Masters A.
Owen just got $100.
So another one of these racers with the stars and stripes. Again, it's a who's who. I always wax poetic about the Masters A race. A lot of former national champions, current national champions at Masters level out here. They're 40 plus, but their categories 1 and 2, and they're extremely tough. It's always very savvy. Got the horsepower and the brain power when it comes to the field of the Masters A and watching them race. So right now, though, Owen Schott winning that pream and staying off the peloton for just a little bit. But again, looking up at the front and seeing what some of the actions are up the front. We had seen Hausler, bib number 422, that made that attack from Canberra, Owen Schott's teammate. It looks like he has been drawn back, and it's back to a group of 4 at the front.
So these are your leaders. 45-minute race, so we've got about 14 minutes, 13 minutes of racing left. That's going to be maybe 2 or 3 laps, 6 laps to go. So these riders are seeing 6 laps to go. 6 laps to go, riders. 6 laps to go.
So they made a little bit of a move. They brought Hausler back. Now kind of sitting around, literally kind of up out of the saddle, stretching the back. Tinsman still up there. He is the one in the catbird seat, though, because he still has this lead, and he's the one in 3rd place, only down 12 points to Drew Christopher in the overall Omnium standings. And again, Philip Tinsman always chewing that gum. Half the time I think it's just like a railroad tie that he's just chomping to death in his bit. Always got that demeanor of just kind of the head cocked just to the side a little bit back in the Monster Media days, and now racing with the Cadence team here. So again, down to the final 6. They're on through, on to Crybaby Hill 6 more times up the hill.
Bryant Funston just grinding away in 6th spot. Will he hold on for the rest of the day? I think he can do it. I think I can. I think I can. Tinsman's going to try to whittle these guys down, but this group is going to stay together. These 4 men are going to come to the line. I'm going to call Ian. I'm going to call Ian Dilley. He's been hanging out on the back. He knows what he's doing.
So again on the Omnium, if you finish first today, it's 26 points, second 22, third 19, fourth 17. So that 4-man breakaway up there, again, a lot of points. So the thing is, Tinsman only down 12 points on Drew Christopher and only down 6 on Rasan Bahati. So again, getting those omnium points there. Tinsman up at the front in this break. If they're able to stay away with under 6 to go, he's in a catbird seat. 110 is that lead. That is the gap back from our breakaway back to the peloton.
I think
50 seconds.
50 seconds. 50 seconds. It's coming down. It's coming down. I want to see a heater. I want to see some action in these last 5 laps. Will these Masters riders go for it? It looks like it's heating up here.
Yeah,
there we go. Jamie Carney on the front, doing what Jamie Carney does. Wait until the right moment and then put it into big gear and not stop pedaling until he's well off the front.
And Carney's bringing Drew Christopher with him, setting in that second wheel. Again, trying to defend the top of the Omnium standings here, trying to make his way up. Because again, 50 seconds was that gap, as we're going to be under 6 laps to go. It'll be 5 when they roll on through here for the race leaders.
Here we go. Here's our race leaders rolling through. Tinsman, it was 50 seconds. 50 seconds. Let's see it.
Titan Racing Cadence Cyclery, Philip Tinsman. And then his teammate, again, it keeps getting dropped. It keeps coming back. Chris McDonald trying to bridge back up to make it a 5-man breakaway at the front. Funston, like you said, Brad, just grinding away kind of that 6th place no man's land.
I think he's going to be able to hold it. He's going to, hopefully he's got some sugar on board. He's going to be running on fumes.
When will we fire it off, the final pream? When we will issue out the carrot? When will we have the rabbit and get that hare out there for the dogs to get on the chase? That final $100 cash pream is still up for grabs. When will we throw it out there?
Okay, there's your race leader trying to bridge, taking Jamie off the front. Drew Christopher and Jamie Carney. The field is strung out. They're not having a good time. They are overheating. This is going to be when the elastic breaks. These guys are not going to be able to hold on much longer. Look for it to break apart heavily in these next 4 laps.
So Drew Christopher and Carney, he said a little mini break, 2-man off the front, leading the chase with the rest of the peloton. I think a former Sound Pony Hitman squad mate of yours, Winfield Gibson from last year. Winfield Gibson with Who Are We Sound Pony, leading that peloton a couple seconds back from the 2-man little mini break, coming out of it with Drew Christopher and Carney. So again, Texas Roadhouse Richter, you said cycling through, but sitting on the back. So Tinsman 335, or 383 that is.
I mean, Tinsman got his teammate back in there. He's going to be able to help him at the key moments, probably down here leading into Crybaby Hill to maybe launch Tinsman off the front.
So when we see those race leaders roll through, it's going to be 4 laps to go, and we'll be ringing the bell. The final third, that is, the third pream and final pream of our Masters A race. $100 cash coming on up. And we're going to ring the bell to pream. This is our 4th. Yep, there it is. Gentlemen, it's a pream lap, pream lap, pream lap. $100 cash, pream lap. Again, Richter just kind of sitting there, but, I mean, your guy, 4'11", Ian Dilley, Super Squadra, just sitting in there in that group. As you said, sneaky smooth at times.
That's
Will
right.
he try to make an attack and on the pream lap, ahead of the pream lap, and try to roll it into an advantage here in the final 4?
They're doing cat and mouse. Tinsman's not wanting to do anything with Ian up there, so Tinsman's going to have to just set a casual pace on the front. He might do a little attack out of frustration.
So they hit the first climb up onto Crybaby Hills. We send them your way 4 more times, Crybaby Hill. The Masters A getting to the business end of this one.
Here we go. Drew's driving. He's trying to bridge. He's picked up the 1/6 rider that was dropped.
That's Funston, Brian Funston, who's sitting 4th overall, 418. Also in the Brent Grist out of BMC Walmart out of Arkansas.
This is going to be welded back together time and time again, but it looks like the front of the group has given up. They have snapped. Look for Drew and his compatriots to try to bridge. They've got 4 laps to do it.
Rod on the rivet, Nick Penrod, Cura Race for the Cura, powered by Region Bank, trying to chase back on. One of the souls shot out the back of this peloton here with under 4 to go. So you talked about Drew Christopher picking up Brian Funston, who's sitting 4th overall in the Omnium. And again, right behind him, that was Brent Grist trying to bridge on up. Bib number 418, racing with BMC Walmart Cycling Team. Grist, 45 years, out of Arkansas, very active in these Masters races from your neck of the woods there in Northwest Arkansas. Now, right? I mean, I know you're a show me
I'm Tulsa now.
Oh, that's right.
I mean, I'm from the Show Me State, but I came here to show you Tulsa, out of Tulsa Huff, that is, with the Project Dude Man over here. So the St. Francis tent, just to the right of the stage here, we've got Project Dude Man tent with St. Francis, the Divas. Here's the Pream. Who's going to get it? I think they're just going to roll through.
Looks like it's an agreement that they have made. No, a late spring at the end. Trying to come down through there. Brendan Hausler with Canberra and Richter. David Richter, Texas Roadhouse Cycling, almost coming together on this
Well,
left.
there was a little deviation in that sprint. I think we're going to let it slide, but that was like, hey, man, I've been pulling this whole time. Why are you going to do this? Why are you going to be a jerk?
They'll try to pit me at the line.
Well, it's because they're masters.
All righty, 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go. What is the chase clock? Again, it's been around 50 seconds. What has the gathering of the masses, the gathering of the weapons back here? Your overall Omnium race leader, Drew Christopher, trying to drag Brian Fusted, a couple others, maybe Brent Grist together as they're going to be coming through, and we're going to show them 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go.
It is all back together. These guys are licking their wounds. They're sitting in the corner. They're crying. They didn't really make it. What are they going to be able to do in the last 3 laps? Let's see it, boys.
First time we've called the name of Gabriel Oderman, bib number 448 out of Texas. He's moved his way up to the front there. Looks like Meteor, and then also one of the Canberra racers, Owen Schott. Oh, that's Owen Schott, I believe. That's Owen Schott, possibly bib number 411. They're about to make their way up Crybaby Hill 3 more times. They're sending them your way again.
Now,
3 more times.
I love it that they got to the hill and they kind of like sat up. It's like you're already there. Oh, here we go. It looks like, is that Big Ben Sharp? No, that's not
Maybe
Big Ben.
Brent Grist. It is Brent Grist, BMC Walmart, bib number 418, as he's going to overtake the Meteor racer, which is Jeremy Schwab in bib 440. So Owen Schott sitting there 441, but Brent Grist now trying to make an attack. There's Bahati. Hadn't seen Bahati for a while, as he's going to overtake the top of this peloton on the crest of Crybaby Hill.
It looks like he took a teammate with him. It looks like he took a teammate with him on that. So let's see if Bahati comes through with one teammate with him, maybe another rider.
Speaking of teammates of Bahati, Texas Roadhouse Cycling, that is David Richter. He's at the front of that 4-man group again. Ian Dilley, oh so sneaky with Super Squadra, Hausler, and also Philip Tinsman. So the 4 of them looking together. It's the penultimate lap. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. If you're sitting on your butt, get up to the barriers, get on your feet, cheer them on as the cat and mouse goes.
Here we go.
Here are the games that are deployed.
Are they going to waste energy on the flats here? Yes, they are, because they don't want to fully commit to this. I want to see somebody go from bottom to top and blow this thing up, but they are a little intimidated by the heat. They're intimidated for being out there for most of the race. You can tell, you can see those faces are not happy about this.
So again, it is Philip Tinsman who's sitting 3rd overall in the Omnium. Brendan Hausler sitting right behind him. Ian Dilley. And then on the back, that is David Richter, Texas Roadhouse Cycling. So those are the 4, as you mentioned, Brad. The 4 to 6-man breakaway. It's kind of split up a couple different times. So these have been the 4 main protagonists that have stayed there together as we have 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go.
Here we go. One rider rolling off the front. Can't read his number. It's so scrunched up. It was a Texas Roadhouse.
Josh Drake is the Texas Roadhouse racer, pit number 412, trying to bridge on up again, trying to arc off on his own here with 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. Next time we see him, it'll be the bell lap here of our Masters A race on day number 3 of the 2025 edition of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. It's the McElroy Manufacturing River Parks Criterium, known as Crybaby Hill Party, but the race is down here, so we're going to get down to the final lap, bell lap coming up.
Get up there to Pabst Blue Ribbon, the light corner up there on Crybaby Hill. Get ready for it to heat up. Have a cool beverage to cool you off.
Second to last time that they will crest Crybaby Hill. They'll head on down in front of the Reunion Cycling and Pickle Juice Red Bull truck down there before they hit the Team Topeka tent. They're on that right-hand turn at Climax Corner at Galveston. Still together, not playing any games, as they're all together for the second to last time. The white knuckle descent down off of Galveston onto Riverside Drive.
These guys aren't going to do anything dumb in this last corner. They're going to put it all out on the hill to try to break it up. The funny thing is, Tinsman has led up the hill nearly every single lap. He's leading all the way down through the start-finish. Here we go, riders.
As here they come. 1 to go, 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 1 to go. The final lap. Masters A. Hausler, Tinsman, Dilley, Richter, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, have been off in the heat, in the fire. But again, here's the bridge, trying to be bridging on up. Chris McDonald, 428.
Chris McDonald has been just yo-yoing off the back all day long. He gets the grit award of the day. But who's going to do the bonehead move of the day on the front every time up the hill? Is he going to be able to hold him off? I don't know about that one. I don't like the way it looks, but let's see it. Let's see it, gentlemen. Here we go. Look at the big screen. Look at the jumbo screen. See if they're going to really hit it. Ooh, Tilly's hurt. Ian Dilly's hurt, and he's gritting the teeth.
He's setting that third wheel. Richter behind him in fourth. But Tinsman leading on up. Hausler not able to come around him, but not really trying to just yet as they crest Crybaby Hill for the final time. One to go.
Oh, Tinsman. I think Tinsman sat up. He got attacked.
Hausler is sitting there possibly making the attack, going up over the top. Brendan Hausler, 422 with Canberra out of North Carolina.
Yep, there's Hausler. He's going to come in. Ooh, we got Texas Roadhouse. Maybe. Oh, he's got it. He's got it.
He has opened up at least a 3-second gap, 2.5 to 3 second gap. It's trying to be closed down by David Richter with Texas Roadhouse, but as they crest Galveston, they're going to be heading your way. I tell you what, Richter
this is going to be
closing
close.
it down.
This is going to be close. Everybody coming to the barrier, see what it is. The Masters.
Get off your butt. Come to the line. Cheer hard because these racers are working harder than you are. Let them know how much you appreciate the effort.
Here we go. Here we go.
Right-hand turn. Richter right
Here it
behind
comes.
him.
He's gonna get it. He's gonna smoke him.
Richter in the slipstream, trying to overtake. They're going to come to the barriers here on the near side. Almost coming together in front of the state wheel pit as they're going to take it to the line. As it will be David Richter taking the sprint over Brendan Hausler in our Masters A race.
Savvy. Nice job, Dilly.
Ian Dilly, Super Squadron will take third.
What the Dillio getting third.
So Tinsman rolling on in fourth. Tinsman will get 17 points. So 17 points. That'll put Tinsman up at 53. So now make him at 53 points. So now the question is, where will Bahati and Drew Christopher be coming out of the break?
428 grit man of the day, pulling it in. Chris McDonald held on.
There's a crash up the bottom of the hill.
Oh, Drew came in second for the field.
At maybe 14 or 15 points, trying to get that figured out here. But again, with Tinsman coming in, getting 17, put him at 53. Doesn't matter if it was 5th or 6th or 7th for Drew Christopher. Unofficially, it looks like Drew Christopher, as long as he was ahead of Bahati, I'm not sure where he was.
He was.
It looks like Drew Christopher will have enough points, actually more than enough points, getting in that 6th or 7th place finish to take the Omnium. Obviously, all unofficial yet. As we wait for the final results, looking at the replay, coming together here on that sprint, Richter overtaking Hausler as they came to the line, got really close to those left barriers.
He timed that just right. He let him go over the top of Crybaby Hill, and then he timed it.
Once again, Brad, the Omnium, which we're try to get all that figured out. What's that? Maven Parks Law Firm or Meteor going down, taking down Winfield Gibson, your teammate, that Sound Pony hit squad last year.
Gibson went right into the curb there. I think that's a collarbone on Scott. Not good. Not what we want to see with anybody out here. That corner can take the best riders down. Everyone remember to be safe into that last corner. Don't send it hot into it because you got to make it to the line to actually do something for the day.
So again, a very exciting finish to the Masters A race. Taking it to the line, trying to figure out all the Omnium, all the different gamesmanship going on. And again, that sprint, as you said, Brad, coming up the left side, timed it perfectly. David Richter, Texas Roadhouse. The Texas Roadhouse winning 2 of the Masters A races here at the 2025 edition of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Able to overcome Brendan Hausler with Canberra in the final 50 meters to take the win here on day number 3.
So before we get started with the Cat 3, I'm going to share a little bit about Project Dude Man. So we've got the divas, now we have the dudes. It is an inclusive group. It's a group that you can come together, learn from one another, connect with a community of men that want to ride, that want to get better, that want to increase their competency in cycling, which increases their confidence by bonding together, riding together, increasing the connection with everyone. Please come out, check us out. We ride virtually 4 days a week, Monday through Thursday. We're going to get some gravel rides going. We do Turkey Tuesdays. Project Dude Man, you can check it out on tulsatough.com or on Instagram, Project Dude Man. I am the head dude, Brad Huff.
So, Brad, we had Jersey on, and I told her that you were chasing her number as far as the divas.
Riders, move to the right. Riders, got a motorcycle come through. Over here on the left side of the group, move right. You got a motorcycle coming through. Thank you very much.
So, again, Brad, I had Jersey Lee with the divas on earlier this morning. I told her that you are chasing to get that number. You have 50 in your group of Project Dude Man. She's got 254 the divas, and that she's got a target on her back that you're chasing her down.
You know, we wanted to get to 50 men by the end of the year, and we're already up to 44. I'm hoping after this weekend we get all the way up to 60 and beyond. We're a great group of guys, a great group of dudes. We are out here to have fun and ride together, and the fringe benefit at the end of showing up is fitness. We do ice cream social rides. We do hill repeats, but we also do a lot of fun riding, Zone 2, learning how to ride a bike better, learning how to enjoy life better, because life still happens when you unclip from the pedals. It's not all solved by powering into the pedals. 30 seconds, riders, 30 seconds. 3 laps in, it's 6 laps to go, 45 minutes, riders. Everybody take a deep breath. Everybody know that last corner. Don't be a hero into the last corner, okay? I want you to make it to the line.
The hill awaits, gentlemen, as we are underway. There's that tall Texas streak of water. Bib number 403, 6'7" of racing at the back.
Toot sweet, boys, toot sweet. Here we go. So here we go. It's the last day, but it's the greatest day of Tulsa, St. Francis Tulsa Tough here. They're going into the Pabst Blue Ribbon corner of Crybaby Hill. They're all mouth closed. They're all serious, but they're going to be heating up, breathing out of their eyelids in very few laps. Get ready for the heavy hitters to come in. Let's keep it fun. Let's keep it clean. My man Adam Mills right here. Thanks, Adam. Thanks for being here. If you're looking for a rider, looking for a coach, if a rider looking for a coach, check out Source Endurance. Source Endurance, Adam Mills. He's got a collection of incredible coaches from men and women all over, national champions, gravel champions. But we're here for the Super Bowl champions, Tulsa Tough. Let's welcome to the stage Frankie Andreu, the legend that is Frankie, rider for the century and director of the millennium. Frankie Andreu, he works to have brownie points back home. He maybe burns them up a little bit too much by going on too many bike rides, but Frankie's here to help him out. Here we go, Cat 3's taking off. We've already got 2 riders off the front. Oklahoma Flyers, they know this route well. They ride it all the time. It is getting strung out from the first lap. Who's it going to be today? Yeah. "90 degrees. Keep your hydration rolling. We've got the Pabst Blue Ribbon Crybaby Hill corner. We've got some Fuzzy Bunny down here at the start-finish line, or Fuzzy Rabbit, I'm sorry. Hop over this. So pick your poison, pick your goodness, but stay for the whole enjoyment. Crybaby Hill. Oh, these riders are having fun. They're whooping and walling and doing the Arsenio Hall up there. I don't know if they're going to be doing that very much longer. Let's see what happens. Oh, we've already got a beer hand up. It's a show out here for sure. I think they're going 10 wide into that top corner. They're not really hitting it just quite yet. Frankie, did you go ride the Fondo this morning? You look like you've perspired a little bit.
I've just been walking around.
Yeah, but you always look ready. You can put in 100 anytime.
No, not at all. Not at all. Walking around just sweating. 90 degrees out here, so definitely a little bit challenging for many of these riders that are out there.
You know, I got to sit down and have a lunch with Frankie with the Dude Men, and it was awesome. Frankie told him some stories, took a picture with the dudes. It was awesome. Here we go. Cat 3's rolling through.
Category 3 men roiking their way through. Why did I see...
You got a lot of Oklahoma Flyers kind of massing to the front. They know what they're up against. They train on this hill all the time. They do hill repeats all around here. They know this like the back of their hand. I think I've seen them rip through that last corner in training rides about every week. Look for the Oklahoma Flyers to put a rider in the break, to put a rider in the right move to get to the line.
Day number 3 here of our St. Francis Tulsa Tough as we're getting ready for Crybaby Hill.
Stop by the Spotlight Theater for cold beverages and clean bathrooms. Hang out in the air conditioning auditorium and celebrate the architect Bruce Goff. Right across the street. Please stop in. Here's some good stories. I hear there's some good stories about the lineage of this theater. Go over there and check it out. Cool off on a hot day.
Riders out on course right now, waiting for them to be able to make their way around. 90 degrees of this day 3 with the St. Francis Tulsa Tough, and big thank you to our River Parks organization. Vision to provide public spaces for outdoor experiences. 26 miles of trails and playgrounds. Brad, I'm sure you've been on all 26 miles of trails.
Tulsa is a giant playground here. We actually have the executive director of River Parks, Jeff Edwards, here. Maybe we'll get him up top to talk about the playground that is Tulsa. But right now we've got our Cat 3s heated up. It's stringing out a little bit. Look for it to heat up every single lap. So I was just talking about the theater. They have the Tulsa Spotlight Theater, home of the drunkard, a Tulsa tradition. Every Saturday night, 1953, stop by the theater for more information. I haven't got to do this. Okay, you're out. No, get out. They're coming up. No, they're coming behind you. Turn around. There we go. Terrell hanging on the back. I think he said 15 minutes. I'm hoping Mr. Hanson makes it a little bit longer than that. I saw Terrell at Gateway Cup. I've also seen the Gateway Cup head, Mike Weiss, walking around. They are two great institutions of Criterium racing here in the Midwest. But right now, oh, we've got a rider off the front, high-fiving as he attacks off the front. That's funny. Here we go. That was great. So we're at the Super Bowl of Criterium Racing.
Yeah, a lot about Tulsa Tough is enjoying that Crybaby Hill. Many riders will come here, race on day number 1, race on day number 2, but day number 3 is all about the celebration. Never seen a rider attack trying to be able to win a bike race going off the front, high-fiving everybody on the side.
We've already got riders popping off the back 10 minutes into this race. That just shows you the intensity that picks up lap after lap, the heat that gets these riders. This is really the first hot race weekend of the year. It's been unseasonably cool here in the Midwest.
A lot of coasting going on. 2 riders just off the front. I got a feeling they tackled that last turn a little bit quicker than everybody else. Leading them through, that's Adeda Joshi.
He was high-fiving off the front. That's what he was doing.
That blue jersey riding on the front right now, William Nollard. Likes riding on the front, paying attention to everything that's coming by him. He's made himself into the breakaway on day number 1. He was very aggressive on day number 2 as well, and it's no different. Why change your style of riding just because it's day number 3? And Nollard in that blue jersey controlling things from the front.
You know, he's been on the front for the last 11 minutes. He hasn't left the top 10. I think he's patrolling a little bit too much. He's a little too nervous to let things go. He's not willing to sit in and conserve some energy. Here we go, rider attacking off the front, going into that dangerous last corner. I didn't catch his number. Let's see when he rolls through. Which rider is going off the front? Hopefully he makes it through the corner. All right, thanks everybody for letting me come up here and talk about Project Dude Man. If you're wanting to know more about it, the pink St. Francis tent that's to the right of the stage here. Check us out. We got the big banner. Project Dude Man. We got one rider off the front. Who's it going to be? 429, Emmanuel Flores. Pegasus Cycling. He might be taking flight. He's got a good gap. Let's see if he can hold it when he hits the hill. That's usually the litmus test if the rider has the legs to hold off for the rest of the day. To stay in a breakaway, to power through, you actually want to ride that hill at a nice steady pace. You don't want to try to go hero mode. Ooh, he's not having a good time. Look at that. Big old gear, barely rolling it. He's going to be caught pretty soon. Ooh, he's looking for shade. He's looking for shade. He's already looking back. That's not a good sign. When the rider's looking back before you even get to the top of the hill, He knows he is on borrowed time. We've got bubbles, we've got beer, we've got Pabst Ribbon up there at Crybaby Hill. If you haven't been up to Crybaby Hill, go up there. It's a scene. It's a sight. You might want to be in a picture. You might not want to be in a picture. This is the best day of the best weekend in American crit racing. The Super Bowl, that is St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Presented by St. Francis.
Hey, David Richter, if you're around, head on next to the stadium for your podium. Looking for David Richter and Ian Dilley. Head on over for your podium right next to our announcing stage.
And if you're looking for some food, you're looking for some beverages, there's a bunch over here behind us. Check out the expo area. Check out the goodness. Get some food, get some beverages, cool down on this hot day. I wouldn't advise taking a dip in the river. Oh, we got riders down. Ooh, don't move, buddy. He thought about it. Okay, your glasses. Was that our man that was off the front?
Yeah, I'm not sure. He looks okay, so he's going to be able to go in and be able to take that free lap, so that's going to be a bonus for him.
That looked like our man that was off the front. Yep, they caught him. He goes into the corner and he loses. He just grabbed a handful of brake or something.
Yeah, rider in fourth position. Luckily, the other riders were able to get around him. Woo! Nice tumble and roll. Somebody taught him well.
Yep. You want to be able to just go to the pit, buddy. Go to the pit. Go to the pit. 429. That was Emmanuel. Yeah, he was off the front. He must have been breathing through his eyelids when he came into that last corner. He didn't have a good line. That's why you don't want to push too much too early. Here we go. Our man that was surveying the front. Already off the front again. 473. William. He's been rolling in the top 10 the whole time. He's been rolling on the front on the hill. Now he's off the front on Crybaby Hill. This is going to form a good breakaway. Terrell, let's see you get up there. Look at that smile. Here we go. He's still off the front, it looks like.
That's William Noller. Talk about him being super aggressive right now with about I'll call that a 5-second gap. One rider up the road gap's 5 seconds. One rider up the road gap is 5 seconds. Not caring one bit as Tayton Parker, the 22-year-old from Oklahoma Flyers, leading him through our start-finish line.
William is not coming back. I'm just going to call this one. He's going to have riders that come up to him, but he is dedicated on this one. He might fizzle, but he might have some riders bridge up to him. I bet his entire intention was to attack Crybaby Hill. Look at him. He looks really good. He's focused. He's smooth. He's going to hold this off for a while. So the riders are going to wither out here in the heat. It's over 90 degrees. I wonder what the heat index is. It's just HAWT. Hot. Frankie, I'm not from here. I don't really know these roads very well, but I'm sure everyone else does.
A little bit later on, just some information for our pro men and pro women only. Pro men and pro women only. Feeding will be available on the backstretch. I think it's 14th Street.
13th Street, sir. 13th Street.
Might be top 13th Street. That is after Crybaby Hill. Road dips down a little bit, starts to be able to go back up, but feeding will be available once again for pro men and pro women.
We're 18 minutes into this race. We've got one rider off the front. Riders are just getting dropped every single lap. Here we go. Our lone fearless leader, 473, William Nollert. It's looking good, but it's also looking like the field is attacking with a fierce intention to bring him back.
Look how it's strung out right now. Tire to tire. That was that rider that did that big lead out yesterday riding on the front. But now we got a strong, long line.
We've got an eager Oklahoma Flyer chasing another Oklahoma Flyer.
Close down that gap. Come on, Mark Masters. Don't give up.
That's why we're in this race. These Cat 3s are learning what it really requires to be able to perform at the top level of this sport. They need to make the mistakes. They need to learn from their, failures. I'm going to say that. Let's see what happens out here.
All 3 days, one of our sponsors has been pretty busy. Like to be able to thank State Bicycle Company, our neutral service, doing a fantastic job providing all of our neutral service for many of the riders, especially on day number 1 and day number 2. Big part of being able to keep these riders on the road is being able to give them that free lap, fixing any kind of crashes or flat tires they might have. So once again, a big thank you to State.
We're here at 20 minutes. William is still off the front. Let's get the countdown of what his time gap is. We got a 45-minute race. The front of the field is kind of giving up. He's going to be adding a lot of time to this. The front of the field is kind of giving up on the... So here we go. Here are our leaders coming in. So our lone leader, William Nollert. William Nollert. Here he comes. Jerry Mon. This man has taken the race on. He's been wanting it from lap 1. Let's go, William. Hold him off. Let's check our time gap.
Riders, we're going to do a field pream. Field pream. This group right here, $100 field pream. Bicycles of Tulsa, $100 field pream, field pream. This group, field pream, $100 field pream.
We're about 10 or 15 seconds off that. We've got a $100 pream coming up.
Got about 4 riders going into the pit right now, trying to be able to figure out what happened on the backstretch. A little bit of a mix-up. More riders coming through, feeling the heat, feeling the hill. Very different race course.
Here we go.
Brad, you've raced this many times. Obviously, day number 1, flat, fast Criterium. Day number 2 has a little bit of a bump in it, with a flat, fast Criterium. But day number 3, how different is Crybaby Hill Day compared to the first 2 days?
Well, I'm just going to tell you, I've won day number 1, I've won day number 2, and I've never won day number 3 because it's just a little bit outside my reach. I wasn't positioned well enough. I think the best I did was a 3rd. Because this hill weighs you down, it wears on you lap after lap. So I would try to spin to win every single hill and then really put in the big meat on the last few laps to be in position. You have to be in the top 10, the top 20 every single lap so you can either stay in position, waterfall a little bit, because it just wears you down. Then you have to have the skills to be able to take the corner without eating it. This is the hardest day of the 3. Here we go. We got 2 riders off the front of the field. They're going for that $100 pream.
Yeah, for our pro men and pro women, they're going to feel the effects of this hill, obviously. But for a Category 3 rider, they're not even going to realize what's happening to them. They're going to go up that hill and put in that big effort, but after 10 times, all of a sudden, they are going to lose their legs, and they're going to be wondering what happened and being able to pace themselves a little bit better.
Well, that's why we had about 15 people dropped in the first 5 minutes and then about 30 dropped in the 10 minutes.
Coming up on our halfway point, lap cards are up. William, lap cards are up. It's 11 to go. 11 to go, William. 11 to go. Here's your pream winner, maybe. That's going to be our orange jersey picking up that pream. That's
well
going to be 5:03.
That really closed the gap.
Quan Trong. Once again, coming up on that halfway point, going to be seeing 10 laps to go once they come around. Bicycles of Tulsa giving up our first pream $100 cash. Still have one more to give out, which we're going to wait for about 5 more laps. My big question is William Nollert. Is he going to be able to stay away? Because that group have that pream. They tracked him down and probably took off 10 seconds in 1 lap.
Yeah, but then they sat up. It's looked like he's stringing it back out. He's getting some seconds on him. He's been looking smooth from lap 1. See, they're giving up. They're really kind of giving up. You've got the OK Flyers. The OK Flyers are just sitting on the front of the group, which they're just tiring themselves out, really just slowing down the group. If I was their director, I would say get off the front. So here we go, William Nolan. I don't know how many laps he's been off the front, but he's got 11 to go, 10 to go now. Nollert, William Nollert. Cheer him on, let's hear it. Hear it for William. This man is taking the race by his own control. Looking smooth. We're gonna get an official time here. He's actually went back out. They almost were at his heels for that sprint, but everyone set up. We're down to 15 seconds, maybe a little bit under. Woo, this lap is going to determine what happens. We're going to bring William. He has been off the front for 5 laps. He was in the top 10 from the first lap. William is dedicated for this, but whew, those early laps, when you're a little too aggressive, you're a little too attentive, that might burn you out for the real move you need to be in. So that goes back to my method of spin to win. Don't try to master cash up there. Being in position is important, but saving your energy is más importante. That's more important for those of us that don't speak Spanish. Listen, every time I get on this microphone and I talk about Project Dude Man, if I don't see at least 20 people go over there and talk to the dudes and divas, I'm going to be a little upset.
Where's your tent at?
This pink tent just to your right. You see that Project Dude Man flag? The divas are under there. They're holding down the fort because they are 300 strong. We are just a 44 strong. But we're building. We're only in the first 3 months. Come out and ride with Project Dude Man. Ride with the divas. They ride nearly every day of the week, but definitely the Wednesday night ride. They were out on the Fondo. They're probably in the crit. The divas are the matriarchs of Tulsa. Oh, we got one rider that went up into the grass on that last turn. Oh, they're bringing it back. Here it goes. Williams Day.
9 laps to go, William. 9 laps to go. Gap's about 4 seconds. 9 laps to go. That's one of our strong riders on the front right now. He finally showed himself. That's Jordan Smith. Jordan, a young 23-year-old out of Oklahoma, riding on the front, gradually trying to be able to bring him back. And I think it's all going to come back together at the bottom of Crybaby Hill.
All right, everybody, we're getting down to 9 laps to go. They're rolling through Pabst Blue Ribbon, Pabst Light, Crybaby Hill. Tinsman, we need you at the podium. Tinsman, we need you at the podium. You know the routine. Get over there. All right, it's heating up. These riders are popping off the back. They thought they were having fun, but they are thinking this is dumb. But we're out here, we're having a good time. The 19th annual St. Francis Tulsa Tough, presented by the one and only St. Francis Hospital. This is one of the greatest weekends in American crit racing. Tell your friends, tell your family, share the pictures. Tag Tulsa Tough. Here we go.
Unbelievable. They brought him back to within 3 seconds, and Nola just not stopping. He just continued to turn over the pedals, trying to be able to keep that gap. It's an incredible ride, as he's already been away for about 7 laps. And that time trial machine, he's on the attack once again, trying to be able to go away.
Ooh, this one's going to be close. They might bring him back on this one.
Come on, Tulsa, cheer him on. Norrit trying to be able to go away. William, don't give up. You're cracking them. Excellent ride out there. 9 laps to go. 8 laps to go. 8 to go, riders. 8 to go.
William is a machine. He is doing it. Oh, they're hot on his heels. He's not giving up. He's acting like he is still holding them off. But I'm pretty sure they're going to grab him right here.
Big effort. Look at that mouth open it up, trying to be able to suck in all the oxygen he can get.
Head down.
Obviously the hardest section of the entire course, Crybaby Hill. But Brad, there's a lot of fresh legs. There's guys sitting in, waiting to pounce across. They're letting him dangle out there. They're letting him use up his energy because they're going to save themselves once they get down to those final 2 laps.
William would have been one of the contenders in the final 5 laps, but he's burned himself out in the early 10 laps. This is not going to look good for him coming into the finish.
Riders, how about a little bit of money? A little bit of cash. $100 pream coming up. Smith Farm and Garden, $100 pream, $100 pream, winner of the lap. $100 for the winner of the lap. $100 pream, $100.
All right, Brad Huff's going to the Project Dude Man and Diva tent for an autograph session. You can head over there right now.
Smith Farm and Garden. Hey, we put some money up for grabs. That's $100. Here across the line first. Look at the sprint. Side by side. Cheer them on. Little glance over the shoulder. Nice sprint. Some of our youngest riders out there. Again, that's the second premium I think they picked up. Adita Joshi. 16 years old picking up that pream.
All right, looks like we have our Masters men's podium. All right, so let's start with our daily podium, and then we'll move to our top three on the overall. Starting with third place, riding for Super Squadra, presented by Applewood Manor. Welcome to the podium, Ian Dilley. Second place for the Canberra, presented by 5 and 20 team. Next up is Brendan Hausler. And for Texas Roadhouse, top step in your Masters race at the McElroy River Parks Criterium, it's David Richter. David will get his Moo Apparel winner's jersey for his win on the stage today. Make sure he gets his Kuro Athletic sunglasses for our podium finishers. They'll all get Kuro sport glasses from Japan. All right, looks like we can do our 40-plus Omnium. I think we're ready to go with that one, starting with third place in the Omnium competition. Riding for Texas Roadhouse out of California. Welcome to the podium, Rasan Bahati. Second overall in your 40-plus category. Next up, welcome back, Phil Tinsman. And top step, your Tulsa Tough champ in the 40-plus category. From Tulsa, Oklahoma, it's Drew Christopher. Drew's going to get his Moo Apparel winner's jersey. Nicely done out there, riders. Get a little champagne celebration for Drew. Well deserved after 3 days of racing. Drew Christopher going to pop some champagne in the Omnium.
Riders, 4 laps to go, 4 to go, 4 laps to go, 4 to go. Hey, as a reminder, if you're walking around, stop by the Spotlight Theater right across from our announcing stage. They have air conditioning in there. Give yourself a chance to cool off. Got a long day in this 90-degree heat. Very important to stay hydrated and maintain that core temperature. Once again, Spotlight Theater. Pro men and pro women, we're going to allow feeding for your event. Again, pro men and pro women, feeding will be allowed on 13th Street, a little ways after Crybaby Hill. So plan accordingly. Right now, it's our Category 3s that are out on course, getting ready to come around. They're going to see 3 laps to go. And then, of course, our Williams Townie ride. Everybody's looking forward. Williams Townie ride right here on day number 3 of our St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Groups all together, pick your favorite. Who's going to be able to take up the win here on Crybaby Hill? It's 3 laps to go. 3 to go, riders, 3 to go.
A lot of looking around on the front. These guys getting set up for what should be an explosive final few times of Crybaby here. See, there's not a lot of urgency to ride the front. There is some urgency to get up towards the front. They realize that this one going to string back out once they hit Crybaby for the last 3 times. Luke Riley and Colin Stats taking a look on the front here. Riley had some aggressive riding yesterday. And now he's going to get back to it here at 3 laps to go. The local Tulsan trying to give it a go here.
Remember earlier on, we had a rider, William Nolan, riding number 473. That's his number. Riding in a blue jersey, he was away for about 10 laps, holding everybody off, and he's been reeled back in. And so that gave a big opportunity for many of these riders to sit in and just kind of follow the chase to save their legs and stay rested. Right now, looking a little bit more like it's going to come down to a sprint. Obviously, some riders do not want it to come down to a sprint. They don't want to fly into that final turn and have to risk it all. So we should see some attacks coming up in our final 2 laps.
We're going to be a page for Timothy Kutara to the start-finish stage, please. Timothy Kutara. If you're within earshot or you know Timothy, go ahead and send him down to the announcer stage. We'll grab a word with Timothy Kutara to the stage, please. It's going to take him down to 2 laps to go. Riley still looking around on the front. Looks like OKC going to give that a little challenge. The black jerseys move to the front from the OK Cycling Club. Penultimate time up Crybaby. Oh. Not a ton of interest in getting away here. Wes Gill up to the front. He's going to power and lead them up and over the crest.
That was one of our pream winners coming through right there. Went for the cash, blew up the legs, and now it's going to buy with 2 laps to go. Waiting for our leaders to come by as we're going to be doing Bell with 1 lap to go. Category 3 men now, make your way to the barriers. They're getting ready to come around. It's going to be 1 lap to go. Look at them spread out across the road fighting for position. You know you got to be in the front at the bottom of Crybaby Hill. If you want any chance of winning the 2025 Crybaby Hill for your Cat 3, you got to be in a good position. 1 to go, riders at bell lap. 1 lap to go, 1 to go, 1 to go.
There's going to be a lot on the line this time up and over Crybaby. This is where the race is really won and lost. You got to be in the top few spots this time up and over, because from there it is a fast descent into about a 150-meter flat run out of that bottom corner. Last turn on Crybaby coming off of it, always a worrisome one. OKCC going to attack the hill. They got a little gap. This is John Birchmore, 413. Saw some good riding from him earlier.
And Diego Johnson attacking right over the top of him. Timing it out. We talked about being in the front at the bottom of Crybaby Hill. Well, I would say it's just as important to be at the front at the top of Crybaby Hill. Diego Johnson now on the move, trying to be able to stay away for a half a lap, trying to be able to win here in Tulsa.
Not gonna get it.
Johnson's going to take that last little kicker up to the top here. Diego will start up and over with about a bike length lead over the rest of the guys. Wes Gill up there as well, 434.
Watch out for one of the junior rider Jackson Cleary moving up into position. Sitting in second position, just timed it well. Coming out of that last corner. He's a sprinter and he knows it. Jackson Cleary trying to be able to win here on Crybaby Hill. There's a rider on his wheel trying to be able to come into the slingshot. The white jersey of Cleary. It's Cleary challenging for the win, and it's Jackson Cleary winning Crybaby Hill for your Category 3.
Diego Johnson going to go second as Jackson Cleary finds the inside line at the bottom of Crybaby and outsprints the group to pick up a big win on day 3 of St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Unofficially, Jackson Cleary, your winner here.
As a reminder, riders, course is closed. Course is closed. We have about 3 riders that are still out on course. We have about 3 riders that are still out on course. Course is closed. Put your hands together. A couple more of our finishers coming in. Excellent job. A lot of riders sitting up at last time up Crybaby Hill, soaking in the experience, watching all the sights that are available on Crybaby Hill. More riders still out on course, making their way in. Welcome back, Baden. Make your way around. Go up Crybaby Hill one more time. Next up is going to be our Townie ride. Still waiting for one of our finishers to finish up for our Category 3s. The Williams Townie ride coming up next. What you been doing? You been lifting cattle? Going around picking up steer, throwing them around?
Hey, I want to give a big shout out to our friends at Spokehouse Bicycles, hooking up with some preams here, helping us keep these riders going and keep them motivated. Spokehouse throwing some Corsa tires that we're going to get out to the riders here. So big thank you to Spokehouse Bicycles. All right, I think these are going to be our Williams Townie riders making their way down right now. Let's make a little noise for these riders doing a great job out here. One of the great parts of Tulsa Tough, the Williams Townie ride. Chance for everyone to take to the course here. Don't have to race, doesn't matter what kind of bike you got, all about enjoying the neighborhood. A River Parks Criterium, presented by McElroy at the 2025 St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Williams Townie riders looking good out there. You guys are awesome. Great job today.
Look at that, a big steady stream of riders. Look at them, they turn and going up Crybaby Hill. That's going to be a little bit of a challenge for some of them. It's going to feel like Alpe d'Huez as a challenge for many of our smaller riders out there. Welcome everybody to the Townie Ride. Hopefully you guys have a great time out here enjoying that sunshine and all the bicycle races that are taking place.
Hope you guys have an awesome ride today. Got a good day for it? Got a great course for you? Thanks for hanging out with us today at St. Francis Tulsa Tough. This is where all the beautiful people hang out, right here. Good job out there, guys. I'll give you a 1 to go. You got as many to go as you want. That's the beauty of the Williams Townie Ride. It's your world. We're just living in it. Keep it up, riders. Great job. Look at the cool bikes on these kids. Cool helmets. That's what I'm talking about. Got the shades going. Man, the kids of Tulsa are all right. Right on, guys. Tons of different bikes, tons of different riders, and tons of fun. Good to see you out there. Have a good ride. Got the bells going. Very nice. Well, you know it's serious when you bring the GoPro to the Williams Townie Ride. Look at this rig right here. I love your blue bike. That is so cool. I got one at home just like it. I'm jealous of the helmet, though. Kids these days are so lucky. We had like 2 choices back in my day. Yeah. You got the party vibe. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. We are jamming in Tulsa today. How can you not be in a good mood on a day like today? It's Crybaby Hill, the best day of the year here at Tulsa Tough. And we are just getting started. Look at these cool bikes headed out. Got the red Woom, green Strider. Nice job out there. You guys are awesome. Your dad's pretty cool too.
Our next event coming up in about 4 minutes. We're about 4 minutes out until we're getting ready for our Category 1-2 for our 2:35 start. Getting ready for 60 minutes of racing as they're getting ready to be able to battle it out for the overall and being crowned your Crybaby champion. Once again, Category 1-2's coming up in just a moment. Diego Johnson, are you around? Looking for Diego Johnson right next to the announcing stage for your podium. Diego Johnson, make yourself known, please. One of the biggest fields we have of any of the races. It's a 5-pager. That's our start sheet. That's how long it is. 130 riders on the line. Gentlemen, as you're rolling up, you're going to be racing for 60 minutes. 60 minutes of racing. Free laps are over with 6 laps to go. You just rolled past your neutral service pit, so if you have a flat tire or crash, head on over there to be able to take your free lap. Once again, that ends at 6 laps to go. Coming up on 1 minute. 1 minute out until we get ready to be able to kick off our Category 1-2s. Hopefully you guys had a great race on day number 1, a great race on day number 2, and going to have a better race right here on Crybaby Hill. Soak up that atmosphere on the backstretch. Day number 3 of our St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Riders, we're getting ready for day number 3. I want you guys to tear it up on Crybaby Hill. Listen for the whistle as I say, riders ready? We're underway right now. Lap number 1. McElroy River Parks Criterium and Crybaby Hill. We're going to point out some of these riders a little bit later on, but just so you know, Ryan Drummond, your overall leader, DNA Racing, 1-point lead on Rex Roberts. So that's going to be number 234 in the lead, 299 sitting in second. And once some of these riders get into the breakaway, we'll pay attention to how that will affect the Omnium. 2 races in 1, riders trying to be able to win on the day, but also they're thinking about how to be able to win the overall, as this is day number 3, wrapping up our Tulsa Tough weekend.
First time coming up and over Crybaby Hill for these guys, getting the first real feel of what that last corner looks like as you dive your way down off the top. They're going to string this one out early here, single file up on the front. These guys are strung out like me after 8 Red Bulls.
Final call, Diego Johnson. Once again, Diego Johnson. Head on over to the podium area. Riders on their way right now, getting ready to complete lap number 2. That rider in the blue jersey sitting in 3rd position. He's your overall Omnium leader. That's Drummond. That blue jersey riding near the front. Remember, it's 60 minutes of racing. Can't ride on the front the entire time, but he definitely doesn't want to miss out. He's salivating right now, waiting to see if he can be able to get into a breakaway. 2nd place, 1 point back. And then we got Isaiah Calbreth and Derek Chavarria. It'll be interesting to see Derek Chavarria, a very fast sprinter, your winner on day number 2, riding for Legion of Los Angeles, gray jersey with the red helmet. Sat on for a little bit of the portion of the race yesterday, but dominated in the sprint to be able to pick up the win. Can he survive a harder course like Crybaby Hill?
Key for a lot of these riders, just stay safe, stay out of trouble, try and stay somewhat close to the front, and try not to cut the curb too early on your way up Crybaby Hill. That's about all you can do out there for this field.
Once again, as a reminder, Pro Women feeding is going to be available top of the hill on 13th Street after Crybaby Hill. Same with the Pro Men. We are allowing feeding for our Pro Women and Pro Men after Crybaby Hill on 13th Street. Riders, we're going to do a pream, $100. What about some money? $100 pream, $100 pream. $100 pream to the winner of the lap. Bicycles of Tulsa once again stepping up. $100 pream to the winner of the lap. If you want to be able to win that money, you got to go from the back of the group all the way to the front of the group. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for our Category 3 podium. Like to be able to start off riding for Piedmont. In third place, Louis Schramm. Great ride by Louis, finishing up in third in the sprint. What about finishing up in second in the sprint? A silver medal ride. Away message team for Diego Johnson. And finding himself in a very familiar place. That means the top step. Your winner of Crybaby, Cleveland Cycling Academy, Jackson Cleary. Excellent ride by Cleary, Johnson, and Schramm, showing they had the fastest legs. Also, I guess you could say the strongest legs to be able to get over Crybaby Hill and have enough speed to be able to cross the finish line in our top three. Mumu Apparel, our official sponsor of our winner's jersey. Nice little collection of winner's jerseys for Jackson Cleary. Also, as the winner of the race, going to get the Kuro sunglasses. All of our winners from Tulsa Tough receiving a pair of Kuro sunglasses. And once again, our top three, congratulations.
Group coming back through big efforts back on the front here as we start to get into double-digit numbers on the clock here. We're watching Grant Johnson for Grind City Racing on the front, coming out of Kentucky. Johnson going to lead the field through here to the bottom of the climb, doing some damage at the back. Let's see if we can get these guys back up there. Hang in there, riders. Just got to regain that contact.
Big thank you to Don Thornton Automotive Group providing our pace cars for all 3 days. They've been swapping it out, Cadillac or the Audi. Little flick of the elbow, that's your overall leader trying to be able to get some help. Chavarria might have been the rider in second place. 5 riders now with a little bit of a gap going away on the backside. Not necessarily on the hill, but attacking afterwards. Once again, the rider in the blue jersey, which is Drummond. He's your overall Omnium leader.
I have a feeling this one is going to come down to our Omnium competition here pretty soon. Only the strong will survive on this one. The 1-2 race, notoriously tough here at Tulsa Tough. Now, these riders out here would be the next in line to race in our pro races. If you're trying to make it to the pro ranks, you'll spend some time in this Category 1-2 field, kind of like AAA baseball players before they go to the major leagues. That's what these guys are doing. Not quite ready for the pros, but pretty fast in their own rights.
Yeah, a win here on Crybaby Hill, though, would definitely get some teams' attention. You can win a Category 1-2 race, you got to be riding pretty strong, so that's what a lot of these guys are thinking about. Making a mark, trying to be able to get a better ride for next year. Very negative racing going on, though. A lot of guys just sitting back. They're waiting for a little bit later on to try to be able to do something. All grouped together. Riders that were gapped coming off the back having an opportunity to be able to catch back up. A little bit of a slowdown in the front. Perfect opportunity if you can to try to be able to move up. Sitting on the back by choice right now, that's going to be AJ Moran, Green Line Velo. Waiting for a little bit more time. Remember, 60 minutes of racing, still 45 minutes still to go.
Nice little attack coming to the line here. We're going to ring this bell for 200 cash. See if we can get these guys paid. Attention riders, 200 cash to the winner of the next lap. Derek Chavarria on the attack here. 200 cash to the winner of the next lap. 200 guys, 200, 200, 200 cash. Got to go get the leader.
Chavarria on the attack right now, currently sitting fourth in the overall standings. He's definitely going to go flat out, try to be able to pick up that money. The question is, what will he do after that? We're going to get a good response from the main group, all trying to be able to get up the road. Once again, a big thank you. $200 of cash coming from Bicycles of Tulsa.
Chavarria being joined by Miguel Escobar up on the front, the Skyway rider out of Texas. Got a good thing going. It started with Derek's attack right here on the line before they even got to Crybaby. But now $200 on the line to the first guy across. And looks like they got some takers up and over. This guy gonna rail this corner at the bottom. Ooh. Laying the bike down. Let's see if he built himself a big enough gap. And Chavarria gonna pick up the pream across the line. So just like that, Derek Chavarria picks up 200 cash. Courtesy of our friends at Bicycles of Tulsa.
Question is now, what do you do with Chavarria? Do you keep going, trying to be able to get up to the top of Crybaby Hill? He's a good sprinter. He's got a ton of speed. So if this group does stay together, he is one of the favorites. Riders definitely starting to be able to track him down. I don't know why they waited so long to bring him back when $200 was on the line. Here come the attacks now on Crybaby Hill, all trying to be able to get up to the top.
I think Derek going to toss in the towel as well. He got what he wanted, took the cash, and now he'll go back into the field here. Good chance for a reset, good chance for another attack. Not going to do it on the downhill, but you saw how much space Chavarria was able to open on the flats here. It's about a 30-second effort from the last turn to the first turn, maybe a little more. And if you want to do the work all the way through, you can open up some serious time there. Of course, you can always do it on the climb, as we see 304 taken off. It's going to be Alex Salias, another Skyway rider. Maybe trying to launch off of his teammate's move. And Alex going to go head down here. Clock going just over 21 minutes in. These guys racing for 60 minutes out there today. So about 40 minutes of solo riding ahead.
Yeah, that rider off the front right now, no threat in the overall Omnium, but to be able to win here. Skyway with a pretty good plan, sending different riders. That's the advantage of when you have teammates. You can have a rider go up the road. If you get caught, you send up one of your teammates to continue to the attack. So at all times, Skyway having representation in the front. Right now, it's Alex Salias trying to be able to stay away. Salias holding about a 10-second gap right now. 31 years old, coming out of Colorado, trying to be able to win here on day number 3. Riders going down in that final turn right now. They'll be able to go into the pit still. Here's your more riders coming through. That rider's about to get lapped. They're trying to not to get lapped. Here's your race leader right now. Cheer him on. Alex Salias again coming out of Colorado on the attack right now. Great ride, as that is going to be about a 25-second gap. Riders, one rider up the road. 20 seconds is the gap. 20 seconds is the gap. One rider up the road. Oh, a little bit of conversation going on with Drummond and another rider, number 250. Mark Hewitt from Green Line Velo trying to be able to decide. So Drummond hopefully doesn't panic because the rider off the front is no threat to him in the overall Omnium standings. Got to decide, do you want to try to be able to win the overall or win the race as the guy's going in hot in that final turn, as we just watched a replay of a couple riders going down.
And when you go wide, there's nothing you can do. Once you overcook that turn, there's no coming back from it. Did a good job of trying to save it and grab some brake. And that's a good reason to ride the front of this race today as well. Look at the crowds up on Crybaby Hill. They are crushing it up there today.
Fifteen-second lead is Drummond, your overall Omnium leader, who's the one who's chasing you down in the blue jersey. Drummond swings off, trying to be able to get a little bit of help. Gap is 15 seconds. Drummond on the front, Chavarria there as well. That's not Chavarria, actually that's one of the Legion teammates on the front right there.
Having a little chat. I think they might be talking some strategy up there, trying to figure out if they can maybe work together into the finale here.
Once again, Drummond needs to realize that that rider off the front is no threat to his overall. He'll be on the podium at the end of the day, but if you want to be able to win Crybaby Hill, they need to bring back a 15-second lead on a great ride that's taking place from Alex Salias right now.
Bridge rider joining our leader up the road here. This will be a huge advantage to have just one other guy joining up the road, because now you got someone you can draft off of, at least on this flat section. So Alex Salias now being joined by what we think might be Archer Myers. That looks right with a Super Squadron jersey. Confirming Myers joining up the road here. So now Archer Myers and Alex Salias try and link up and work together. Even though these guys are on different teams, they should be opponents in this race. They're going to cooperate like a couple of teammates here, because they want to work together to hold off the big group behind them.
Got to say, pretty impressed with Archer Meyer, Super Squadra. Being able to bridge a 15-second gap to be able to get up to our leader. Now, it was 1, it turned into 2, and it's about to turn into 3. So right now, the first 2 riders are no danger, once again, to that overall omnium. Oh, another rider going down. Coming in hot EF, I believe that is going to be Caleb Korf in that pink jersey going down. It's about a 3-second gap, gentlemen. 3-second gap, 3 riders going up the road. So our third rider making up into that front group, Paragon Racing, Austin Del Rosso. Oh, go ahead.
Handlebar's just a little crooked here for Caleb Korf. He's going to head into the state pits here, get that taken care of. It's not supposed to look like that, Frankie.
So our front 3 riders did not like that combination. They were all kind of sitting on and talking with each other, looking at each other instead of driving it. And the result, they've all been reeled back in. Group all together on the backstretch as they come over Crybaby Hill. Coming up on our halfway point. Still have a lot of racing still to go. 60 minutes of racing as we're coming in just past our 30-minute mark. Solo leader with a glance over his shoulder and see what kind of response. Once again, pretty, not exactly aggressive racing. Tommy Tognoli, Speed Block presented by Tarun. Speed Block team out of California, and Tommy is 28 years old, coming out of California. Rider in the pink jersey now going solo. The last thing you want to do, though, is go solo. You do not want to be by yourself riding for the last 12 laps. So he's going to ride it steady, probably keep it at about an 80% effort, try to be able to wait and see if somebody else will come up to him. Ideally, you want about 3 riders. Then you're going to have a good chance of being able to stay away. But you can't go this speed and do all the work by yourself without sharing in that draft. So once again, our rider off the front right now, waiting, hoping, praying somebody else is going to come up to him and they'll be able to establish a breakaway. Riders 11 laps to go. Lap cars are up. 11 laps to go. 11 to go. 11 to go. Swinging off the front. That's going to be Grant Wilkie, United Cycling, 20 years old, coming out of Texas. Wilkie right now currently sitting 6th in our overall standings, but that group spread out across the road, not showing any concern for the one rider with a 3-second lead as they get ready to turn and go up Crybaby Hill once again.
So far, this has just been a story of endless moves trying to get off the front. So far, fruitless. But that's the magic of Crybaby Hill. Eventually, one of them's going to work, and oh, how sweet it is when it does. Here comes Ryan Drummond. You see jumping up to the front. Drummond, your current Omnium leader for DNA Racing, doing a good job of defending his position. That's exactly what he needs to do. Key for Drummond is not to win this race today, but make sure that he doesn't get beat by the guys behind him in the overall. So he's got to look out for Rex Roberts, Isaiah Colbreth, Derek Chavarria going to have a shot at it today if Drummond doesn't have a great result. And Ivan Gonzalez as well. So all Ryan Drummond needs to do today is play a little defense, but sometimes the best defense is a good offense, I guess. He's going to go on the attack up and over the top.
Once again, a big thank you to many of our pream sponsors. This time, Smith Farm and Garden. Ring that bell. It's $100. Ring the bell. $100 pream, $100 pream, $100 pream to the winner of the lap. Chavarria sitting in second. Drummond on first. $100 to the winner of the lap. $100. Didn't look like they were going that hard, but look how strung out it is. Definitely deceiving on what's happening out there on the course. $100 up for grabs.
These are tough preams. You got a lot to think about and go for on a day like today, especially for guys like Ryan Drummond, because now he's got to fight the war on a third front. And that's the cash front here. Do you go for the money? Do you go for the stage win? Or do you go for the overall? I think Drummond, looking at the last two, and the first will be a nice bonus for him if he can pick it up. Drummond's done so much work this weekend, he won't want to risk it all for $100 here. I think Drummond is just defending his Omnium lead up at the front. 100 cash on the line here as they bomb the final turn. They're going to keep it upright in front. Nice sprint out of it. Got someone on his wheel, though. Here comes the move from second spot in the black jersey. That's going to be some textbook sprinting right there for 239. That is how it is done. Dylan Flukiger for the Velvet Elite Squad. Finds the perfect position into that corner. Waits to launch, and you can see how disappointed the guy he beat is. Nothing you can do about it, my friend. That is the unfortunate nature of bike racing.
That rider that just won the pream now stuck out in no man's land. A little glance over his shoulder as he's going up Crybaby Hill. Backing it down to about a 70% effort, waiting for the rest of the group to come up. Big attack now. Daniel Kalichman, riding for Legion of Los Angeles. Remember, he's got a rider on his team that is currently sitting fourth in the overall standings, but Kalichman, the Canadian, now trying to be able to make this race as hard as possible, trying to be able to test your overall leader, Ryan Drummond. One rider we haven't talked about at all, Rex Roberts. Now, Rex Roberts is wearing number 299. Going to have to pay attention to be able to see where he is. He is only 1 point out of the overall lead. So he's been sitting in, staying quiet, waiting for his opportunity. Big question is, when will Rex Roberts strike when they're going to be seeing 8 laps to go when our lead pace car comes through?
Yeah, Rex is a smart bike racer, knows what he needs to do here. Easier said than done on Crybaby Hill, though, is the problem. Leaders rolling back through the line. Still single file. First 20 spots. Guys just now starting to pop out and take a look. Probably not the best time to move up right here. There's going to be plenty of opportunity to do that on Crybaby. The issue is that they go wider on the hill. They spread out fence to fence. And so that's why you're seeing riders trying to move up here on the flats. This will be the least chaotic part of the course, believe it or not.
Riders going from white line to white line. 7 to go, 7 to go, 7 laps to go, 7 laps to go. Guys, if you're coasting back here, now's the time to move up. They're slowing down up there. You're not going to be able to stay back there very much longer. Max Abner, he made the breakaway yesterday. He did an incredible ride. That's the rider sitting dead last in that white jersey. Made the breakaway, now finds himself struggling a little bit sitting in that last position.
Lap counter down to 7 to go. The cooling station in full effect up on Crybaby today. One of the awesome parts about Tulsa Tough, responsible community involvement. Gotta love it. Gaps opening up back on the front here. Still nothing for these guys to worry about. Really, you're just looking at a whole bunch of Omnium riders looking at each other. Lap counter down to 6 here. Tapping on the glass here, down to 5 on the counter. More separation on the front. This one could get serious. This is a little different now than we saw the last few times through. There are major gaps starting to open up here at 5 laps to go. I'm sensing a disturbance in the force, Frankie.
Automatic cooling station taking place up on Crybaby Hill. Sometimes with water, sometimes the cooling station's not with water. Hopefully to be able to keep these riders 90-degree heat. All part of Tulsa Tough, day number 3, a hot one, as these riders are trying to be able to tackle Crybaby Hill. Once again, this is the McElroy River Parks Criterium. McElroy Manufacturing, recognized worldwide as the most technically advanced pipe fusion company in the world. Nobody wants to take control. Guys, there's 4 laps left. 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go. Guys, stop coasting. Move up. Whoa-boom. One thing to keep in mind as you're watching the race right now is that free laps are over. So if anybody runs into each other, if they fall over, they crash in that final turn, they have to get up and they have to chase. No more an option of having that free lap. Now we got a rider on the attack, trying to be able to split things up. That's Richard Bergeron, Velovit Elite. Bergeron coming out of Arkansas.
Fount going to put in a good dig up on the front. It's Chris Wilson, green jersey, cresting up and over. Meanwhile, also watching Matthew Richards, the Velovit jersey on the back, starting to teeter a little bit. Wilson going to take us down to 3 laps to go. Keeping the tempo high, that's what it's about. Fount never afraid to do work. That's a big part of the way that they race. Aggressive, never scared, and super strong as well.
Sitting on the back of the group calling it a day, that is going to be Chris Wilson from Fount Cycling, right? You just off the front. He made his bid, he gambled, he threw down his aces, and somebody had a better hand, and so now he's spit right out the back. Soaking up the experience of everything that's happening on Crybaby Hill. Riders getting ready to be able to come around. They're going to be seeing 2 laps to go. Riders, 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 laps to go.
Well, once again, the Omnium leaders making their way up to the front here. Good chance that one of our Omnium hunters wins the day as well. Obviously, they made their way into the Omnium lead for good reason. But this is also a good day for a dark horse rider to kind of take advantage of those guys playing games and see if he can come over the top of that. I just saw Wilson OTB here. Went all in on that one for Fount. Nicely done.
Risking it all coming down to that final sprint. If these guys stay together, once again, it's going to be Drummond and Roberts, only separated by 1 point in the Omnium. That's the rider in the blue jersey going up against the rider in a red jersey. We'll be able to point them out once they come by, getting ready to be a Steve Bell lap, because it's going to be their final lap. Can you imagine? It's their final race here at our St. Francis Tulsa Tough. It's day number 3 with our Crybaby Hill. Drummond driving the breakaway yesterday, one of the strongest riders up there, and all the coasting, he's not liking this. Showing a good game of patience, sitting right on his wheel, though that's the rider in second, Rex Roberts, following the wheel of Drummond, knowing that if he could just place in front of him, he has an opportunity to be able to pick up that overall. 4 points difference between first and second as we're getting ready to see one lap to go. Come on, Tulsa.
Ryan Stava moving up to the front here as well. Let's get ready to ring that bell as we send him out for the last one. Attention riders, down to 1 lap to go. This will be your last time up. Crybaby guys. Down to 1 to go here, gentlemen. 1 lap to go. 1 to go, riders.
Drummond knows he doesn't want to wait for the sprint. He's going all in right now. He's got a half a lap to be able to go. 1 kilometer is Drummond, your overall Omnium leader. Looking for the red jersey as he's digging deep, sitting on 4th wheel, trying to come over the crest of Crybaby Hill.
Grant Wilkie able to follow him here. 3:29 right on the wheel, but Ryan Drummond going to take it to the field. He's not waiting around for anything here.
Drummond can't stop. He's got to go. He's got a gap of about 2 seconds. Wilkie now getting past. Looks like Chavarria starting to be able to move up. Chavarria sitting in 4th in the overall standings. Should be a big enough gap, almost 10 seconds in the Omnium. Here goes Chavarria, trying to be able to double up. Winning on day number 2. Can he win on day number 3?
Chavarria going to be looking for the stage win. Drummond will hold on to the overall if he finishes second to Chavarria here. So these guys may both find their way to a podium today. Chavarria with the win today, and Ryan Drummond with the win overall. Here's the sprint out of the last corner. Chavarria going to take one last look back. He's going to look back at Drummond, who looks back at him. Drummond knows he's won the overall. Derek Chavarria, your stage winner, and Ryan Drummond, your overall winner. Well, you can see the pressure release off the shoulders of Ryan Drummond as he takes his victory lap. Second on the day, but after 3 days of racing at Tulsa Tough, he'll come out on top as our 2025 Omnium winner at St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Congratulations to Ryan Drummond. We'll see him on the podium here shortly. We'll work out 2nd and 3rd overall, and we'll have Derek Chavarria up there, picking up another stage win for him in Tulsa.
Welcome to St. Francis Tulsa Tough. I'm Gabe Lloyd. This is Daniel Holloway, and we are excited to bring you the third day of racing in our 3-day series here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. We started off on Friday at the McNelly's Group Blue Dome to kick off our full weekend of racing. Let's take a look back for our pro women's field. We had a very exciting finish on the final lap. A breakaway that had up to 35 seconds was reeled in by the exciting work of Siniska. Chloe Patrick driving the front of the pace, but it was your U.S. national champion, Kendall Ryan, slotting herself into perfect position and able to jump out of that final turn to get around her sister, Alexis Magner, and become the queen of the crits on Friday nights here in Tulsa Tough. Our second day of racing was our Arts District Criterium. Last night it was super exciting. Lauren Stevens leading out the final lap here just ahead of the rest of the hungry field as they're trying to fight for omnium positions. As we're coming up and around the Arts District, it became Siniska's race as he wound around, playing off of the efforts of Legion of Los Angeles to take the race win again for Kendall Ryan, but Alexis Magner positioned herself perfectly, diving into the final turn and then jumping out on a big gear, rolling it all the way to the finish line to take the win and put herself into the lead of the overall. Now, the Omnium is a huge target for many of our riders, and one of the riders that's in a position to find herself on those final steps is Cassie Hickey of CCB Levine Law Group. We spoke with her just before today's race. Let's hear what she has to say.
Yeah, it's obviously a pretty close battle. We have a lot of people to watch, but we're kind of hoping that a good result on the day, hopefully a win, since it's a good course for me and some of my teammates, that it's all going to come together hopefully in the end.
Who are some of those teammates that are going to be helping you get into good positions to get that result, to get those points for the Omnium?
Yeah, I think they're all super important, and they're all going to be working hard, but hopefully Catherine and Michaela will be able to help me at the end.
All right, that is Cassie Hickey, our U23 national champion, racing here at St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Good luck. We'll see you out there. All right, that was Cassie Hickey, and we're now going to jump right to our call-ups here today. Now, this is the McElroy River Parks Criterium, but around the country, we know this day as Cry Baby Hill Day. It is very infamous. And again, I'm Gabe Lloyd, joined by Daniel Holloway. Daniel, this is a make or break day for Omnium, but a very crucial one in the legacy of St. Francis Tulsa Tough. It's a race that few have found to put together in all 3 days. Walk us through why today is just such a challenge.
Yeah, it's such a difficult course. I mean, it literally is Crybaby Hill. You don't carry a lot of momentum into it. It's bumpy. You know, physically it's very demanding. I mean, the weather here somehow, no matter what happens on Friday and Saturday, Sunday, just a blazing hot day after 2 days of racing, that it's just accumulation. It just wears and tears. You know, a lot of that fatigue just carries over into day 3, and to have it be so hot on day 3 after 2 racings, it's, you know, the cream really rises to the top here. So a lot of people want this one, but you got to be pretty special to bring it home.
Call-ups right now are based upon the Omnium standings in the overall, and really quickly rolling through it, we have Kendall Ryan and Alexis Magner. They are sisters, but they are tied on points. They have 58 points apiece. Odette Lynch is in third with 44 points. Cassie Hickey, who we just saw in the pre-roll, was in 41 points, tied with Josephine Palaquin of LA Sweat with 41 points. Riley McMullen with 40 points, another rider who has an opportunity to get onto the steps of our overall. Dr. Andrea Sear of Fount Cycling Guild with 36 points. Aline Seitz for Butcherbox Cycling with 36. Michaela McPherson now racing for CCB, presented by Levine Law Group, with 35. And Lauren Stevens, who we saw as instrumental in the final leadout last night, with 34.
Yeah, it's a super close battle. I mean, tied for first, right? We're very keying off each other. Kendall, you know, this is the one she hasn't gotten. You know, she's been plagued with some kind of difficulty in one way or another. She's had heat stroke here before. She's had kind of some bad luck. She's just missed a split, you know, so it's kind of never gone her way in many different fashions. So she really has to have the day of her life to pull it off. And then down in third, it's 14 points down to Odette Lynch, and 3 points behind is Cassidy Hickey. So it's kind of, we're going to have to see a couple races playing out on the road tactically, how that develops, down 3 through 6. They're going to have to find some space between Kendall and Alexis. They're going to have a lot of things, happen to get enough bodies in between to really upset the apple cart. But from third, down to eighth, that with Eileen Seitz is, that's a 8-point spread. That can change. That can be flipped over with a flat tire, with bad legs, with mechanical, worst case scenario, a crash. So a lot of dynamics we're going to watch unfold. We are going to see how Legion, how Holly and Laurel can take care of Kendall today. I mean, that's going to be their main focus. They've got a very targeted job to just take care of Kendall, get her to the end of the race.
Weather today for the McElroy River Parks Criterium is hot. It's 91 degrees, but it feels like 97. We've got 47% humidity with a light breeze, which sounds nice, but in the 97-degree real feel is definitely going to influence the attrition in this race. Personally speaking, I ran this morning, and the heat, even at 10 a.m., was already very noticeable. And a few days ago, Daniel, you talked about how the heat, even at a certain point in your first race, it just sort of hits you, and it becomes this moment of failure for some of the athletes.
Yeah, I mean, just like a car, like your intercooler fails, or and you overheat, there's no getting back, right? Like a car has to stop, open the hood, get a lot of circulation, refuel that intercooler with coolant or water to bring that temperature down. Same thing on the bike as a human. Like once you overheat, you can't ride through it. You have to absolutely stop. Get in the shade, cool, ice bath, something. You can't ride through it. It's basically game over, and we don't have a temperature gauge. There's no metric on the Wahoo or Garmin computer that says, oh, hey, I'm like, you need to back off or get ahead of it. It's a light switch. Yeah. So you hope that if you've done heat stress training at home where you've had hot days, the tolerance that you can make it through. But for some riders in parts of the country where you haven't had hot days yet this year, you're kind of going in blind. You have to do as much as you can by drinking cold water, cool off your body from the inside, be carrying ice socks, refreshing the whole system to be as cool as possible the whole day.
And because of that, we're going to keep our feed zone open all day. And if you're just tuning in on the YouTube of Feed Zone, if you're not familiar with it, it is one section of the course where riders are allowed to take a fresh water bottle or a gel or anything else. But today, we believe that riders are probably not going to finish with the same bottles that they start with. In this duration and in this heat, they're going to be taking on a lot of fresh bottles, and it could become a bit of a support race within the race itself, in that riders who are able to get cold bottles, cold drinks, keep that core temperature down, are going to have a tremendous advantage over the riders that are maybe more self-supported and unable to capture cold bottles and cold fluids throughout. The attrition rate here today is going to be noticeable. You can see here on Bryony Botha of Fearless Femme presented by Roberte, that little lift right behind her head there, that's an ice sock. And again, if you haven't really seen that before, that is where you take, in my day it's pantyhose, I don't know what they have nowadays, but it's a soft permeable material. You stuff it with ice as much as you can, you put it right in the nape of your neck, and that is one of the zones on the body where not only it stays put, but it also just helps to drain that cold fluid down over your body and try to regulate that temperature.
Yeah, exactly. And then, in these temperatures, I mean, that ice sock is going to melt off every few laps. So if you have the resources in a team to be replenishing that, super important. So that feed zone is going to be right out of the second to last corner on Galveston Avenue, basically where the wording is. That's kind of, again, 13th Street is where the chaos is of Crybaby Hill. Around that second to last corner is a little more calm, but it's also a little bit slower part of the corner. You come out of that, there's a little rise there. So it's a really good place to have less speed, grab those ice socks or fluids. into to replenish yourself.
And from my perspective, this course is so challenging today because there's such little time to recover. When you're on Riverside Drive, as they're turning onto right now, between here and that right-hand turn onto the base of the climb, oh, we got a rider down. That's Alexi Ramirez actually going down right here in the final turn. She got a little banged up there, but she is a Trinidad and Tobago national champion. Hopefully she'll be able to get herself up and cleared. Ramirez taking a minute to get herself back onto terms.
Yeah, and it's crazy to see those couple of riders just, have the gap to ride around that, keep momentum, but they chose to stop. I mean, they go to the pit. Those officials should kind of give them a finger wag and say chase, or you don't get a free lap. That's pretty egregious to try to use that for a free lap. And again, on this course, it's just such a poor decision. Like, to want to stop and look for rest,
it's always a bad idea.
Bad idea.
Ramirez has that helmet off. She is sitting on the sideline still. She's now being attended to by medical. For a rider of Alexi's pedigree to need attention is something that must have been a bit of an issue. We're going to jump back to the field, though. They've got a $100 pream, courtesy of our sponsorship, and you can see some of the riders trying to encourage the crowd to get involved. The crowds on Crybaby Hill are next to none. They are in a league in and of themselves. It's fantastic to see the enthusiasm that occurs up on the old hill there.
Yeah, it's I would say it could put Athens to shame. that 3 blocks of Crybaby Hill. It's pretty impressive what that crowd can do for the duration. I mean, most of these people start 9 a.m., 10 a.m.
Yeah.
As soon as the barricades go up, people are partaking.
Yeah, when I ran through here around 10 a.m. this morning, they're already hanging out. It was wild.
So got those jugs.
Yeah.
What are those jugs called?
A little update for Alexi Ramirez. She is okay. She's walking away, but looks like she will not jump back into this race. So the Golden State Blazers losing one of their key assets within the race within the first 2 laps. $100 pream on the line, and Olivia Cummins, who swept up $700 worth of preams last night at the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium, trying to go for it, but it does look like our Australian for KRT QRT is going to get that for us. And that's going to be Gina Ricardo, I believe, grabbing that $100 pream. Ricardo from Australia, now representing the KRT QRT program, has been very proactive throughout the entire weekend, from Blue Dome to the Arts District to now she is grabbing those preams. Big thanks to the Don Thornton Auto Group for bringing out the fast cars. They're going to need them here today because we got some high speeds all weekend long. It's one of their Audi vehicles, and pretty soon you'll see the vehicle that Daniel and I have been trying to get them to give us all weekend, which is the Blackwing from Cadillac. Looks like, who is that, Riley McMullen countering that?
Yeah, countering that move. I mean, this is her chance to move up. She's got 40 points, sitting in 6th place, so she definitely wants to make it a hard race. We kind of see from this drone shot some gaps opening up. She's kind of trusting her fitness, her depth, that she can make it a hard race. She definitely wants to, wear out the teammates of, Alexis Magner, Kendall Ryan, Cassidy Hickey. It's a big task as one rider, but for her to kind of make any kind of movement, she's got to build some difficulty into this race and get some one-on-one situations as we get further deeper into this race and the fatigue starts to accumulate.
Just for everybody's sake at home, points are only awarded on the finish sprint. There's not actually an intermediate point sprint, correct?
Correct. You can't accumulate Omnium points in any fashion. They've definitely certainly changed the dynamic of the race. It'd be a potential thing to look at. It would go into potentially a rider like Kendall's favor, who's got speed, where if she could make up ground in intermediate sprints, they'd be able to give something away in the finish, would make it a pretty interesting rather than coming all the way down. So, interesting thing to think about. Would favor some riders over others.
Yeah, I mean, when you start to turn it into a points race like we see on the velodrome, it's a completely different dynamic. And even on a geared bike here, where you get to shift gears to relax the legs a little bit between those intermediate sprints, you would still really change your dynamic overall.
Yeah, we can see Alexis Magner right there on the inside in that pink leader's jersey next to the biker's rider right behind Lauren Stevens. So, you know, keep an eye out for her as she's in a little bit different kit than her other teammates. But there was a crash there. Kendall Ryan looks to get held up by that. Wow. CCB riders, so definitely not a great spot to get caught up in.
Paula Munoz also caught up in that. She's had a tough race weekend so far this year, so another time.
Erica Carney. Yep. So this is a big thing, right? Like before the pre-race, says when you take a free lap, no riding backwards on the course. Doesn't mean you can't go against the course on the sidewalk or on the curb. But, you know, all these riders either have to stay inside the barriers, ride around to the pit to take their free lap. And it's a delicate balance of, you know, having some urgency to get there, show that you're trying to get there in due time and not lollygag.
This is a tough moment for Kendall, though, right? Because she traditionally has had a hard time with Crybaby, and then to start off in a way where she's finding herself on the ground early, that's a mental moment, right?
It's a stroke of bad luck. You know, it's going to be like, not again, not another year where, you know, the deck starts to kind of go against me. But ever professional, you know, she's wearing that jersey for a reason. So right now she's, as we saw her get back on her bike, she looks to be okay. And, you know, she's just keeping a cool head. She's got a bit of time, so hopefully, you know, she's going to have some water, take a moment to get her heart rate down, cool off, have some drinks,
and as we saw,
mentally reset.
And as we saw on Friday night in Blue Dome, right, she was so calm, right? She had to rely upon her teammates, Holly Breck and Laurel Rathman, to really help bring that back. Now, they did rely a lot. Oh, Alexi is back. Okay.
Very strange that they let her back in the race with how many laps she took off and the condition she looked to be in.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the smartest.
Well, we're not doctors. We'll see how that goes. So Alexi Ramirez now back in the race after coming off course to get herself checked out. And looks like we're going to have some of our riders now coming by us at the broadcast booth, getting themselves to the pit. A lot of top riders coming through right now, just getting themselves to the pit for a free lap in order to get themselves reset. Now, the unfortunate reality, as we saw last night at the Arts District Criterium, is that when you get put back into the race, you get put back in at the back.
Well, that's the thing, is we saw, you know, what happened to Erica, and then one lap later, a different rider, different circumstance, didn't have to go through what Erica got through. So, you know, what are the officials going to do today? How long are they going to hold him? What's the ruling today? That's the most frustrating part as a rider, to know or not know how they are going to decide what to do.
You can see the riders in the pit cam in there. Michaela, or actually that's Kat Sarkisov from CCB that's also been involved in that. Audrey Drummond. Yeah. Sarkisov actually, she was a rider, 2 years ago when she was on Siniska she was hunting for podiums and all that cool stuff. And
yeah, she was riding really well.
Yeah, now she's in support. There's Erica Clevenger, well, it used to be Clevenger, now racing for Fearless Femme. So Worski now, so Erica Worski, as she's been known. Worski's been an absolute asset to Fearless Femme, presented by Robert Kay. And
so this is, you know, we see that, you know, all the riders are definitely entering towards the back. This is one of the more difficult pits to enter a race from, even if they release you as the first rider goes by, because riders are carrying so much momentum out of the final corner. If the race is on, people are attacking out of this final corner to stretch it out. And so you getting put in the race as people are accelerating and going, it makes it very, very difficult if the peloton is racing versus just kind of riding.
It seems this early in the competition that the riders are managing the effort. Rathman on the front here for Legion of Los Angeles. Now Holly Breck coming to the front, almost intentionally just trying to manage the pace in order to allow Kendall Ryan, I'd assume, to get back into the race in a comfortable pace.
Yep, exactly. I mean, that's just Holly and Laurel having recognition of what's going on, knowing what to do to help their teammate, and being able to, get to the front, kind of slow it down from there as they get to the hill to allow a good, mellow entry into the field for Kendall and potentially allow her to find some space to move back up from getting put in at the back.
Erica Carney on the pit cam here. She has got her elbow cut up, and so she's getting tended to. This will be another time where we get to watch just her get put into the race. Let's see where they put her into. As we said, that there was some discrepancy between certain riders when they get put into the actual race. Looks like her bike still needs to get, she's just getting herself into the right gear, because she knows exactly what you were just talking about, like just how hard this re-entry into the race can be. Now here are your leaders. This is going to be Fount Cycling, I believe.
Yeah, Lauren Baker going on the attack.
Looks like the field just managing this one acceleration by Baker. We haven't seen too much of her throughout the weekend, but Fount Cycling often known as a very aggressive team. And we talked to Andrea Butine in the Thursday.
They were waiting a very long time. Yeah, we just saw, again, previous lap, as soon as the first rider went through, the guy lifted his arm, told them all to get in. There was, half the field went by before they raised the arm for Erica. It's very bizarre behavior from the officials in regards to consistency there. Riley McMullen on the attack again, finding a good opportunity for a counterattack as the peloton lulled.
Just looking at some of the comments here on YouTube, the question around the duration of today. This is a 60-minute race, and so we're already a quarter way into the event. And this is going to be Riley McMullen hitting out one more time. Riley looks like she definitely is looking at Omnium standings. She definitely has now played that card of trying to get herself away from the rest. So her targets in this effort will be Odette Lynch, Cassie Hickey, and Josephine Pelequin. Very few points between them. Riley needs, 5 points basically to get there as far as the current standings, but she needs a number of bodies between herself and the other riders who have points.
Yeah, so she's got to find some allies, somebody like Lauren Stevens, a big engine, could definitely target this race to win. So she's going to look for some of those riders that are out of the Omnium, looking for a stage win to be an ally to create some space and work with.
You can see the fatigue already hit, and we're 1/4 of the way into this race today, and the efforts by some of the strong women at the front, like McMullen, who's leading through. Our final turn here is starting to create gaps, and the gaps are getting welded back shut as they come down this hill onto Riverside, but they are starting to already become apparent as they come over the top of Crybaby. And just to try and articulate a little bit about the dynamic course profile that we have here today, you go up Crybaby, which is like the first part of it, which is steep, and then you make a right-hand turn, and it's sort of this false flat. It's still a climb a bit, right? And then
that corner up there is like awkward, because the pitch changes. There's a road change. So there's a bump at the bottom, kind of throws you off, and it gets narrow. So if you're at the back, you get pinched, lose momentum. And then in that corner is awkwardly tight. So there's the bottom. You can see the bump. There's the pinch from the Pabst Light barriers into the curb there. You can see it. You can see all the momentum to kind of stop. And in this corner, when you're going pretty fast, is quite awkward to take. And you can see the road continue to rise, and then the crown there. And you think that's the top, and it, in some fashion is, but the road's going to kind of go down. There's a big gutter dip there, and then it rolls back up into the second to last corner with kind of a false flat crown again into this downhill. So it's really the pure recovery period is quite short. I mean, from here from the booth, we're looking at it's like maybe 100 meters of coasting, because it's so steep, and this final corner is so awkward. That's the only place you kind of get to coast. Everything else is pedaling. Yeah. So as we see with the attrition rate here, is we saw those gaps open and closing. with every lap, it's just going to take somebody 3 more pedal strokes to close each gap. The gap's going to open up by that much. We're going to start to see that wear and tear on the group.
Big thanks to Zico for sponsoring our broadcast booth here today. Thank you guys for supporting us all weekend long. We do appreciate it. So Zico sponsoring our broadcast booth here today. We also have some great FPV and overhead drone pilots working with our broadcast team this year. We're starting to see some of these shots come into the production right now. Chloe Patrick on the front, I believe, and Patrick, our U23 national time trial champion, but Patrick is just such a next gen, like up and coming rider. We'll definitely be seeing a lot more of her in the future, but she has been an absolute stalwart teammate for Alexis Magner this weekend. She's the reason that Magner even had a shot at sprinting on Friday night, welding back that huge gap after Lauren Stevens did a lot of that work. Patrick showing a lot of good form right now, clearly, like just putting in a bit of a dig, putting some pressure on the pedals as they came up and through the feed zone, and now just trying to manage the effort because she knows that it's still too early to get herself away from the field.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a fun watching Chloe Patrick mature into this elite category. We definitely saw her a couple years ago, a little younger, making mistakes, but really pressing forward, and she's really coming to her own. And I think now is the time to maybe say she's not up and coming. She's current. She has the ability to win this, or win these level of races. So she's very much here, and she's got an excellent veteran to learn from in Alexis Magner.
Magner, we got to have her in the booth yesterday for a bit of time, and just like sort of the nuance that she's able to articulate about like gear selection and sort of momentum and when to go, I just found really I mean, it's so cool to hear you and riders like Alexis be able to articulate like the nuances of these moments within the race that I think is so hard to translate out to the audience watching on TV, right? You don't, like, she talked yesterday about different gear selection at different points, all within the final 200 meters, right?
Yeah, I mean, Alexis has been racing forever. I mean, she probably started 13, 14 years old, similar to Kendall. So a ton of experience, incredibly professional. Like I mentioned yesterday in the interview, I mean, she's world class, can, easily beat a lot of guys that think, mostly because she's incredibly smart, just so savvy, and also incredibly strong. Watts per kilo, she's up there with the best of them regardless. So, just maybe, we need to talk about it more, just how incredibly savvy and knowledgeable, these women racers are. And that's the difference. I mean, the level is so high now that it's not just like outright talent, genetics, or strength. It's like a lot of calculation, a lot of thinking and execution that these women have to do to win or be on the podium here.
Yeah. We've got such pedigree here. That third wheel there, I believe, is Meg Barker. She's a two-time world champion, an Olympic medalist as well. She's racing for Techer's program. It looks like we have a $100 pream on this lap. Siniska on the front right now with Natalie Quinn. Quinn on the front, setting the tempo. Right behind her, Grace Arlinson, our star, one of our stars from Friday night at Nellie's Blue Dome. Arlinson and Bryony Botha contributing together in the very important breakaway on that night of racing, and building up over 35 seconds at one point in time on Friday night. Arlinson's had a really good weekend so far. Hopefully she'll have an opportunity getting herself a result here this evening.
This is a breakout year. I mean, this is one of those things, Grace has been a rider that's been at this for a little bit of time, kind of came in, relatively late, so to speak, but just has kept her head down to do the work, put the work in. And sometimes it can be a little frustrating that, you feel like you're doing a lot of hard work and it's been a while doing that and you're not seeing anything from it. But she's really just kept her head down, continued to put in work, and then, this is kind of a breakout race for her. So it's really great to see she's going to walk away from this weekend with her head held really high and motivated to keep putting that work in, showing up to races and giving it a crack.
So Siniska looks to be trying to control this race, clearly for the Omnium leader of our St. Francis Tulsa Tough weekend with Alexis Magner. Magner getting second on Friday night and winning last night at the FC Tulsa Arts District Crit. Now Arlinson taking over pace setting. Arlinson, no teammates in this race. She is completely freelancing this event this weekend. And this is very similar to what we saw at the McNally's Group Blue Dome race, right? About this time. Well, so percentage-wise about this time. This is only 60 minutes tonight.
Yep. Yeah, so she just, again, it's very great to see her be patient, let some fatigue accumulate from some of the other smaller riders or teams, and then go hit out. So it really kind of only brings out the best to the front. We see Riley McMullen coming from behind to chase her. Alexis Ryan is there. Looks like Laurel Rathbun and Holly have maybe missed this move, but as we change cameras, I think we're going to see the stars and stripes of Kendall Ryan being there. Andrea Sears made it. Cassidy Hickey is there. Andrea Sear, Peliquin has also made it. Odette Lynch. So, you know, really the top 10 are not letting anything move away. Lauren Stevens is just there behind. Chloe Patrick, Byrony from Fearless Femme is just tagging onto the back of that. So again, this is one of those splits that happen, and it's just going to take that group, second group, that much longer to catch.
Right, there's a lot of pedal strokes to weld this thing all back together. This looks like Cassie coming through right in front of us. Peliquin on the front of the field, and Ryan now responding to Hickey, going for it.
Interesting.
We saw Hickey in the booth before the broadcast. She wants to be on the steps here, so she has to separate herself from Lynch and Peliquin. And look at this, you got Kendall Ryan going across to your U23 Criterium National Champion Cassie Hickey, who and now Andrea Sear trying to bridge across. Who's not following it is more interesting to me, though. Magner is letting this one go. She's trusting that she's going to be safe on points.
I mean, it's an interesting makeup. I mean, you know, this is a strange move from Kendall. It is not necessarily out of her realm. We saw her solo Athens Twilight a couple years ago for 10, 15 laps. So she's on a good day. She could do it. This course is arguably more difficult than Athens, but this is Kendall kind of giving us a card out of her hand on how she's feeling. Typically, she would very much hide in this situation, but now we see a big counterattack from Lauren Stevens going over the top with Alexis Ryan and another CCB rider, Catherine Sarkazov.
And that's exactly why it was so dangerous for Ryan to try that move, because it was one of the first, and the counters from some of these first ones are going to be very decisive. Yeah. And now look at this, Stevens, who has, I mean, she's fresh off of Unbound. Like, she welded back 16 seconds in one lap on Friday night. Like, she's clearly got some good form right now. Magner knows it. Magner's right on that wheel. And I believe Sarkasov right there. Yep, 22. So Sarkasov with Hickey. Sarkasov is one of the riders that Hickey specifically called out as an asset for her in today's race. She knows that she can do it. Sarkasov has been on the podium here before. Is that a crybaby on their saddles there?
Yeah, just a little homage to the race.
That's great. On the front of our race right now, you've got Andrea Sear, I believe, for Fountain Cycling. Sear's been very active throughout, but right on the wheel is Sarkasov. And we now have a pretty small field remaining in this race. Now, what you're seeing in your frame is really the entirety of this bike race.
Yeah, I mean, we started with 104 women here, and that's 40?
Yeah.
You know, maybe, I don't know, so we start, you know, pause the screen and count helmets, but the rate of attrition has been extremely, extremely fast. You know, if we look at the makeup of this field, it's probably, you know, everybody from the top 40 is in here, and it's just going to start trickling down as the laps goes on and the accelerations happen. We're going to start losing, you know, riders every lap, every other lap, especially when the pace is on.
And that will continue. As you can see, everybody taking water, trying to hydrate as much as they possibly can. We're now halfway through this race based upon time. Pretty soon, I'm sure we'll start to see lap cards come up, so we'll know exactly how close we are to the finish line. This is Erica Worski, formerly Erica Clevenger. She was part of the 2020 programs. She's also been on DNA Pro Cycling. She sees herself as a mountain biker more than a road rider, I would say, but she has been very, very essential for the success of Odette Lynch and Bryony Botha this past weekend. And and with about 29 seconds, or 29 minutes into this race, attrition is high. I'm going to take a few seconds here to give a shout out to my son Bodie. It's his 3rd birthday today. He's hanging out with his brother Huxley and having a little birthday party out there for everybody. So happy birthday, Bodie. I miss you, buddy. Love you very much.
Aw, happy birthday, dude. Hopefully you get a Red Bull.
Tony's trying to make me cry on air.
Oh, what a guy. What a guy.
Erica Worski on the front right now for Fearless Femme. Right behind her is Gina Ricardo of Australia in that red top for KRTQ RT Racing. Ricardo's been very proactive throughout. I'm sure that is there a pream here, or is this going to be an action hit on Riverside by Riley McMullen?
Yeah, it looks like Riley's doing an attack down Riverside Parkway. I mean, this is a good way. It's a big effort for sure, but it is getting other riders to get some fatigue in the legs before they hit the hill, and that's where if you're strong, you're feeling good, you need to get fatigue in the legs before you hit the hill. That way, when you do attack on the hill, it has a bigger impact. Mm-hmm. If you just wait until the climb, you only have 15 seconds to make an impact. Whereas if you start early, it could be a 30-second effort. That makes a big difference. It's twice as long.
Look at this. Big hit here by Cassie Hickey on the front of the field, sort of coming over the top. Right next to them from Kingdom Elite, Jenna Nessman for Kingdom Elite Racing. Now taking over the pace setting, and following right behind is Kara O'Neill of the Aegis Cycling Foundation. That's Lauren Stevens' program. Going to choose at the back, though. It's going to be Worski now. So from the front to the back in this time span of Riverside Drive. And so Worski led through this final turn, but then when they hit the actual climb, she ended up at the back, sort of. So I used to have to do that in some races where it's sag climbing, right? And I know what sag climbing is. Do you want me to talk about it? Because I'm an expert at it.
I mean, I'm also well versed, being a heavy boy in some big races. But yeah, it's hitting the bottom of the climb first, riding a pretty decent, riding a decent tempo, and then knowing how big the field is, how much is left in the climb, duration-wise, and start to soft pedal. And so by the time you get to the top, you're at the back of the field, but you haven't taken the same effort as everybody else. And it's a dangerous, not necessarily a dangerous game to play, but it's a game that sprinters have to master to conserve energy when there's hills involved, or it's a very heavy day. You're just kind of looking for any and all opportunity to save a 0.25%, 0.5% at a time to make it into the finish.
All right, so we got Natalie Quinn on the front for Siniska right now, and she was marked quickly. I think that's O'Neill still marking her quickly. So the Siniska strategy right now is to continue to have riders off the front in an effort to allow Alexis to continue to sit. Is that right?
Yeah, exactly. Just use the power in numbers. Alexis only has to beat Kendall. So whatever happens up the road, doesn't really affect her. And if it's a teammate up the road, even better, because she can kind of protect from behind. And allow the other teams that want the stage win that may not be in the GC have to come out and play, spend energy, keep the pace high. But, Emily Quinn just set the tone and, dropped Kara O'Neill up that climb. I mean, we just, again, halfway through, the fatigue is really starting to be a factor here.
Yeah, I think that the strength is starting to come here. There's a lot of opportunity for riders right now who maybe didn't get a result. Oh, and there is a live $200 pream at the moment as well. So $200 pream has been called that will be awarded to the first rider across the line. Dollar hand-ups going on in the feed zone. You can get yourself some water and some money all at once.
But here's a really good example of different team strategies on how to cool their riders. Ice socks available, teams, spraying water. Never's like fruitful, like those people aren't very accurate. Their timing's bad. Sometimes you can get a big thing in the face. So I would really prefer myself to either grab an ice sock or just a regular plastic water bottle that's ice cold, knowing that I could dump it super fast and then ditch it and not have to worry about putting it in the bike, especially because that feed zone is just before the super fast downhill. It's very, very much easier to just ditch the bottle rather than try to get it back in the bike.
Yep. YouTube thinks that there's 24 riders left in our bunch.
25% is left. Unreal.
That's a high attrition rate.
Yeah, halfway.
Yeah.
That's the halfway point. We've got reduced the field by 75.
Yeah, so real field 97 degrees today. Currently looking at about 91 degrees, although my stuff says 93 degrees, so it's warm overall.
Yeah. And the sun has been baking this black pavement, so it's not just air temperature. When you're on the bike out there, the pavement is super hot, and you can feel that in your feet. Sometimes it's not even the air temperature, it's the ground temperature that you can really feel, especially on Crybaby Hill when you're going slower. That radiating heat from the bottom is just absolutely nuclear.
So $200 went to Saniska on that lap to Natalie Quinn. And so Natalie Quinn getting herself $200, and now here comes Lauren Stevens across with 3. So I'm looking at Stevens trying to bridge across with Magner, and that will be Andrea Sear. We're about to become 4 at the front. Grace Arlinson is the one chasing. It's got Sarkisov and Hickey right there as well with Peliquin. So the field knows what's happening right now. We're starting to see this elastic stretch, and we have a group of 4. The gap is small, but it could be significant, because if they start to put power down on Riverside Drive, it's going to force Arlinson to do a lot of that chase. Here you go. So Magner leads through this final turn, and it's going to be Sear, Stevens right there. So Stevens on the... But they have to fully commit if they really want to stretch it. So what's the game here right now? Do they continue with this? Because it looks like Andrea is really pushing it, but will she put herself into red line too early?
Yeah, I mean, the elastic's not going to snap immediately. Andrea doesn't have a result, Fout doesn't have a result. So, they're going to want to press on as much as possible when available. Alexis doesn't necessarily have to do all the work.
But look at this. You can see in the background, we just came out of shot there as Sarkisov comes to the front. This is perfect. Sarkisov needs to do this, because who did not make that split? Kendall Ryan. Kendall Ryan did not make that split. Sarkisov now working intently on creating this split for Cassie Hickey. That's going to push points away from Ryan. That will help Hickey move up in the overall. This is perfect tactics by CCB. It's one of the better cards to play.
Yeah, and Odette Lynch, I don't believe, is there as well. So, a big thing for Cassidy to move up. So we're going to see CCB needs to begin to continue to keep this pressure on. Give Cassidy as much room in the GC as possible. Make it very, very difficult for anybody behind to make up that ground. You don't want to just establish the gap and make it easy for riders to ride back into that. They just need to kind of commit to this move, try to encourage other riders that aren't in the GC to partake. But looks like Riley McMullen is just missed out.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's some really key players who have missed out. Look at that 85 up there who just took that dollar hand up, Natalie Quinn. She was off the front 2 laps ago with a healthy gap, got a $200 pream. Now she's off the back of the race and just taking dollar hand ups. That's how quickly things can change here. We're about to see a breakaway come, but here, Riley McMullen's going to try and get there. McMullen now lifting out of the final turn. She wants to bridge across to it because she knows how important it is. She's here not only for Omnium, but just to try and get herself a result on today. She thinks that today is a day for her, but Kat Sarkisov right now on the front for CCB has been so essential for setting this pace and really creating this gap for the riders. We're looking at a rider who went down on final turn. Sorry for them. Kat on the front with Cassie.
And you could see Andrea Sears really starting to feel her efforts. In some of those shots, you could see she was going to the back and really focusing on her breathing. She's starting to kind of feel that accumulative fatigue, but she's got to press on because, you know, she's in 7th place, 36 points, you know, with Odette Lynch dropped, Josephine Peliquin also not there, Kendall Ryan behind. She could also, you know, in the right conditions, find herself sneaking onto the podium. Riley McMullen did make that move he was using attention with, but also made a massive effort to get there.
And that's starting to put fatigue into it. Margie Bemis is starting to find, and Ryan's trying to get herself there. We're just trying to look at our races. The Crybaby Hill party is happening. There's a big bike race happening right now, too, as we see the front of our race. This elastic is snapping as we come into this. We've now whittled down from 24 down to about 12, and Kendall Ryan's trying to get herself back there. She's putting a lot of pressure on pedals right now to try and just get herself back into this. This is the moment where there's hesitation at the front, confusion. Ryan makes it. Ryan's back in. She also, Stephanie Holomack, putting herself back into the move. We haven't talked about Stephanie all weekend long. Oh, Rathbun and Gina Ricciardo tangled up in this turn. I think that's evidence of fatigue more than anything else.
Yeah, I mean, just with the heat and just total fatigue is just decisions. You know, your decision making is just slowed down that micropercent. But here we see, Emily Herfrost from Australia really has played it cool. This is the first time we've seen her. Mentioned her at the front, a bit of a dark horse, coming to the front, understanding and seeing that their group is fatigued. She's not in the Omnium, so she's known that there's not a lot of riders that are going to chase her for any reason other than a couple of those riders that also want stage wins and are not in the GC.
Look at this. So this is the size of your group right now. Worski, I believe, from Fearless Femme, presented by Robertet, is the final rider in that move. Up at the front, you have your Australian Herfoss, who has made herself up to the front. I believe YouTube helped us out yesterday with some of Herfoss's. Stephen Jett sent me some stuff as well, where like she's got some accolades. She has been on podiums down in Oceania before. She was on the Live Rock Salt program, I believe. So now in all black, it's harder to sort of identify that. But a rider who was on that Live Rock Salt program down in the Oceania region playing a part in this finale.
So it's very interesting with Erica Worski coming to the front. You know, there's definitely going to be some communication going on. A decision to be made is, does Erica begin to look after herself for a possible stage win? Or is she getting communication that Odette Lynch is in a bridgeable position and she needs to get to the front and slow the pace down? Odette get back into this group and start to recover, and hopefully once she's in that front group, she's able to get in the wheels and survive and maintain the GC position. We're going to see that play out in the next couple laps, if Erica's going to be able to start to ride for herself or if she's going to try to manipulate this group, slow it down, and look for this opportunity for Odette, who I might think is that last rider in the shot there, to make it back on. I mean, it's super key for Odette to get back in these wheels, start to conserve, as I think, you know, these women need another lap, maybe two, for this collective to kind of catch their breath and make a decision.
I really quickly counted 17 in the main, and then Odette and one other rider being 18 and 19. That's unofficial. That's just me trying to do a quick count courtesy of the drone, but Odette needs to get herself back on terms. She was a bit nervous about today, right? Like, this is her first time ever doing St. Francis Tulsa Tough. It's been a very intense block of racing. It's Friday and Saturday night. Super hard both evenings. Odette finding herself on the podiums on fourth place a few times, so she's been putting in big sprints, and perhaps those efforts are starting to catch up to her.
Yeah, she made it back in there at the top of the hill. Interesting dynamics. You know, we have United has 2 riders, very impressive from that team. Stephanie Hullemek is definitely a bit of a dark horse. She's a crafty rider, maybe not the most consistent, but a rider that can really pull one out of the hat here. CCB looks to have 2 riders. Fearless Femme, 2 riders. Fount, 2 riders. So it's kind of everybody has their team leader, and then one person to help that rider out.
Yeah,
so tactically very dynamic.
Rathbun back in, but Holly Breck is off the back of it. She's tailing right now. So if Breck can get herself back on terms just to help Kendall a little bit. I mean, the name of the game for Legion right now, in order to take on Siniska for the Omnium overall here today, is to just try and protect Kendall. Just help her, like, be the draft for her. Don't make Kendall fight for wheels. Make sure that Kendall has the opportunity to always have a safe wheel. Rathbun now back in here is going to help be that wheel for her. If Holly, there she is on the left side, Holly comes right back into the back of the group with a few other riders, which is okay.
Yep.
But
so Holly, her team role now with already kind of being dropped a couple times, is she needs to get ice, get cold water from the feed zone, and actually hand that to Laurel and Kendall, and just try to do that for as many laps as she can. Her effort chasing anything down is not the best served. She needs to just pick up ice and cold water, get it to Kendall and Laurel, and be able to do that for as many laps as possible rather than just chase one attack and then get dropped.
Herfoss now going for this $200 preams. Emily Herfoss racing unattached here today, but she's from Australia. She has a bit of racing history under her belt. She's now diving in for this $200 pream on the line. That's really what these freelancers need to be doing. Add as much money in their pocket as they can in every given chance. Here she comes over the crest of the climb down towards us on the final turn. She has, I believe, Worski right in the wheels there. They're going to make them get themselves through. Herfoss now on the pedals first. She's going to try and accelerate. Looks like she will be safe, and Herfoss is going to get herself $200 if she stays on that effort. And I believe she will be safe. Looking at a secondary camera you guys can't see. She's got that gap, and there it is. $200 for Emily Herfoss. Now, Fount is chasing right now. Looking at our overall, Andrea Sear with 36 points. I guess by numbers, she has the opportunity of potentially jumping up if she can have enough bodies between herself and Odette Lynch and Peliquin, because we know Hickey is still in this mix.
Yeah, these are 2 riders that are outside of the GC. So as we get into 7 laps to go and people start looking around, thinking about the GC picture, these are 2 riders, at least from our top 10, aren't making too much of an impact. So looking for this opportunity to catch some of those non-GC riders or GC riders with fatigue and no interest in wasting energy to focus on it. But Fount is really wanting to bring this back.
I believe Peliquin now off the main group entirely, so now Peliquin will no longer be a factor for points. In the end, that leaves McMullen and Hickey and Lynch left in this group from the overall. Sear, a little bit of an outside factor, but she's also proactive and using Fount cycling to get herself an opportunity here. Let's look at this on the front. It's still going to be Worski, I believe, trying to drive that. There is Kendall Ryan on the left side of the screen. Chloe Patrick also looking comfortable. Worski doing a lot of work right now. Should there be a shift by Fearless in any way to maybe ride for Worski now?
Maybe. I mean, I think she's doing a great job controlling the overall pace. That when it needs to be, she's at the front, making sure that there's not big accelerations and allowing Odette to stay in the wheels, not get stretched out, not doing any unnecessary accelerations to accumulate fatigue. So Worski's doing a really good job just riding the front, controlling the pace for Odette to sit in the wheels and recover as much as she can.
So Odette is right on the hip of Kendall. and right next to LA Sweat there with Margie Bemis, who's still in the mix. So Odette Lynch still in the mix here, and that's why you're seeing Werski do so much pace control right now. However, question for you, is this effort also now aiding Legion, aiding others, because we're now not seeing a lot of attrition in the past 3 laps?
Yeah, but it's allowing everybody to sit in, even her teammates. So it's kind of neutralized everything. If Andrea Sear wants to move up, her teammates have got to attack, make it really hard. They've got to, hopefully get information to understand that Odette Lynch has already been dropped when the pace is super high. So if they want Andrea to go up, they've got to make it really hard, commit to making the race difficult, and get Odette dropped if Andrea's going to move up the standings, because they have those numbers. The riders and teams ahead of her, Cassidy Hickety's teammate is, only going to be there to watch the top 3 riders. They don't have the ability to set the pace to drop the outright leaders. So she's only going to be there and have that teammate that if the leaders do go away, she's going to have help to get across. So it's really Fount that needs to put the pressure on, make the race super hard, and see if they can get some separation for Andrea from Odette Lynch, Cassidy Hickey. Peliquin is already out. McMullen is already super strong. So they're kind of the one in the driver's seat if they want to make the most shift in the GC right now.
And with 5 laps, so let's call it 4.5 laps remaining, is this the point where CCB should be really just waiting, like almost setting up for a lead out for Hickey, because she has proven that she has a bit of a sprint on her? Or do they try one more time to force more attrition for their own benefit?
Yeah, I mean, that's a team, that, she is just 3 points behind, so maybe it is advantageous to try to get the pace hard, drop Odette. Maybe they have the confidence that they can put enough bodies in between. But this is an opportunity for one of these dark horse riders, like Grace Arledson, Emily Herfrost, Stephanie Holomack, some of these kind of outside of GC riders to take a really, really big swing, do an attack with a lot of momentum, a lot of speed, get that gap very fast, and kind of neutralize any chase or follow from behind. Now is the time for one of those other riders to take a big chance. Now is the time. As a lot of the other GC teams and riders are really going to start thinking about the finish. And we have Laurel, similar to Werski, kind of setting this false tempo, make sure it's not too hard, and really allow as much time for Kendall to recover.
Yeah, every pedal stroke they can take that's easier is going to get them closer to the finish line without expending energy. So that's a game for them, whereas Fount would actually benefit by doing what Sarkisov did for CCB a few laps ago by going to the front now, ratcheting up that tempo, and then hoping that Sear can float wheels and allow the attrition to take place naturally. But we're going to see. We're not their team director, right? We're just making some guesses out here. Chloe Patrick getting some shout outs from the YouTube channel, and it looks like, what are your thoughts now? We're getting into the final 4 laps. Are we looking at an Alexis Magner sprint? Are we looking at Kendall Ryan perhaps challenging? What are we thinking?
Yeah, the way the pace is going, it's allowing Kendall slowly, with every meter, realize her dream, right? The longer they kind of keep this pace easy, it keeps her in the race. It keeps her in the opportunity to win this thing. She's got as much talent as anybody going around this final corner to carry speed. And these times, it's, again, you get a sprinter closer and closer to the finish line, even with fatigue, and how much she wants this. She's going to be able to go so deep, just because it's a dream for her to win this stage. So the other teams need to, again, let's say the riders that aren't in the GC picture need to think about taking a big risk, go on the hunt. The teams that need to isolate the GC riders, Alexis needs to lean on Chloe Patrick to make this race super difficult. Say, hey, we need you to crank it up. I need my sister as much pressure. I can take care of myself in this final lap, but I need the pace to be super high for the next 2 laps. And don't let Kendall rest.
Yeah.
Do not let Kendall rest. But she's got 2 teammates. She's got Holly Breck and Laurel to just set a strong enough tempo. Laurel's going to ride a strong enough tempo that it's going to, thwart anybody thinking of attacking, which is exactly what Kendall wants. But, you know, again, they need, for those two, it's just going on head-to-head battle regardless of what goes up the road.
Big thanks to John Zink for the cold flares at the finish line. John Zink coming on board this year to add some flair to our overall production, and thank you again for your continued support. We're sitting in the Zico broadcast booth today. Thank you to Zico for supporting our live stream, and of course Quick Trip, the overall presenting sponsor of our broadcast for the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. This is day number 3 of 3. This is the McElroy River Parks Criterium, better known as Crybaby Hill, here today, and we are down into the heart of it. Lauren Stevens now launching an attack. Magner quickly covers that with Andrea Sear right in the gaps, and it looks like Legion of Los Angeles may be losing their advantage.
Yeah, they just need to stay calm. I mean, obviously, Laurel's going backwards. Kendall's there. Holly needs to do a hero turn as they go over the top through the feed zone and down Riverparks. But it's going to be a big task because, yeah, that's Lauren Stevens, Alexis Magner, Andrea Sear, Riley McMullen, Cassidy Hickey, and Emily Herfrost. If Emily, you know, rotates her head and sees that gap, it's an opportunity for her to launch her counterattack with maybe nobody to chase her because she's just outside the GC player there.
Yeah.
You know, it is really, they have, the non-GC riders have a lap and a half left to make a big shift. Grace Arledson, another person that needs to look at taking a risky opportunity. She's been racing super aggressive. She kind of needs to swing for the fences here if she's going to make anything happen out of the weekend. More than she's already done. I mean, she's had an excellent weekend for herself, but Stephanie Holomack, she could find an ally in as well.
Chloe Patrick now second wheel there behind Stevens. So Stevens started this effort on Crybaby Hill. She's now needs an opportunity to recover a little bit. She's checking the shoulder. You can't keep going forever. We're not on motorcycles, right? And now look at Kingdom Elite and themselves in there with Jenna Nessman also up near the front patrolling and making that decisive split. Here's your counterattack by Fount Cycling as they come through the start-finish line on the right side. There we go. We'll see if that will actually cause any type of separation. It does look like Worski of Fearless Femme covering it. Holly Breck of Legion also covering it, with Herfoss of Australia trying to get into that move. I think this is a good move here by Fount to continue the pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, just can't let a rider like Kendall rest in these moments.
And now Worski hits it, right? So again, this is great tactics by everybody all around, and Holly Breck tries to cover it here, but Worski can use a lot of that mountain bike background. Mountain bike racing is
super punchy.
Yeah, very punchy. It suits her very well right now. We are not seeing the split that we saw on the last lap, though. Right, when Stevens hit it, we saw a selection of 5. This time, we're just seeing a bit of a string out.
Yep.
And then a regathering, so they're now actually going downhill through the dip, and they're about to come into the shot on the right, which will start to lift them back up to the right-hand turn. You see Magner there in the leader's jersey with the pink shoulders. That's your St. Francis Tulsa Tough Omnium leader's jersey, and Holly Breck now takes over. But here we go. Big move by Quinn. Is that Quinn?
Yeah,
she make it back?
Make it back.
Wow. So Quinn was like very much off the back at a certain point, and now she's...
Kendall is digging so deep. I mean, she has one more time up the hill. She's got to go so deep. It's so hard, though, as she's at the very back, and her sister Alexis is in the top 3 wheels there.
Yeah, 2 laps
with a
to go.
teammate.
Yeah, 2 laps to go now. Now Siniska very clearly trying to set themselves up for some victory, and here we come down and around. This will be coming in through 1 lap to go. You're going to hear the crowds here.
So
really
Holly just needs to let that rider go. Slow the pace down, absolutely kill it. Don't follow the wheel. And she wants a big slowdown so Kendall can take a big run and move around this field and get to the front of the bottom of the climb if she's going to have any chance. If Holly continues to just keep it strung out, it's going to make it super difficult for Kendall to make any ground before the climb.
1 lap to go, you guys. 1 lap remaining here for our professional women's race at the St. Francis Tulsa Tough here at the McElroy River Parks Criterium, better known as Crybaby Hill. Here today, your 3rd and final stage of the 2025 St. Francis Tulsa Tough Omnium. We're looking at Holly Breck on the front for Legion of Los Angeles, trying to set some tempo to set up national champion Kendall Ryan for a victory. They're now on to the major climb. Worski Hickey on the front. There is Ryan, your national champion, with her sister Alexis Magner on the shoulder.
Two shoulders.
Shoulder to shoulder sisters. This is Ryan. She just has to be there. If she can stay at the front, she has the opportunity to get her elusive Cry Baby Hill win.
And she's done a really good job putting herself in the front and doing the pace she needs to do, just kind of blocking the road, not letting any room for somebody else to accelerate and put her in difficulty.
Oh, this is nerve-wracking for me. I mean, Magner really needs to make sure that she gets down to this final turn and gets on the pedals first. This is all about tactics and positioning. Magner now, they're 5 wide as they come through the final turn. You got Herfoss on the far left. You got Arlinson on the far right. And Magner in the middle, now leading through the feed zone. Magner lifts and she tries to kick it out. McMullen right on the draft, though. As they come up over the climb, we will now see them in just a short amount of time. Stevens also now trying to get herself into the final kick. The motorcycle, we see it. The riders, we now see them. And it is your Omnium leader, Alexis Magner, taking the final turn in lead position. Riley McMullen, second wheel. Magner onto the pedals first, but she does not have a big gap. McMullen trying to lift. She comes even on the hip. Can Magner hold on all the way to the line? McMullen is there. Shoulder to shoulder, hip to hip. And at the line, Riley McMullen takes Cry Baby Hill here on the third day of St. Francis Tulsa Tough.
What an amazing sprint from Riley. Really keeping her composure even though she was gapped over the feed zone hill and into the bottom corner. Didn't panic, didn't rush herself through that final corner to put herself in any kind of danger. Really cool head, and then just stomped on the pedals, used that slipstream to take a run at Alexis Magner, carried the momentum to take the win. A super, super big win for Riley. Maybe one of her biggest wins here in the U.S., and that would definitely move her up the GC, I think, into third for sure. I think she passed Cassie Hickey maybe, depending on how that's scored out. And then unknown where Kendall finished. She may have done an absolute barn burner and snuck herself into that second spot. So we're going to have to see what the absolute results are, how the GC points are laid out, and what that final podium is.
We're going to roll this back courtesy of Quick Trip. Here's Magner on the front coming by us in the final turn onto Riverside Drive. McMullen has the opportunity to slingshot off of that. She gets into the draft here and then onto the hip immediately to roll right over the top of it. And then she stays on that effort. You can see the fatigue loading up on the legs of Magner. She looks to her right. She tries to dig even harder in on that big gear, but McMullen has the cadence. She's got the fluidity, and she gets her victory here at the McElroy River Park Criterium.
Yeah, she just kept her sprint all the way in it. Even when she knew she was passing Alexis, she kept her head down pedaling. As you just never know in a sprint like this where somebody could be coming from with even the little bike throw at the end. Absolutely love it.
Amazing.
Congratulations to Riley there.
You can see just behind Cassie Hickey finishing in third on the stage, Sarkisov in fourth just to try and stack points.
Yep.
Right? And Patrick finishing in fifth. So that looks like Kendall in sixth, maybe, or
there was Lauren Stevens, Andrea Sear on the right side of that screen. So, yeah, we are just going to see how that, again, plays out.
I love the emotion in the pit there. That's amazing to see. I love that. And there you are, your finish line camera shot. It's official. Riley McMullen gets herself a race win here and claims the final stage of our 2025 St. Francis Tulsa Tough, Cry Baby Hill. McMullen riding into history on our 19th edition of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. McMullen, no stranger to winning bike races. She is a former elite national champion from New Zealand. She has raced on DNA Pro Cycling in the past. She has been part of the New Zealand national team, both on the track and the Criterium. So congratulations to them. Stick around. We got our men's race coming up next. They're already queuing up to go on to their call-ups. So we're going to take a look at how we got here today to our third stage of the 2025 St. Francis Tulsa Tough. We started on Friday night at the McNelly Group Blue Dome Criterium, and then we jumped right into the FC Tulsa Saturday race, and then we are going to go right into the call-ups for today. We're going to take a look back at some of those during our race so you guys can see what's going on. Welcome back. I'm Gabe Lloyd. This is Daniel Holloway, and we are at the third day of racing for our 2025 edition of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. We are at the McElroy River Park Criterium, better known as Crybaby Hill. We just wrapped up our professional women's race where Riley McMullen took the win. An amazing ride. We're going to take a look back at that shortly, but before we get there, we got our men's race coming up. We have an absolute battle for the Omnium overall. We started off our 3 days of racing on Friday night at the McNally Group Blue Dome race, where we saw a fantastic battle to the finish. Dario Raps, your German national champion, jumping over the top of Teckers late in the lead out, and your German national champion riding a huge gear all the way to the finish line. Jordan Parra unable to come even in the final 75 meters, and Dario Raps takes an emphatic win on Friday night to claim the first stage of our 3 stages in our 3-day Omnium. On Saturday, we jumped to the FC Tulsa Arts Group Criterium, and again, we saw absolute domination by DCC. Team Cadence tried to work it for U.S. national champion Luke Fetzer and Lucas Burgoyne, but it was the Germans from DCC who took over at the front of the race, riding absolutely huge numbers on board to make sure that they got themselves to the finish line. Coming in late as they come up by Sound Pony, we started to see some huge turns at the front. Dario Raps describing the lead out by his teammates as unreal when he was talking to Brad at the finish line. Here you can see the final kick to the line on the right side. Alec Briggs takes a death-defying exit from being cut off. Meanwhile, at the front, Dario Raps dives through the final turn. Danny Summerhill, who won in the past here, unable to come even in the finale, and Dario Raps then goes 2 for 2 in our 2025 Omnium.
Yeah, just absolutely stunning finish. DCC is on a roll. They won in Armed Forces. They're carrying all that momentum here into Tulsa. You know, they are in a prime position with Dario Raps to make history. Go 3 for 3 at Tulsa. That's never been done before.
We'll see what happens. Dario Raps, let's listen to what his reactions were to those 2 wins on the past 2 nights.
I can't even describe it. I never thought that I'd win such a big race. You guys are awesome. This atmosphere, I never could imagine that. It is so amazing. Oh my God, and I'm so happy. Yeah, that was just so, I didn't expect it to win today, honestly, because I didn't feel that good, but I was so surprised how strong Jonas Schmeisser was. So my teammate, he made a lead out. I never experienced that in my life. And thank to him, I won today, really. I just thank you, and thank you to the crowd. You're awesome, how you cheers. The best spectators in the world.
Well, let's jump on board with Dario Raps in the finale as we come through. You can see these huge watts that these guys are pushing. Great to have all this data available to us. Raps, as they make this right-hand turn, this is the moment when this lead out really begins.
Yeah, and you can just see the power fluctuate from big power to 0, and that's just Dario really being perfect and saving these micro instances so he can move around. He's doing a really good job protecting the position. You can see Cadence really setting the tone. Brody McDonald sneaking under, which is somewhat okay at this point. It gives another body for his teammate to take a run at. He's small gaps, so he keeps momentum out of any kind of danger. Summerhill there, and there goes his teammate launching an massive sprint. Keeps Dario around that 1,000-watt mark. Again, he pushes wide, kind of pushes everybody out to give Dario space. Look, he's coasting. Again, that's just a micro recovery you need as he goes in. Small acceleration here into the final corner. Coasting, coasting, coasting. Straight on the pedals very early, just outside 150. And you can see that he gets close to 1,400 watts and holds 1,100 all the way to the finish. Just absolutely incredible. But the finesse there is through that lap, watching this data, as you can see where he finds these moments to recover. Get his power down, coast, take a breath. That all adds up to be able to hit 1,400 watts there in the last 150 meters.
Your Omnium standings after 2 stages. Dario Raps going 2 for 2 is your outright leader with 62 points. Danny Summerhill, Legion of Los Angeles, bumps into second with 48. Jordan Parra with Biker Cycling Team in 44. Brody McDonald into 4th. Dushan Kalaba in 5th. Ryan Gomez in 6th. Clever Martinez in 7th. Juan Orango in 8th. Eric Brunner, your cyclocross specialist, in 9th. And Evan McQuirk in 10th.
Yeah, so very interesting GC dynamic here with the points. Dario's got 14 points in hand. So it's up to Danny Summerhill and Legion to put a lot of pressure, see how deep that DCC roster is, and ability to help Dario and isolate him ASAP and just see how good he is. Make it mano a mano, see how much time and space Summerhill can put on him.
Here we go. We're going to start this final race here as we guys roll out. This is stage number 3 of our 3-day Omnium here at the 2025 St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Thanks again to John Zink for those flares to add a little bit of panache to our start-finish truss this year. I'm Gabe Lloyd. This is Daniel Holloway. We're in the Zico broadcast booth, and big thanks again to Quick Trip for bringing us all of the broadcast action. Weather here today, I think it may be something to talk about. Right now, it is 93 degrees. It feels like 95, but if you look out on the horizon, it's starting to get a little dark. That could be a factor.
Yeah, down here in the south in Oklahoma, you can see that dark sky. It can move quick. I mean, before we know it, that can be here, and it can be torrential, and it can come in a heartbeat. If none of the teams really took that last second look at the radar or any kind of forecast, and they're running dry weather pressure and a system comes in, 5 psi can make a difference. 10 pounds, is ideal. So may play a factor. We'll see if we can get a radar. Any kind of storytelling there that might come late in the race could be a factor.
And remember, this is bike racing, not Formula One, so there's no inters that we can swap on if the rain starts to come. There's no different compounds. Well, there are, but all those decisions have to be made before the race even begins. It's one tire, one wheel selection, and all of that has to be calculated before we even get going. We've got an early leader here from Cheney Windows and Doors, I believe, trying to get themselves onto the old broadcast as we got ourselves a bike race, and it looks like Corey Williams of Golden State Blazers also trying to get away and get himself on some airtime here for our Quick Trip broadcast here at the St. Francis Tulsa Tough.
Yeah, I mean, 2 guys that aren't even the GC, haven't factored in the results, whatever, and riders that don't have a pedigree of time trial or breakaway specialists. I believe that's Owen Gillett from the Cheney Windows and Doors team out of St. Louis there with Corey Williams following him up. I mean, if they're going to make this last any bit, Owen has to coast a few seconds, allow Corey to get there and share that workload. If not, it's going to be it's not going to last that long, to be honest.
Let's take a look at this course here today. It is an infamous one. It looks very simple on the old graphic, but trust me, it is not very simple. Daniel, walk us through the nuances of our McElroy River Park Criterium.
Yeah, we have Riverside Drive that takes us up into the bottom of the hill. Down there's a bit of a bump, so if anybody is wanting to shift to the little ring, they need to do well before that part, and then it is a pinch point. So when the race is slow and people are fighting for position, there's going to be a lot of swarm that can happen. Summerhill has been caught out. We saw a crash in the women's race in that pinch point as people get close. So it needs to be fast, or you need to be in position, or something can happen. Then that corner at the top is tight, and when it's full-blown attack, it is not a corner you can pedal through. It is something you have to take well right when you're going very fast. Continues to kick up as we see the lettering where those 3 arrows are. Road crowns. Then there's a small descent into another big bump. It rises into the second to last corner right before the feed zone. And then it goes up just ever so slightly again into the very short, steep downhill, which is the only point of just pure coasting recovery. And then it's right onto Riverside as we're seeing now, and it's just over 150 to the line. And if you're in the back, the front is accelerating. Again, there's no chance to recovery. So it's very key in the top 10, 15 or the only ones getting recovery as you see that DCC rider coast. But if we look at the back, everybody is putting out 3, 4, 5, 600 watts to make up or hold position. And that just accumulates over time. So that's why you don't want to ride in the back in a course like this.
Our Omnium is going to dictate a lot of tactics here. Dario Rapp's going 2 for 2 with 62 points. Summerhill in second with 48. Now, historically speaking, we've been doing this 19 years here. And in the 19 editions, we don't think that anybody's ever gone 3 for 3, including Daniel Holloway.
Yeah, or Skylar Schneider for that matter, Brad Huff, a lot of legacy riders that have been here. It's been, again, it's so hard, so tricky. It's a long weekend. The course is ultra dynamic. The Omnium GC comes into play. Riders start thinking about that more than they do the win. I know the one year I had one year here in my 17 years of racing where I had the potential to win this one. I didn't back myself. I was focusing on the Omnium, and I let it get away from me.
You gonna get back in there?
Nope. Well, hey, I won't speak too soon.
Okay.
Malcolm did give us a little Easter egg for 2026 20-year anniversary of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough, and also the 100-year anniversary of Route 66. I don't know exactly what that means, other than, you know, it's Route 66. It's a huge highway in North America. So never say never. I hope my wife isn't listening. But, you know, I would say it's a tall order, a big thing. So I'll let it maybe somebody else.
We'll let it simmer.
Yes.
We'll let it simmer. We'll see what happens.
But here we see it playing out a really big gap. 3 riders. I believe that's Robin Carpenter up the road. And we'll see if we can get another shot. So Robin Carpenter, Jim Brown, and an Empire rider.
So we got a little separation early on. If that's Carpenter, that plays directly into the tactics that we thought we would see. Carpenter was one to watch for this Jim Brown, is also part of this. These two part of the Williams Racing Development Program. And then Luca Haynes from Empire. Carpenter, definitely a rider that can roll this thing, and I think that's going to be really important to watch. But super early, this gap can get ridden back really quickly. Well, we're in the early stages of our race here. We're joined in the booth by none other than our executive director of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough, Mr. Malcolm McCullough. Malcolm, welcome to our Zico broadcast booth. How are you feeling today?
Tired.
It's like
every year.
It's like you've got an Omnium. Yeah. Your own little Omnium that you have to do every year, right?
It's a mixture of tired and amazingly energized by this crowd around here. Every day it's been like that. I think, you know, I thought we reached Crybaby Peak some number of years ago, but I took a trip up there a little while ago, and I think we're not at Crybaby Peak.
You guys do so many activations throughout the weekend. You have like fondos and other kids activations throughout. You're up at the crack of dawn and up very late making sure everything's taken care of. What are some of the things that, if somebody wants to come visit St. Francis Tulsa Tough and they're not an elite bike racer, what are some of the things they might be doing?
Well, all of our downtown areas are pretty amazing. Even, you know, we get a lot of people that come in town and don't even bring a bicycle.
Yep.
So it's the event itself has become a magnet for just social activities. But then, you know, of course, we have the fondos both days, which is really a pretty amazing experience. The kids' rides this morning, the kids' races on Saturday, and today I always have the great pleasure of starting the Williams County ride on Sunday. It's a 6-mile ride. We put a rest stop in the middle for the kids. I think we had 200 or 300 children out there today, and this one little girl was the cutest thing in the world. She was on a strider and wearing a little pink tutu.
Oh, wow. I love to hear it. That's so cool. And then, so you have that activation, and then you also have these Aeon Fondos, right, and all that?
Right, the Aeon Grand Fondos, and we have so many different elements within each Fondo, but, you know, each day they get to go out and ride, come back, and get a free meal from the McElroy's group, and it's just an amazing time to just bond and enjoy the countryside and, you know, have fun on bikes. You heard Brad Huff talking about our new men's group earlier today, Project Dude Man, and what Huffy has been preaching to all of us, and we've adopted it. We're believers. Just ride your bike, dude.
Just go ride. Just go ride. Get out, pedal. I mean, I know in my career there was times of struggle. Things were really difficult in those days that I did just go ride. It's amazing how 20 minutes can just change your day, change momentum in your life, get it in a positive direction. So absolutely back that program. There's no better ambassador for that than Brad Huff and everything that he's done and will continue to do, and his personality is the perfect leadership. So when I saw that announced that he moved to Tulsa, began to make this home, is just absolutely amazing for this community here, and I'm happy to see it.
He's lived it in, and he's authentic about it, and a really passionate disciple for cycling, for mental fitness. You've seen those T-shirts probably like I have that says "My bike is my therapy."
Yep, absolutely.
And that's a complementary program to the Divas program, which has been going on for a number of years now. And they've got satellite locations in Indianapolis as well as here in Tulsa, right?
It's so amazing. We started the Divas program 13 years ago, really just as a way to facilitate women adopting cycling as part of an active lifestyle. Women are active just as much as men. You see them out in the marathons and half marathons in 50 to 55% of the field, but it hadn't been that way in cycling, and we just didn't quite understand it. So we started the Divas program to try to break down some of those barriers, make it a welcoming environment, and really create an atmosphere of acceptance and joy, just pure joy. And we've had over 250 women a year run through the Divas program each year. Recently, Indianapolis opened their own chapter, and I think they have about the same number.
Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, that's really very cool. Where can people learn more about these programs if they want to get involved?
Well, for us, of course, all information is found at TulsaTough.com. All of the information on Divas, Project Dude Man, St. Francis Tulsa Tough, our fall Osage Passage gravel event. All things Tulsa are found at TulsaTough.com.
Awesome. Love to hear it. We're going to jump into the race real quick. Malcolm, don't go away. On course right now, you got Jim Brown with the red helmet for the Golden State Blazers. Right behind him is Robin Carpenter of Legion of Los Angeles. These two jumped away on the second lap. Right now, trying to bridge across to them. One of the smaller squads on our racing roster here today, but nice to see him taking this opportunity very early, because this is a race of attrition. We saw in the women's field that only about 20 finished of the 103 starters. So we're going to see a lot of attrition today. Weather will be a factor. It's in the 90s. Everybody's going to need to be taken on fluids. The feed zone is going to be open the entire time for the race to make sure that the athletes are being taken care of. And, so we're really trying to prioritize safety for all these athletes here today. But attrition is going to be the story of the day.
Yeah, so very, interesting dynamic going on. We have two races. We do have the GC fight, or protection of, so to speak, going on. And then we have the outright stage win, obviously still up for grabs. Robin Carpenter for Legion is up the road, taking pressure off that team, being a potential body to be there for Summerhill as this race develops, to be there for him and potentially isolate DCC. DCC at the moment doesn't care about this. They actually, in a perfect world, they would like how many ever guys to go up the road that needs to take enough points away from Summerhill to not be a factor. So they're okay with letting 5, 6 guys go up the road in just the ideal world to protect the GCC. And if the race develops into their fashion, into their hands for the stage win, they'll obviously take that into consideration, work that out. But right now, they're just riding the pace they need to ride to keep Dario Raps safe and protected. It's not their onus to bring this back for the stage win per se. There's a lot of other teams, clearly, everybody else except for DCC that hasn't won anything. So there's going to be a lot of other people that are going to have to put their face in the wind to bring this back if they want a chance at the win and or podium.
This can be a tricky course as well, because I think riders are somewhat intimidated by it. And I remember a few years ago when I first started here, there was like this trickle effect on this day. You start off with a group like this, and then onesies, twosies start to jump across. Before you know it, you have 9 or 10 that are away, and they actually, if they're cohesive, they could really set and maintain a gap.
Yeah, and it's a strange thing, because as those 1s and 2s go across to that move, 3s and 4s go out the back. So it's just like, did they bridge across, or did the things in the back just melt? It's so hard in the last 5 laps here to watch how fast this group whittles down. And as we start to look at it, the temperature is at least ambiently, dropping. Clouds are coming in. Malcolm, you're a local. You've lived here a very long time. You've seen all weather at all times. As you look to the horizon, what is your local feeling? What is your skin telling you in terms of what can happen in the next 50 minutes? Is this course going to get wet? Is it going to could throw an absolute curveball into this group?
It's going to be very close. It's going to be so close. This would not be one the Vegas odds makers are going to put odds on, because it's very touchy. I think we're going to, so far it looks like we're going to skirt it, but Tulsa weather can change in a snap of a finger.
And I've been here during, I think it was 2014 maybe, where a similar situation is that it looked all clear. We started racing, and I think it was the last 5 laps. The course started getting wet. This final corner became insanely tricky. UHC went down, and then all of a sudden it became a triathlon. It was just one guy going as hard as they possibly could for 2 or 3 laps. It was absolutely wild.
I remember that year very well. And as you well know, Daniel, the descent when you come on the Riverside Drive, it's very tricky and visually incredibly intimidating from the top. When you come down, the road actually does open up quite a bit. Now, throw a little water on that?
Yeah.
No thanks.
Yep, absolutely.
On screen here, we have on the left side our leaders with Robin Carpenter and Jim Brown. On the right side is your full peloton. We're going to have multiple different cameras working on the peloton side where we try and make sure that we show you. Now, we're also going to get you the official gap, but look at this trickling across. It's going to be Team Cadence Cyclery trying to get themselves across to this move. And then we may...
That would look like Bueno and then Eder Frere. So, if that goes across, Legion's going to have 2, Blaze is going to have 2. Cadence is going to finally have some representation early in the race, which they have completely dropped the ball on this whole weekend, this far into the race. So at least they're doing something a little different, representing that team and program early in this race, but it's, all back together.
Yeah, it's welded back together. Hey, I have a question for you, Daniel. So I'm noticing the cadence of wraps right now. It's really low. And they did a social media, DCC Alpecin did a social media post a few days ago about like these mega gears that they're riding. It's clearly proven to be successful in the first 2 nights. But now we have Crybaby. How is that going to affect some of their fatigue today?
Yeah, it's just different. It's no matter if you ride like kind of a high cadence or low cadence, you're going to have fatigue in the legs. But if you've trained that low cadence torque, low cadence power, your system is trained to handle that. And that's just where they want to, focus, how they found self-efficiency with the physiology of that program and what those guys prefer to ride. In courses like this, sometimes having these low cadence, kind of longer contractions, if you will, under kind of low to moderate power help actually keep circulation going if it's under that lactic threshold. So these guys are probably in the high 300s, low 400s. So even if they're riding at 300 watts, under these big contractions, it's actually helped clearing lactic acid, help actually getting blood flow for recovery, rather than if you're doing really like 100 watts at a high RPM, it's just a different thing. You're maybe not clearing as much as you would want. So sometimes it's good to have a little bit of tension in the legs if it's under lactic threshold.
$200 pream has added some action to the front of this race here as we start to lift the tempo up. It looks like Michael Garrison, I believe, with that purple top, white bottoms. And we'll get a corner cam to see who is with him. It's going to be Zapata of Biker Cycling Program. So Garrison on the front, Zapata right behind. And these two definitely have sprints, very different kind of sprints. Zapata comes from a mountain biking background. He's also a Pan Am champion for Colombia. And so he's got a very explosive sprint, whereas Garrison has shown maybe a slightly longer sprint. Look at Garrison maybe allowing Zapata to come to the front here as we come down onto Riverside Drive. Do you think Garrison's going to take a run at the wheel?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Why not go for $200? He's got the ability. And he's also, it's an opportunity for Garrison to kind of look at the competition, how they're going to go through the final corner. Garrison's got really good bike handling skills. Obviously, Zapata does via the mountain bike as well. And Garrison looks that he's, looking for an ally, not to upset the apple cart, but kind of maybe he's that confident. Give him the gift.
Yeah.
Keep him motivated. So as they rotate, this is a long attack in Garrison's mindset. So he's definitely looking for an ally. This is kind of he's extending the hand first. And so when he looks for help later, if this thing continues to go on, it's like, hey man, let's go. I gave you this gift. Let's keep it rolling. We're not going to fight each other. I'm not going to fight you until the very end.
Interesting tactics there. Okay, so Michael Garrison and Juan Pablo Zapata away right now. Let's see where the field is behind them in a few moments' time. There it is. They've got a bit of a gap right now. So
if I look into the details here, Garrison is a guy that rides a go, an Insta360, a big camera on his bike to get the content. He's taken that big unit off his bike and he's riding the Insta360 Go, the small, very small, lightweight camera. So he's looking to optimize today. He's not looking to just hang out, create content, create chaos. He's optimized his weight and his setup in today. So he's capturing stuff, but he's like, how can I do that in a very efficient, marginal gains type way? So that black thing on his chest is an Insta360 Go 3, I believe. But so it's, again, these small details, that I have an eye for because it's something I paid attention to. But if I was racing and I saw that with Garrison, I go, he's taking this a little more serious than other events by just making that same equipment choice. We see some of the other teams are probably still carrying the full-size cameras.
Malcolm, what's your hot take right now? Do you think that this is going to be a breakaway day or a field sprint day?
Oh, man.
What's a field sprint? How many guys is a field sprint?
Yeah.
Quantify field sprint.
That's a great question. I mean, usually we have less than half the starting field able to even finish this race. So is that the field?
Yeah, I mean, we have 130 starters, I believe, so.
You won't have 130 finishers.
Definitely not. No, we've already lost a few here as they're going right to the after party in front of us. Oh. What do you think, though? We're going to be looking at a select few at the front?
It's going to be very interesting. I know that Dario has definitely made a fan club in Tulsa. So many people are in town are cheering for a three-peat. It's never happened here, and I don't know. I think the odds are probably against it, but he's a happy guy. He's got those joy watts going for him.
They have nothing to lose as a program to just go all in for that, and if it doesn't happen, they walk away with an incredible fan club here in Tulsa, a second home probably, if you will, and 2 stage wins. No other team's going to be able to walk away and say that. So they're technically in a win-win situation. Unless something absolutely catastrophic happens.
They kind of do have a second home here in Tulsa because one of the Tulsa residents here has been putting up the entire team of 12, including all their support staff, for the last 3 years.
Oh, wow.
At one house.
That's incredible.
Big action on course right now. You saw Garrison taking the feed, but also 96 is Richard Holak of the Team Cadence Cycler. Holak is an absolute beast. I mean, he squirted right across that thing, or a punch across, whatever. That's like a Wanarongo move. Right, very experienced, jump across immediately out of the saddle. He made the junction within 300 meters.
Yeah, I mean, just perfectly timed. It's finally Cadence at the front of the bike race early. It's taken them a couple weekends to finally do this, so it's good to see that program get some timing right. It's still a little frustrating from my point as a fan and all this to see both national champions hanging out towards the back of the field. They're just opening themselves a lot of liability and getting caught behind something silly and waste a lot of energy. But at least the team's represented up in the front. Now it looks like Preston I from the Flickr team doing a lot of work. Again, individual rider, he needs to not do this. He needs to do what Hollick did and just pop across.
Yeah.
If he wants to be there. But don't just sit on a full turn on a Riverparks.
Riverparks should be your recovery zone.
Yeah.
Right?
Doesn't make any sense.
Today's been a really hot day already, and the feed zone's been open the entire time. You see the water being thrown at some of the riders, and we're going to roll that back with a quick trip replay. And you can see Zapata taking the $1 and Garrison maybe not taking a sanctioned feed there, but
it's a light.
It's the PBR. Pabst Blue Ribbon is official sponsor of Crybaby Hill this year. All right.
So.
Nothing says dive bar like PBR and Crybaby Hill.
So we can already see a lot of attrition happening out of the field. It's, as we sit here on the final corner, we can see it. It's, a couple riders every lap gapped off, not able to make it, back onto the field.
Garrison going for those dollar preams and then already creating the gap. making it look pretty easy. I mean, I remember Arts District last year where he was really flirting with accelerations and whatnot. Last night he kept himself in check, but right now he's now looking at floating away from his two breakaway compatriots early on. Are we seeing a repeat of last year's Arts District?
What he's doing is kind of shoot himself in the foot by overriding the breakaway, overriding his companions. If he's that strong, take some longer pulls, not harder pulls. If he does this, it's just going to like wear these guys out, discourage them to continue to rotate, and then just kill it. You know, so don't be that guy that just toys with these two guys on and off for whatever reason. If he's really looking for allies to make this a long range thing, or man up, hunker down, put the watts down, and just go solo. To do it like this is not the most efficient way to do it.
So it looks like we're going to be coming back together, but I agree with Daniel in that you got to make friends early on in this race. We're now coming into 25 minutes of race time, and Garrison's not really doing himself any favors. Holek is seemingly not responsive in any of this bait, and we're now seeing that Garrison perhaps is going to roll on because Zapata's also not interested. He's got himself a few dollar hand-ups courtesy of our Crybaby Hill. And it looks like another pream being taken up there on the hill. Hey, Malcolm, thank you for having us here one more time in Tulsa, Oklahoma. It's such a pleasure to be here every year and to be able to talk about the Super Bowl of Criterium Racing. And do you have any final thoughts for us before we get to the finish line for our Pro Men's Race to cap out our 2025 edition, our 19th year here in Tulsa?
Or Easter eggs for 2026? Anything else?
You keep trying to get that out.
I want to know. The people want to know. They want to book their stays. They want to book their Airbnbs. They want to get their rental cars.
They should book them.
Tulsa's big, but it's not that big. Stuff could sell out.
You know, I would flip it around, Gabe, and thank you guys for spending the time with us, being professionals, the professionalism of the crew that we've been able to assemble and that are coming to Tulsa every year just amazes me. The drone footage this year has been blowing me away. And just the quality of our broadcast, you guys being here in the broadcast booth, Frankie and on the stage, of course, and it's amazing. And I mean, as a kid growing up in Kansas, I never thought I'd come down and be a part of a community event that had such a following worldwide and internationally. So it's humbling. It's dearly humbling, and it's a pleasure. I'm proud to be a part of it. So thank you guys for being a part of it.
Well, it's our pleasure and honor to be here and helping to broadcast to the world the cool things and putting Tulsa really on the map internationally because of the coolest bike race in the world. So thank you, Malcolm, for starting this thing off with a cool idea 19 years ago, and we're looking forward to the next 20. So thank you very much, Malcolm McCollum.
Thank you, Malcolm.
All right, we're here. We got a $100 pream lap, and we have two riders away. The rider in purple is going to be Michael Garrison. And as we are quickly checking our weather here in the booth as well, we've got ourselves, there is Robin Carpenter, who is now bridged back up to Garrison. Garrison has had an interesting tactic so far. He may gift this to Carpenter one more time. Carpenter's not going to necessarily fall for it. He almost wants to give this back to Garrison, and he's not going to potentially not take it. There's a bit of a beef between Garrison and Legion, is there not?
I don't know if it's a beef or it's tension. It's an interesting dynamic. I mean, Garrison is, such a character. His MO in crit racing is TBD. It's unpredictable. And how he's going to race, what he's going to race, why he's going to do what he's going to do. And it's undeniable that he's a massive engine, can really impact races. But how he does it is really unknown. But it's, these two guys, Robin Carpenter and, Garrison, are two guys that if they share the workload, decide to kind of go all into this to the finish, they can do it. There's no doubt about it. And you would kind of, say that Garrison would would take that sprint compared to Robin Carpenter.
We got ourselves a situation here. Justin Williams was taken out by a spectator. We're going to roll that back on a quick trip. So Williams is coming down. He was in chase, but we got this guy. Body checks Williams, and Williams comes off the bike. The marshals were trying to prevent him from crossing, but Williams gets hit, and he's now on the side with Ty Magner, I believe. So Magner and Williams taking a minute. Justin Williams appears to physically be okay, but that's got to be a very bizarre moment to encounter as an athlete when you're, already sort of in arrears.
Yeah, just being unpredictable, and it's frustrating more than anything. Justin lowers his shoulder there to defend himself, and you can see that he kind of runs it out in the moment. But you can see that that was a big hit. He's going. That's a downhill. That's the bottom of a hill, so he's carrying a lot of speed. And that was not a small person, so he's trying to figure it out. And that's just so frustrating.
Yeah.
It's really, just really annoying.
It's so tough. I think that this is a party, right? This is an atmosphere that we really endorse. We obviously really get into it. We want to really encourage the community to come out, but there's also sort of a respect component for the riders out there. And you can see Justin and Ty now. They have to wait for the peloton to come by, so they'll wait for the leaders to pass. They'll wait for the peloton to come past, and then they'll go into neutral pit, we hope, and hopefully they'll be able to rejoin. But you got to look both ways, or at least look to your right when you're going to try and cross the course here. This is a live race course. It's not fully fenced, and these boys are out here having a good time, but they also are here to race for some money. A lot of them, this is a big piece of how
this is their job. This is what they do for a living. So it's frustrating nonetheless.
And this will be Ty Magner's last race here at St. Francis Tulsa Tough. This is his final season as a pro bike racer for 15 years. He's a former elite national champion on the track. You can see Ty giving a thumbs up there because DCC, Alec was like, how is everything? And they're like, we're good, we'll be back. So Alec patrolling at the front, keeping this in check because Robin Carpenter, their teammate, is in the breakaway with Michael Garrison.
Yeah, and this is, more than ever, this is the right person for Robin to be off the front with. It's somebody his equal that is really not going to fade. Robin is, in races past, has found himself being the strongest guy in a breakaway, and riding it professionally, but when there's guys that kind of slow momentum, there's only so much you can do to raise the pace back up. You start carrying a lot of water, and then it fades. So this is a really good opportunity for him, the right guy to be off the front with.
So to see how this is going to play out here, Carpenter with number 72 and Garrison number 79. These two currently still looking pretty comfortable and setting nice, steady tempo as they ride up and over the top through the party that is Crybaby Hill. They're checking out, seeing any comments or questions. You're going to hit us up on YouTube. If you are on the YouTube channel, you want myself or Daniel Holloway to help you out with understanding something. Feel free to jump in on there. And thank you all for tuning in and watching with us here today. This is the third and final stage of our 2025 St. Francis Tulsa Tough. This is the McElroy River Park Criterium, better known as Crybaby Hill. My name is Gabe Lloyd. This is Daniel Holloway, and we are thrilled to be here in the Zico broadcast booth. And thanks again to Quick Trip for sponsoring our entire live stream. Don Thornton is our official pace vehicle of the series. Harrison into the grass.
What?
Wow. Is there a pream? Why is he doing that?
Again, this is just Garrison being Garrison, taking, I don't even know if that's a calculated risk, just a risk.
Yeah.
Doing stuff. He puts himself obviously at risk, puts Robin Carpenter at risk, following him like that. It's not for $5,000 pream, and it's not for the last lap of the race.
Take a look at that one more time, I think, as we have a bit of a replay opportunity, quick courtesy of Quick Trip. So Quick Trip going to roll this back. Garrison on the front here in the purple. He sets up for the turn. He's got his weight seemingly okay. He's going for
he just kind of chirps it there as the pavement changes.
Yep, and then he's up. Nice little bunny hop there. This is not actually the first time we've seen Garrison chirp those wheels. If we go back to Friday night, I know we won't have that video, but our memories are going to serve us here. On Friday, Garrison burped his rear tire as well very late in the race. So, I think he's pushing the limits of his equipment here. What was that, an $80 field pream?
Yeah, it's it's strange.
That's very strange. Okay, maybe somebody just walked up with a wad of cash and that's what they're doing there. But okay, $80. Not sure that's going to motivate the boys to do much here, or at least change. They're not going to fight for it, I'll tell you that much. So whoever rolls through first here, they're going to get that $80 and buying drinks here tonight. We're looking for our field as well, just to see who's on chase, what our gap is. We're 35 minutes into our professional men's criterium on the third day of racing here. Garrison cleanly getting through the turn this time onto Riverside Drive. Robin Carpenter, second wheel. They're right behind. They now have moto officials in front and behind, indicating that the gap is large enough. We now are officially 35 seconds between our leaders and the field. All right, so we've heard this game before, Daniel, have we not? 35 seconds between two riders and the rest of the race. On Friday in the women's race, that gap was brought back in 3 laps on a very, very different course. What are we thinking here today? You think the field is single file right now onto Riverside Drive? Do you think that this field is going to whittle 35 seconds back quickly, or are they going to let them hang?
I mean, it can, but with these two particular riders, the rate of pace change from the front is not going to be as much as it potentially was in that women's race. We saw Grace riding really strong, and then Byron really kind of taking on a lot of water and really kind of killing the momentum. These two riders are such a high caliber and that of the same that these guys, unless they start playing a lot of games, their rate of fatigue is not going to be as much. That pace change at the front isn't going to be as slow. So it's going to be quite a bit more work from the peloton to take time out of this, and it's going to have to be a consistent couple of laps. It's if there's going to be massive pace changes, big head outs, big whacks, yes, it could take out 10-15 seconds, but it's going to be such a big effort that the group's going to need to recover, and these guys, as strong as they are going to blow that back out to that around 35 second number. So it's going to have to be a consistent 3 seconds a lap type deal and make it kind of a long drag than just something really, really fast.
And the math is the same as what we saw on Friday night, too. It's going to be 2.5 seconds between, from on every lap. So 2.5 seconds needs to get brought back on every single lap. Right now, this is our FPV perspective on just 35 seconds in visual form between the field and the race. It looks like one rider maybe trying to bridge across right now, but this is what 35 seconds looks like on this course right now. You're not even going to see the riders. This is not Eli of that program, but one of their other riders, maybe Trevor King. DCC now is going to be tasked with doing a little bit of work.
Yeah, if Dario Raps is kind of really saying, hey guys, after 30 minutes of racing, I have golden legs. I'm perfect. I have no fatigue. I can win this thing. Please bring it back. The other team that I think should have a lot of onus on at this point is Cadence. They do have both national champions. They're kind of in a little bit of a dry spell, so to speak, at such a high level that they've got to do something to get Luke and Lucas in the game. And if we get inside 10 to go and the gap is still the same, that task just becomes harder and harder. So they're going to have to, if they want their day here at Tulsa Tough, they're going to have to start putting a couple guys towards the front to bring this down. bring it consistent, and then ask DCC, hey, we want to go mano a mano. Put a couple guys here. Let's go for this field sprint.
Here's your leader, Dario Raps of the Omnium number 40. So Raps, your Omnium leader right now in that pink leader's jersey. He has won both nights of racing so far. This is your third and final day of racing here in Tulsa, Oklahoma for the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Friday night, McNally's Blue Dome. Raps takes the sprint ahead of a very fast field. Saturday, last evening, in the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium, Raps surprised himself by also taking the sprint ahead of Danny Summerhill. Now today he wears the pink jersey. If he wins today, he would be the first rider in our history of 19 seasons of doing this to win all 3 stages. Currently on course, Robin Carpenter at the front and Michael Garrison in purple are the 2 leaders at 35 seconds. They are trying to, they're trying to win the bike race, but if they do, that would prevent Dario Raps from entering history and taking all 3 stages.
Yeah, we see another 3 guys in the middle start to chase. That's Eric Bruner, Cadence rider, and a Bikers rider. Could be Arango. So at least, 3 good guys that if they work together could make a dent. But Riley Reitzman in the field decides to just tow everybody back instead of bridge across solo.
Yeah, that's an interesting decision there by Reitzman, but Brunner, cyclocross national champion a few times over. He also represents the U.S. in Europe on the national team for our cyclocross program. He is in this race. He's number 30. He's had a really nice weekend so far. That's Juan Arango, number 4 for the biker cycling team. He is an Olympian from Colombia. He went to the Olympics in 2012 in London for that games, and he's also a recent Pan Am champion on the track, qualifying Colombia's Olympic start spot for 24. So talk about spanning time here. Juan Arango in this race today for biker cycling team. Polak is potentially the other rider from Team Cadence, but DCC has already welded this back together. Now this is Arango on the front right now. Will he be continuing on with the effort, or will he go back into the field? Looks like Juan Arango and Brunner checking a look on their shoulders through the feed zone and continuing on with the effort, because I think that they understand the danger here. With 15 laps to go, 35 seconds maintained, the gap that they need to bring down continues to expand. We're now looking at 2.7 to 2.8 seconds per lap that need to be brought back in order to at least be fighting for the bike race.
So these guys are not quite out of sight. I mean, just as the front guys are going through, they can just see Garrison and Carpenter turn up the hill. So that's the saving grace for the peloton, is that these guys on the longest straightaway are still in sight for them. So it is kind of giving that, ooh, they're still right there, let's keep digging in. But there is a lot of action happening from the peloton. This is the back of the field, just absolutely strung out. That's how hard it is. And there is some gaps starting to open around 20th, 25th wheel in the front, with guys really starting to put the pressure on.
Two riders away, 2.3 seconds per lap is what it takes to bring it back. Got a lot of opinions in our YouTube channel. We must have been gone real time.
What are we hearing?
I don't know if I even want to give it airtime, man. Ain't worth it. Here we go. We got Garrison in purple and white, Robin Carpenter in second. Carpenter is such an accomplished rider, as is Garrison. Either one of these guys can really bring it home. Garrison's really starting to show a little more speed carry through on this transition onto Riverside Drive. Do you think that he's trying to passively fatigue Carpenter by forcing Carpenter to put pedal strokes in onto Riverside?
I mean, I think Carpenter's just giving himself space, right? We saw Garrison end up in the grass. I think it's Robin being a little bit conservative, that if Garrison's going to ride that way and dumps himself, he's going to have space to ride around that.
We got some weather. I think we're going to come up. We're looking at about 93 degrees. Oh my goodness, radar. Here it is. So we can see up into the west and north. We have active precipitation right now. We are in that little bullseye just right underneath Tulsa. We believe that precipitation will not start here during race time, but it is going to be close. This could be a situation where we see in the final lap or two potentially precipitation if paces stay where they are. So hopefully that will not occur. We do not want to see that happen, but rain is approaching.
And what I can say is that just may the rain not hit here, the wind may hit here. You know, the first year that I raced, it was a very, very similar situation where just at the finish, the wind just got absolutely whipping. Barriers were everywhere. So we may not get the rain, but we have the potential to get the wind associated with the edge of the storm.
There's so many factors that go into this movement. We're now up to 40 seconds officially. So 40 seconds at 13 laps. That's going to put us at 3.1 seconds per lap that need to be brought back, and if this field wants to race for the win. So 3.1 is the target for the field to bring this back. Now, if we get into single digits and we continue to see 3+ seconds, we're going to either see a breakaway win or a very dramatic finish. We have seen a dramatic finish in the past so far, and this weekend, I mean, we had such a fantastic finish on Friday night with our pro women's race. It was absolutely thrilling, but not to take away from our men's races, of course, where Dario Raps has won both Friday and Saturday so far, but you're not winning the bike race right now if they are continuing to look at 3+ seconds per lap that need to be brought back. This is a Cliff Bar program. They're not red and white anymore. They've got all sorts of colors going on, and looks like a few teams are trying to get to the front. Luke Fetzer, your U23 national champion on Team Cadence Cyclery, also now participating in the pace setting. Lucas Burgoyne actually did target today. He believes that he has the sprint that can take on anybody in this field,
and he's shown that. I mean, he showed it. You know, last year as he came onto the North American scene from his time in Europe, developing his engine. You know, these guys have come a long way. They have the physical ability. And, you know, some of my frustration is, you know, the guys with these talent, especially, you know, I'm just such a believer in the Stars and Stripes that you've got to do it right by being at the front of bike races, showing it off. The team sponsors put a lot of time, energy, and investment, you know, into a program that, you know, that needs to be, you know, represented at the front of bike races. You know, specialized Cadence Cyclery, you know, all those sponsors are putting a big investment into the sport, into the program, and so, you know, it's, you know, I'm just a passionate guy. You know, I believe in these guys. They're young, they have the ability, they've got the personality that this sport desperately needs right now, and showing it off at the front, I think, is way more fruitful than showing it off at the back. So, you know, these guys can impact the race. I mean, we saw that last night with the turns that Luke Fetzer did to right the ship for that program. And so I just want to see that energy used at the front of the bike race.
That was a great visualization of what a 40-second gap looks like from the FPV. We just to cut down onto Riverside Drive, though. This is a $100 pream as an attempt to try. It's a $100 crowd pream, but I'm not sure if it's a $100 field pream. Either way, there's $100 on the line. Did not affect the breakaway at all. We'll see if it affects the field. Fetzer coming through, but strangely enough, nobody's really working with Fetzer. Like, even Techers and Golden State Blazers they're behind, but they're letting Fetzer sort of take a big gap, and I guess I'm surprised. I would like to see more teams contribute to actually fight for a race win here today.
Yeah, I mean, it's, again, the delicate balance, right? DCC, when there's gaps opening. I mean, that's just the pace that Fetzer is putting down right now. But, you know, and how much pressure is that putting on DCC as a whole? He would definitely, you know, Luke would, you know, at least needs another teammate and another team or two to at least put one guy up there, start rotating at this hard pace to make any kind of headway, or get it to that 10 seconds, 15 seconds. That's a bridgeable gap. You know, that can evaporate very quick here in a short matter, and we've seen that happen before, where we get it into that, you know, thing, and then the field just starts going bananas. Things go crazy, gaps start opening, and that rate of attrition is super, super high. So Fetzer definitely needs some help. I mean, he's a strong boy. He can sit out there for a couple laps, but at some point he's going to need some help, either from his teammates or some other riders. But we can see at the back here, gaps are starting to open, or that Matt Stevens on the left side has called it a day. Bikers, guys are feeling it now at this pace.
Yeah, so attrition starting to come into play here. And now Techers on to the front here. I believe that's Bostock.
That's Ollie Wood.
Oh, that's Ollie,
yeah. Bostock is number 100 right there on the left.
All right, so Ollie.
Eder Frere is following that move, which is another guy on this course, absolute weapon for that Blazers program. Tolley right there, number 78, rehydrating.
Why
I'm
not?
impressed he's made it to 10 to go, to be honest.
Okay.
Good for you. the myth of Tolley.
So Ollie Wood, he's an Olympic medalist for Great Britain, and he's a two-time world champion as well, I believe, for Great Britain on the track. He is racing with us today. Matt Bostock is probably their protected sprinter. Alec Briggs is also here today. He defied death last night in the Arts District Criterium. Late on, if you go into our Instagram at Tulsa Tough or onto the YouTube channel, you can see a replay of last night's final sprint for the pro men. Where the bike handling skills of that. But now let's take a look at a screen. Brody McDonald frustrated.
Yeah, and it's Dario Raps on the wheel. Like, he doesn't have to take a turn. His teammates have done a lot of work to keep him protected, keep the pace moving in a way to keep him safe. But he has clearly motivated. He's clearly on really, really good legs. Taking some ownership of that leader jersey to show off the hard work of that DCC program. Summerhill's behind him. We are getting note in the receivers that there are raindrops somewhere on the course or really in the vicinity here. So this whole thing could be turned upside down in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I mean, storms around here, they have a lot of wind associated with them, which is what Daniel was talking about earlier on, and sometimes they can pull some of the raindrops across. So while the actual color on the radar is not directly above us, we're already starting to feel the wind drop some of that precipitation onto us. That's going to make this turn that you see Garrison and Carpenter going through right now become particularly precarious. And and now we have some of our friends right outside the Zico broadcast booth talking about precipitation that they can feel. So we are going to see a dynamic shift here, and we are going to be in a position where this dynamic could completely shift. Now, I do think that actually lends favor to the break, though, right, with 40 seconds.
Yeah, it gives them a little bit of room to be conservative through the corners, not have to push as much. But they're not going to be able to carry as much minimum in this bottom corner, which means it's going to take a bigger energy to lift coming out of it. So, yeah, it's good for them as they don't have to be as risky. The raindrops in the field, though, it's going to say to everybody, oh my God, it's going to be wet. I want to be at the front. And it's just going to kind of naturally make the pace faster as people are going to start fighting for position. And maybe we might see some attacks to try to separate that thing as the weather goes out. And guys that have really good bike handling confidence want to create some high pace and some gaps to start rolling.
Ben Tushner of Techers now taking over a little bit of pace setting. I was saying earlier on in the broadcast that we were thinking there would be the final lap or two, but it turns out that it was actually with 9 laps to go where precipitation begins. So you can start to see some spectators walking around, taking a little bit of cover here as we start to feel that precipitation coming in. You may not, it's hard to actually see on the screen right now, but it is going to begin. There's a weird moment when precipitation hits the pavement for the first time, right, where some of the oils that are in the asphalt start to bead up a little bit, potentially causing some dangerous situations. So hopefully that will not occur. We've had a lot of rain here the past 2 nights, but thankfully racing so far has been dry, and hopefully any of that potential asphalt debris has already been cleaned out. We're looking at 45 seconds now. 45 seconds with 9 laps to go. 45 seconds now with 8 laps to go. So 45 seconds, 8 laps remaining. Field pream of $200. That's Brad Soner and Frankie Andreu on the front.
No, we're looking at more like a 25-second time gap.
Okay.
That's clearly they're on the same straightaway as the leaders. So, yeah, definitely well under 40. So 25 to 30 seconds.
Still a 3-second gap. 3 seconds per lap that needs to be brought back, though, right?
Yeah, but again,
that's a big difference between 25 and 45.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got Techers, setting a really consistent pace here to kind of chew just again even if it's 1 or 2 seconds per lap. And again, if it gets it into that 10, 12 second range, that's going to motivate a lot of people to try to bridge across. It really makes that island crossable. And
this is your leader in the Tulsa Tough jersey. That's Dario Raps, number 40. He's your German national Criterium champion. He is chasing one of your Techers riders who's trying to bring back this gap for probably for Matt Bostock. In the breakaway situation in purple is Michael Garrison, and in the Legion of Los Angeles kit is going to be Robin Carpenter. These two have been away since lap number 2, and so we're now going to be looking at these two now coming down the hill with Garrison on the front, setting up for this turn, railing through the turn. Nice and smooth there for both of them. Now we're going to take next lap we'll take a time split here, but the motorcycle's already here. So I think that we are definitely looking at about a 25. Now we're under 20. We're under 20 unofficially, because that's just my math brain.
Yeah, and again, this is, the strategy of Techers having multiple riders and just kind of doing this, hey man, kind of go as hard as you can, and kind of waste yourself. And a couple teams have the players to do that, and if they all kind of agree, yeah, this gap can go away pretty quick if each team commits to just burning one rider of their multiple riders here in the finish. And now you can see the pace is just unrelenting. Look at the back of the field. There is just gaps opening everywhere in that.
So at the front of the field, these now your 2 leaders going up and over Crybaby. The pace is starting to lift, though. You can see Garrison now pushing more power through the pedals. Earlier on, Garrison was staying in the saddle, right? So the rider with the white shorts, purple top, staying in the saddle, staying seated. He's now we're officially down to 15 seconds, apparently. Is that what you had, Daniel?
Yeah, plus or minus. I missed that lap on my stopwatch. Okay. But you can see the fatigue. I mean, Garrison's shoulders are starting to rock. His hips are there. Robin looks pretty good. But he's always just an incredibly smooth rider. But he's got his head on him. Look, he's going for some, he's going for some nutrition. And it's 7 laps, but that's like 15 minutes. So that's kind of like, again, at the limit of taking on nutrition and it still be functional. Other than placebo. Yeah, and as we look on the peloton on the right, the field is very small right now. We had 130 starters here this afternoon for our McElroy River Park Criterium, better known as Crybaby Hill, for the 3rd and final stage of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. We have your 2 leaders onto Riverside Drive or River Drive already. Riverside Drive already, and here comes your field. And here it is, so being led by Eder as they come down onto Riverside Drive. It's about 23 seconds with my inaccurate finger. So it's come down. Teams are definitely starting to put guys on the front, saying ride, 1, 2, 3 laps. And that's the end of your race. We need to get this into 10 seconds.
We've got a third screen on our desk here that you guys can't see, but it's our live radar app, and the color on the radar is definitely getting close. So that could change. We sort of back into my original thought that we would see precipitation on the final 2 or 3, which could absolutely be a game changer for something. We've had such exciting racing here all weekend long. We started on Friday night at the McNally's Group Blue Dome, and last night at the FC Tulsa Arts District, finishing out with the Riverside Drive McElroy River Parks Criterium. This is your peloton right now. They are about 25 or 20 seconds adrift of your 2 leaders. Your 2 leaders are Michael Garrison and Robin Carpenter. There they are. So Garrison in the purple, Carpenter in Legion of Los Angeles light blue. Dollar hand-ups trying to be gained there.
He's trying to make up for all that money that he gave away as preams, just $1 at a time instead.
What Daniel's referring to earlier in the race, Garrison was allowing other breakaway companions to take $200 and $100 preams at the line as an effort to show goodwill and to get some collaboration with him. He is a solo rider. He has no teammates out here, so he had to make friends out there, and he gave away some preams, and now he's trying to make up for it by grabbing $1 or $2 at a time. Either way, we're going to see Garrison looking very comfortable, as does Carpenter.
And I like how Carpenter's riding this 2-man breakaway. He's found himself in a position to, recover, be in the draft on the flats, and doing a longer turn through the hill. He controls the pace, but it also is a time where they both have to do pretty much the exact same workload, as the draft is more or less null and void. So, he's getting recovery on the flat on Garrison's wheel, and then as you see here, they're doing the same work. So Garrison is on the wheel, but he's not getting the same recovery that Robin would be getting on the flat. So, if they keep doing this, Robin has really done a good job in where he's placed himself in the rotation to get true recovery in this two-man breakaway versus Garrison.
Yeah, he's controlling on the climb, right? So that wasn't actually an attack by Carpenter. It was really just him making sure the speed stays the same from lap to lap. And as the fatigue sets in, you have to start finding power in different ways by getting up out of the saddle and trying to keep that speed the same. Meanwhile, here back in the peloton, you can see Jim Brown of the Golden State Blazers, who was in the original breakaway of the day, trying to lift the tempo a little bit. Looks like
for Brody McDonald, this is that time where, again, it's time to just kind of lay your cards out on the table a little quick. Jim Brown, if he does a kind of an all-out thing for a lap and a half, and then Caden sends a rider or two up there to do the same thing, this will get it in, close enough that, Bourgogne could take this. Again, he called this out as one of the ones. This is a course that suits him. He's a sprinter, he's a fast guy, but last year he went on Easton, which is not a flat course. It's hard, it's very taxing, it's technical. It's in the same vein as Crybaby Hill in terms of needing the whole skill set to do well. So very much a course suited to Lucas. He's just really kind of needs to ask his team to really step up now with 4 to go, get that gap much closer, so everybody else gets instinctively starts sniffing the actual win. Right now, all they're smelling is a podium, which, Dario Raps isn't really interested in. Techers, would love to see a win here this weekend.
Yeah. Techers definitely came all the way from Great Britain to get themselves a race win. They didn't come here just to finish on a podium. They want to be on the top step, and they are going to work hard for it. Garrison starting to sit up, try to get a little bit of movement, and you see Carpenter just keeping an eye on him right now. But Garrison starting to show maybe a little bit of exposure on fatigue, perhaps. He did that right in front of Carpenter.
Yeah, Garrison is such a character. You just don't know. He could, for whatever reason, just be over it, or he's just taken a lap and a half or 2 laps easy to set out for a really big whack. But now if we really look outside of the booth, you can start to see the rain in the sky.
Yeah.
You could see all the spectators looking up, for the rain, looking for cover. But it's definitely oh my gosh, where'd it come from? But it's now in the air, and you can see it. You can see it on the ground.
Yep.
I don't know if our cameramen are going to be able to highlight some of the drops on the rain showing it, but the pace cars have it. Are going to put the windshield wipers on here soon.
We're going to be getting it here in a few minutes' time. So we are going to start to see precipitation with 4 laps remaining. 4 to go here for our final day of racing with the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. This is Crybaby Hill. And we got Michael Garrison and Robin Carpenter away. They have about 25 seconds. They at one point in time had it up to 45. You can see now the dynamics. Big speed difference for them on that last time around, because they can feel that precipitation. And these guys know that the first lap or 2 of precipitation are very different. Here comes the big train, though. This gap has definitely come down. It's going to be Techers on the front with Team Cadence. They're gingerly making it through there. Eder Frere is going to try and keep that pace up, and Dario Raps is also up near the front. These guys in the breakaway need to continue on with that pace setting. Michael Garrison needs to commit to it, as does Carpenter, because look at that. They're now in the same frame.
First time we've seen them in the same frame, all race. So in the front, it's we now look at that photo. You can see the rain. It's coming down. It's not even a sprinkle. So it's going to be that decision. I think it's most likely for Garrison with his these guys are 10 years apart in age. Garrison to take the risk either through this bottom corner into Riverside, that it's going to be his moment to kind of go all in, trust his bike handling ability to make it through the last 2 laps. Or, they're just going to kind of ride it out, and here it goes. But
yeah, this race is
splitting apart.
This race is detonating right now, and these guys are out of the saddle trying to find any ounce. Fetzer is off the back right now, so Burgoyne no longer having Fetzer, his key lead out man. But we need to keep an eye right here on our final turn. And we have now lost our drone coverage because of the rain. Drones can't be flying in the wet, so we're going to be looking just at corner cams, which is just fine. We have a great team on the ground
Bostock
here.
doing a big effort to close that, showing his ability.
Bostock wants to just get through this and then ride over the top.
Brody McDonald, Bruner,
there.
cyclocross guy,
Yep.
can, he probably feels the raindrops and goes, ooh, I feel good. I feel at home. When things get slippery, he's going to rise to the top with bike handling ability.
Here we go. The gap is basically about 3 seconds at this point in time. Carpenter leading through this turn.
Oh, you see the slip.
And Garrison onto the grass. He lost it. He's back on. But so did Bostock.
Bruner.
One of these riders down. I think that was a Waldo rider that went down. There you go, Waldo. You get yourself a shout out for being on the old TV here finally.
But Eric Bruner looked clever. Martinez, first time we mentioned him all day. Brody McDonald doing a big chase. Clever's going to be super crafty. That gap opened between Carpenter and Garrison. Now it's just, again, similar to that year I talked about. It's just going to become a time trial. Briggs is trying to come across, make the pace super high.
Briggs is one of the best bike handlers out here, as we saw last night when he defied death on the Arts District. And we're looking at Carpenter now hitting out by himself. Garrison in chase. Carpenter is now just out for himself because he knows in this instance that being by himself, he can carry his own speed, own pace, and more importantly, his own line. He needs to carry his own line through every turn in order to maximize his opportunity right now as the rain starts to come down.
Yeah, and it's just basically mano a mano at this point. It looks like Dario Raps and Summerhill have kind of just, looked at each other to go out. Bourgogne is back in it, following the cliff. Family Drifter's a rider across to that.
Well, Burgoyne's trying, but he needs some help. Like he needs his team around him in order to help get him there, because he's not going to have a sprint left if he doesn't have the opportunity. Here we go. We got Carpenter, Garrison, now the field right behind Brunner. Eric Brunner, your cyclocross national champion, is leading that chase with Brody McDonald, who finished on the podium on Friday night. There's Brody out of the saddle. Clever Martinez, your winner at Athens Twilight Criterium this year, also on that wheel. We have ourselves an absolute dogfight. Alec Briggs is also now into the mix. Again, a phenomenal bike handler in the mix, in the rain, here on the final night of racing at St. Francis Tulsa Top.
And you can see Robin just gritting his teeth, and it's just, you try to make...
Brody. Sorry.
Find it... find the absolute limit under the suffering, and look at those.
Yeah, ice skates. We got skates here. We got guys. This is going to open up gaps. Dario Raps is now off the pace. Raps is gingerly gliding his way around this corner. Dario Raps will not win this race.
Where's Jordan Parra?
One lap to go. We got one final lap to go.
Who's on the back of this group? Is that the bikers guy right behind the green jersey? Is that Jordan Parra?
That is Parra.
So if he wins, how many guys do we need to put in between him and Dario Raps to upset the GC and just absolutely bananas finish? He's not going to go 3 for 3, but can this GC be turned upside down?
Perhaps. Here goes Brody McDonald up through Crybaby Hill. He's had his opportunity. Here he goes. Brody McDonald now out of the saddle for Golden State Blazers. As he lifts, he's got Clever Martinez trying to give chase here. Can he get there? Can he be the one to get himself to the finish line first? McDonald now going to come down through the dip on the far side of the course. This is going to be the final lift up through. You can see the riders on the side of the front. This is Brody McDonald solo. Brody McDonald solo. Can he get himself to the finish line and take one of the biggest wins of his career? He slipped a little bit on the last time around. Can McDonald take it all the way to the line, through the finish line? Here we go. Big lift. It's Preston I, it looks like, trying to get himself up on top of the gear. We're going to look up to the hill here. We have Brody McDonald trying to get himself there. McDonald with the gap. McDonald now approaching a crucial right-hand turn. McDonald gets himself through. He's on the power. McDonald now sprints. McDonald now tries to lift. He's got Alec Briggs chasing him down with Preston I, but McDonald might have the gap. He looks through the legs. Brody McDonald of Golden State Blazers is going to win here, your third day of St. Francis Tulsa Top.
How many guys in between Brody McDonald and Dario Raps? I mean, absolutely heads up racing by Brody. Goes super, super long for that. Backs himself, doubles down, trusts his ability to just go from that far out. Look at Garrison just buried himself to stay in that front group. But how many guys between Brody McDonald and...
We were wrong. That's Juan Arango.
Yeah. So now it's Brody McDonald is the next guy in line to upset that GC. How many guys? How many guys between him and Raps? What were the points there? And you can see right around this, right here is Brody McDonald. Just goes all in perfectly around this corner by doing it. Then he makes clever, putting him in position going around Robin Carpenter, just open up a small gap. And these guys, even it's 1 versus 1 versus 1 versus 1 versus 1 here.
Yeah.
You know, there's no hiding. There's no draft to be had.
That was a phenomenal just reaction by McDonald. Here he comes through the final turn. He slid here on the lap before this, coming into 1 to go. He slid right there on that white paint. This time he did not. He got onto the power quickly. He rides into the gear. He stays out of the saddle, driving power all the way through because he knows that right behind him is Alec Briggs and Preston I. And he lifts all the way to the finish line, and Brody McDonald takes the biggest win of his career by taking the 3rd stage of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough.
Oh, and Alec Briggs, I mean, just what a tough one after last night, putting himself, you know, a little too far back here, you know, drops his head knowing that he missed an opportunity with his bike handling skills to be a part of that. But Brody McDonald at his age just showed, you know, veteran maneuvering, just head cool, just absolutely all day today. Head cool. His teammates went up there, did the work for him, took a large majority of that gap out of the front to put him in this position.
We're going to be doing some math here. I feel really bad for Briggsy here today because he has gotten second at a lot of American crits. Last year he came over, he was second in Easton, second in Somerville, and now he came back. He shifted his block a little bit because the boys wanted to target St. Francis Tulsa Tough, and this was their shot. They did get a win in D.C. last week, but St. Francis Tulsa Tough is really where they really wanted it.
Yep.
And Briggs second here today.
Yeah, and I mean, this, you know, I don't know if the outcome would have been any different if the rain had not fallen, but it definitely made people open their eyes, start thinking a little bit about decision making, you know, a different risk taking, so to speak.
Hats off to Robin Carpenter and Michael Garrison.
Yeah.
I thought they rode a fantastic race. They collaborated well. You know, we saw a few moments where they were really driving the pace through this turn onto Riverside Drive. But for the most part, they worked well. They had up to 45 seconds at one point, and even when the peloton was within striking distance, they continued to work and try to fight for that win.
Yeah, there was no games played, which is, you know, the right thing to do, a little surprising, which, you know, it was nice to see that they didn't start doing it just to do it. They really kind of committed to making it as long as possible. Knowing with the rain coming out, they just had to continue to press on because, again, anything in the back can happen. One slip up from the first rider through here can just kill the momentum, and all of a sudden that gap goes from 5 seconds back to 12 seconds. Now you're in it. So if you give up too early, you lose that chance, especially when the rain is. But now the lightning is flying.
That was on my face. You see it on TV. Sorry about that. That was some real lightning right there. I'm from Pennsylvania. We don't see that kind of lightning at home. So Oklahoma, lightning coming out. Good thing we finished our bike race because we would actually have to have stopped the bike race if we had seen that during competition. How much would that have actually potentially changed things? My goodness.
I mean, depending how bad the storm is, you know, it may have just been status quo. No result, you know, finalized the GC, no final stage podium.
But that would have put Carpenter and Garrison as 1-2, perhaps.
It's hard to say how they would finish the race.
Right.
You know, they just not outright, again, saying no result.
Yeah.
Or they might just say, yeah, we're gonna, you know, finish it how it went across the line, and there'd be a lot of emotions in that regard. But yeah, that's always what can happen with lightning.
Coming into today, we were talking a lot about Dario Raps and how he had the opportunity of going 3 for 3, but tonight he showed that he was not part of it. Brody McDonald taking the biggest win of his career here so far, and that says a lot. Brody has been racing at the very high level for a long time, came through like the Lux Junior program. He's been on a number of other great racing programs. He's won some collegiate titles with Milligan. So for him to take St. Francis Tulsa Tough here, I mean, I think that like perhaps changes some things for Brody.
Yeah, and you know, super stoked that we didn't get a European lockout this weekend. So
yeah, we got an interview on the finish line with Brody McDonald.
So I'm really glad to be back on top.
Take me through the day today. We saw that breakaway of 2 go away. I thought it might be gone. Were you ever panicking when we saw our break of 2 off the front?
I mean, when you think 2 guys, you really don't get too worried. But when it's guys like like Garrison and Robin, it does get a little scary, but I knew I had a strong team with good legs on the hills like this, and I thought that they could pull it back, and in the end they did. So.
Talk to me about what this means for your team, the Golden State Blazers. Obviously, Tulsa, a big target. All those teams under the Williams family. What's this mean for the Golden State Blazers today?
I mean, I think it's huge. I think we've been so close so many times this year already, a lot of seconds, a lot of thirds, and we knew we were better than that as a team. We've had injuries that have held us back, but I think we're performing at the level we should be.
Have you had a chance to celebrate on Crybaby Hill yet, or am I keeping you from that right now?
You're keeping me. I got things to do.
Brody, are you aware that you're going to be on the podium for a couple things because you were also in the Omnium running? I'm going to be the first to tell you that you are the Omnium champion of Tulsa Tough 2025. How about that?
Wow, it really is amazing. I mean, a great team behind me, and I just couldn't have done it without them, really.
All the more reason to go celebrate on Crybaby Hill. We'll let you go do one lap, but you got to come right back for the podium, all right? Make a deal with me. Brody McDonald, your winner today and Omnium champion.
Oh, wow. Brody McDonald does it. Actually, we had a comment here in the YouTube that I was looking at. I think you guys saw me looking at it, that the math was such that Dario needed 12 points or 14th or better to overcome, and that McDonald had the math to win it. So thanks to that commenter there for helping us out. And it is official with Brad Soner telling us as much, that Brody McDonald is now your Omnium winner. So how about that? You are a multiple-time Omnium winner here, and now you're like a celebrity in Tulsa. Does that make Brody McDonald a celebrity status, or does he need like 3 or 4 more?
It puts him on the map for sure. You know, Tulsa does, you know, it's a bit of an elephant here. They have a really good memory. They really appreciate the athletes that come out here, win the Omnium. You know, it's in the news. Again, the community does such a good job making everybody feel like superstars. So if you do win, you are recognized. You know, Brody's going to come back and get that recognition for sure.
So in order to, while we're waiting for some of our podiums to wrap out, we are going to take a look back at the weekend. And so I was talking about this with Malcolm McCollum earlier in the broadcast, because Tulsa Tough, St. Francis Tulsa Tough is not just about elite bike racing. It is about community. It is about opportunities for people to get on bikes and to experience where they can find to it. Let's take a look out at the Anon Grand Fondos from this weekend.
River Parks Criterium.
We're going to be getting to our podiums here really quickly. It sounds like Frankie is talking about it.
Please welcome from
and if we're going to go over to that, we can.
Hickey.
And Cassie Hickey now being announced at the podium. So let's jump over to that and recognize our women's pro podiums for today.
Yeah, and so the podium is defined by a point structure that's given out in the tech guide that all the riders see, that it could be, 30 points for the win, 28, 26, 24. So it's about accumulating points over the 3 days of racing. And so, yeah, even though a rider may win 1 or 2 stages, if somebody is more consistent over all 3 to accumulate the points, that's how they win the overall Omnium.
So there's a points accumulation overall. We're now looking at today's stage results. So this is Riley McMullen winning today for the McElroy River Park Criterium, excuse me. Riley McMullen, your winner here for Virginia's Blue Ridge 2028 program. Alexis Magner from Siniska in second today, and Cassie Hickey for CCB Living Law Group in third. They're going to get the blue winner's jersey, and then we will shuffle our podium a little bit for the overall.
Over the shoulders and zipping up our Moo Tulsa Tough winner's jersey.
Riley finally getting her race win here at St. Francis Tulsa Tough. She's been very close, and in the past she's actually had a lot of teamwork to do, so for her to be able to claim the stage herself is probably very satisfying.
Yeah, with, basically little to no help. She only had one teammate in Olivia Cummins who, racked up some preams, had some early representation, but, Riley really just kind of took ownership of the result for today, just showing her world-class nature.
Tulsa Tough Champagne Celebration.
Oh, the old champagne pop here. So Riley, no stranger to this. There she goes.
Once again, congratulations, Riley McMullen with the champagne celebration here in the third day of our St. Francis Tulsa Tough.
Alexis enjoying some of it, and Cassie Hickey.
3 great riders, and now moving on to our 3 riders in our overall.
Now we're going to jump over to the overall for our pro women.
And how did this shake out? Because Riley was in 6th place overall going into the final stage. We do know Alexis Magner won, but what other moving?
Into the top 3.
I think Cassie gets into third. Because
Riley McMullen third.
Oh.
So was Cassidy Hickey up there enough to secure?
She crossed the line third, so I think that gets her points. So she should be second.
Overall with the Stars and Stripes jersey.
You're right. Riley did move into third.
Ryan.
Wow.
Kendall held on to second, probably by the narrowest of margins.
Yeah.
I mean, it had to be.
I'd love to see that points breakdown.
At least 1 point, because if it was tied, Riley would have gotten it on the latest win.
Wow. So coming into today, Riley had 40 points, and Kendall had 58, as did her sister Alexis Magner with 58 coming into today. Based on stage result, Riley taking the stage win. Passing the crown. How sweet. Kendall Ryan, these 2 sisters racing with each other for their entire lives and continuing to do so. How great to see this. Alexis Magner, your Omnium winner here this year. Kendall Ryan in second, and Riley McMullen finishing out in third.
So what a just absolute good weekend for Riley and that Virginia Blue Ridge 2028 program.
Yeah.
To really rescue the weekend here on the last day.
She keeps it here.
Yeah, they only had 2. Olivia Cummins, who is recovering from a crash at Collegiate National Championships, and then Riley actually did a big block of racing with teammates who are not here right now. She raced with us in Easton and Somerville. She also did DC. And now she's here. So Riley's been putting in a lot of car time over the past few weeks, and to cap it off with a race win at St. Francis Tulsa Tough must feel really good. Alexis Magner is one of the pros at the champagne toss, and she's showing us how it's done. Another sip from the bottle, and congratulations to them one more time. We'll see them at the after party, I'm sure, tonight, as they celebrate another fantastic weekend of racing here in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Now for our overall winner, I'd like to be able to present Mark Abels, presenting a Chrono Sport watch by Selco. Very unique to Tulsa Tough. Going to your overall Omnium winner for our pro women, once again from Mark Abels.
Oh. All right.
Look at that. Ty Magner already has his eye on that watch. Hey, congratulations to our pro women. I'd like to be able to continue on with our celebration. Up next, our pro men.
All right, we're going to have our men's podium coming up next for our individual stage and then the Omnium overall. We apparently are still tabulating the results for the Omnium overall, while the commenter on our YouTube was correct as far as their math is concerned. Apparently, we're going to be looking at what the final placing of wraps was on the stage. So we're going to try and see if we can get full stage results, and then we will do some calculations here to understand who is the actual overall winner. Will it be McDonald, or will Wraps have held it with enough points?
All right, looks like we're ready to get started with our pro men's podium. Up first, we'll start with third place on the day. Riding for United Cycling, first up to the podium, welcome Evan McQuirk, third place.
All right, so Evan McQuirk of United getting himself a fantastic result for that program.
Second place, riding for Tecker Cycling. Next up is Alec Briggs.
And next up, Alec Briggs from Teckers, the team owner of that program from Great Britain. They're going to be heading home after this back to Europe for a blocker racing. Great British National Championships are coming up next on their big blocker racing. And your stage winner for the day, Brody McDonald, representing the Golden State Blazers. And in third place, Evan McQuirk for United. Fantastic result for Evan this year. Brody going to get the stage win jersey. The blue jerseys are the stage ones, and the pink ones are the Omnium overalls. And there you go, Evan McQuirk in third, Alec Briggs in second, and Brody McDonald, your winner here today. Brody taking a fantastic stage result.
Top three on the McElroy River Parks Criterium, final day of St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Brody going to get his Kuro sunglasses for the win. One more time for your top three on the final day.
I got a question on YouTube about where Preston I finished. I believe he finished fourth on the day, but that's unofficial. We don't actually have a printout yet of the final, but Preston was up there against McQuirk. Alec Briggs, McQuirk, and McDonald. Nicely done, gentlemen. Congratulations.
We'll move to our Omnium podium.
And now we're going to go to Omnium. Now we're going to figure out who actually got our Omnium.
Starting with third place overall today, it'll be an American on the blocks after 3 days of racing. Welcome to the podium, third overall, Danny Summerhill.
Okay, so Danny Summerhill is going to be officially third in our Omnium. Danny came in today with 48 points and second overall. Raps came in with 62 points from 2 stage wins.
On a tiebreaker, they counted back 3 ways into second place overall. It will be Brody McDonald, second
because
overall.
Dario has 2 wins.
Wow.
Versus 1 win.
It's not based on today?
No, because it's
And finally,
because he has two wins versus 1 win. If it would have been win versus win, it would have gone to today. But because he has 2 wins on countback, is how that's going to work.
Yikes, dude. That's a tough one, but rules are rules. That's how we do it, man.
Yeah, I mean, this is how complicated points Omniums can get, and the chaos of Crybaby Hill and how much can happen, you know? So it's like, if we could just watch where Dario was, how that field sprint played out. Did he sprint all the way through? Did somebody give up?
Yeah.
I would imagine a guy like Dario was just sprinting for his life at the end, not knowing what happened, doing it
literally
over every point counted.
This is Dario Raps now taking the pink jersey for the Omnium overall. He won 2 stages. Brody McDonald won 1 stage. And due to that, that is how Dario Raps holds on to the Omnium overall. Wow. Congratulations, Dario Raps. Germany, you're celebrating. I know it's late early in the morning for Monday morning over where you are, but you should be very happy with DCC Alpecin this weekend. Dario Raps, a fantastic ride, trying to get himself all the way to the finish line today on a very challenging course, and there he goes. celebrating with Danny Summerhill was ready for it with the glasses. Dario Raps on your top step. 2 stages here this season for the 2025 St. Francis Tulsa Tough, taking the overall win. Kisses on the heads for everybody. There's just so much emotion happening on the podium today. Brody McDonald in second for the Omnium overall. He came into today in 4th place with 43 points. Summerhill came into 48. And there we go. So big hugs. And there we go. Being presented with the watches and big thanks. Let's take a look back at our weekend. Dario Raps is your Omnium champion. Dario getting himself 2 stage wins. We're now looking at the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium win from last night, outpacing Danny Summerhill and Brody McDonald. If McDonald had gotten second last night, he would have won the Omnium. We got a, wow, millimeters. I'm happy for everybody right now.
Yeah,
this is great bike racing. Great bike racing here this weekend. We had so many fantastic moments. I mean, I think you start from Friday night at the McNelly Group Blue Dome Racing with our pro women, where, oh my gosh, what an exciting finish. Then Dario finishing out that night with his first of 2 wins. Then last night with our women in the FC Tulsa Arts District, another fantastic sprint finish where Alexis Magner showed us how it was done, and Dario again sprinting as we just saw. And then today, absolutely crazy again. Another breakaway that was brought back in the men's race, and our women sprinting to fantastic finishes, and Riley McMullen getting herself her first St. Francis Tulsa Tough win.
Yeah, the weekend just started out with just absolute fireworks from both women and the men. It carried into the second day, and day 3 was there was a little bit of a dip because of the heat. At day 3 of racing, how hard this course is, and it just went down and then just absolutely ramped back up for both finishes to leave us here on a high note. Nail-biting finishes, GC shakes-ups, just all sorts of stuff. It leaves you wanting more. I'm ready for 2026.
Yeah.
You know, what teams are going to show up that want to be a part of year 20 of this spectacular thing. So Techers, Alex is going to come back motivated with a full team. DCC wants to come back and return. The Legion program has something to fight for, that they were 2nd and 3rd this year. They want something different. Cadence has got to be motivated. They want to right the ship. So there's a lot of stories that were written today. Then Chapter 2 is going to be next year. It could be a barn burner if everybody comes back motivated with more horsepower. Could be crazy.
20th edition next year, right here for the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Big shout out to Zico for presenting our sponsor, our broadcast booth here this year, and of course Quick Trip for being the presenting sponsor of the broadcast overall. We loved having you tune along and follow us on YouTube. Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Gabe Lloyd. This is Daniel Holloway. Thank you for being here, and we'll see you next year for the 20th edition of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough.
Thanks, sir.